The 2025 Toyota South African Derby. Proudly sponsored by Toyota South Africa. Very good morning to all of you watching here on Equestrian Live. Looking forward to a great day action as we build up to the big one for 2025, the Toyota-sponsored South African Derby. That starts at around about 1:15 this afternoon here on Equestrian Live and, of course, also on Supersport Variety 3. But before we get there, a little small matter of the Mini Derby, also sponsored by Toyota. That's up first. Let's take a look at the schedule. What's on for today here in the Bob Charter? So we start with the Toyota 1m40 Mini Derby. Then, of course, the Toyota SA Derby Course Walk. Kevin Spratley will be afforded a little bit of time to pitch the Derby course, of course. Then the Toyota SA Derby Winners Recognition Ceremony. That's the Dressage Derby winners, the Showing Derby winners, the Pony Riders, the Juniors. They'll all come in for their recognition ceremony. There will be a competitors parade. And then, of course, the Toyota South African Derby will happen. First horse in around about 1:15 this afternoon. We look forward to it. Mini Derby up first. Great roll of honour. Some big names who have won this class in years gone by. We'll get to that with my guest Jason Phillips, who's joining me in co-commentary. He'll be with us after the break.
Nice bucky. It's not a bucky. It's a Hilux.
It's not a bucky. It's the new Hilux Legend 55.
Dinner's cancelled. Aww. Aww.
The all-new Toyota Starlet Cross. Own it.
Welcome back here to the Bob Charter Equestrian Live as we build up to the big one, the Toyota-sponsored South African Derby. With me in co-commentary is Jason Phillips. Good morning, sir. How are you?
Good morning, Aidan. Yeah, I'm very well. It's good to be here on for me, the most favourite day of the show jumping calendar, man. Derby Sunday, hey?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I love it.
Derby Saturday was a good day for you as well. Of course, you were in the micro derby with your fantastic Fandango. You were bullish about his chances when we had you in co-commentary yesterday morning. Great result, finishing third, hot class, table C. You had one down. You had to add those 4 seconds to your time, but what a little champ he is.
Yeah, he is. And that's such a fun class. For me, it's the most favourite class of the year. I really do it. And I think it's a great cloud pleaser, you know. You know that it's going to be fast, and you know if you've had a rail, you can just go fast. It doesn't take you out of contention, you know.
Yes.
So I think most people try and start fast and try and not leave it and just get faster and faster and be at a flat out gallop to the end. So I think that if they designed the class and then they built a horse for it, they would have built Fandango for the class.
Absolutely. And a little shout out to Barry Taylor. He's not showing his age at all, is he? I mean, he came in hungry and...
Yeah, it's amazing. Guy that experience and, you know, a few years on us, and then he just comes and does a masterful round and, you know, shows you all up and just, I mean, and again with Charlie, I mean, it just shows their experience. And I mean, and what people probably don't know is that's a new ride for Barry. I think it was their first show together, so it's not like they're a long-term partnership like myself and Fandango.
Here is
look
the
at
Godfather, Barry
Yeah, exactly.
Taylor, highest qualifier, came into yesterday's micro derby. First time, Jason, he's ever won it. Can you believe it?
Yeah, I couldn't believe it as well. Then I felt good that he'd won it. I gave it to him. I'll let myself believe that. But yeah, I mean, you can just see how smooth he is. I mean, look at that. Like, he just knew exactly. And
He got the elbows out. Don't watch him ride down through the dike here and then to the last, and you got that fist pump. We'll get there. Look at those elbows. He was ecstatic. He said it's one of the best days of his show jumping career.
Fabulous,
Just
fabulous.
evergreen Barry Taylor. Look at him go.
Yeah, and you can see there. I mean, that took some riding. You know, it wasn't just a straightforward run. I mean, the horse is as good as he is. It's definitely needed Barry's coaching. What you just said there, I didn't realize. I never saw the round, so it was quite interesting to see him, you know, dance left and right to those steps there. And you know, Barry was very determined into the dike. But now you can see that the rhythm is up and running there. Like, you can just see it now. They've gone into it, and on the forward, the 8. I think this is where he's really good as well, like, because as good as he got ahead there, he had to then keep it, and he left them all up, so that was the difference. You know, Charlie had one down, I had one down, and you know, that's the difference. If you want to win at this level, you can't make those mistakes, you know.
He was determined. He was huffing and puffing a little bit afterwards.
Yeah, he says he was in bed at 7 last night, and he was thinking at one point he was having a heart attack halfway around.
No, hats
All
off to
in
him.
jest, though.
Absolute legend. We'll complete this round. And there he comes.
Oh, fabulous.
Now watch this. This is the best. Fist pump. Yes, sir. Thank you very much, Barry Taylor.
love
Good
it.
on you. So let's take a look at the lineup now for the mini derby. So there it is. Of course, we're in reverse order of qualification as well. So the higher qualified horses and riders go towards the back end of this field. Some really good horse and rider combinations here as we update to our next page. Lorette Knowles-Taylor, she's there. Of course, she rides in the big one on Oripo later on. Andy Oliff, Count Cosmo, Jodi Peters, Casco Gray, Jonathan Clark, the master as we call him, somebody who's never cracked the big one. He's been second a number of times, not in the big derby today.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting how sometimes they just elude you. I mean, it took Dominique a while as well to get that first one, and then then they came flourishing. And I think Ronnie was struggling to get SA champs and got that monkey off his back, and then then off they come again. You know, so there's always that one which is just a little bit elusive or a little bit more difficult to get, isn't it?
Absolutely. So we wish him well in today's class. Athena, Dominique Alexander, a winner of the big derby a few years ago, and then look at the young man, Devon Bosman. Highest qualifier for the mini derby on Midgard's
Zingara,
Zingara.
So he actually comes off winning the micro derby last year. And the only reason I know that is because he beat me. And I thought I had it, and then he came around and did a masterful round that it looked like an equitation round to skin us all by about 3 or 4 seconds. So that horse loves it. I mean, that horse and that combination talk for themselves, the amount of success they've had over the last 2 or 3 years.
And of course, Nobello, he rides in the big class as well, Devon.
Oh, does he?
I mean, he stepped up to the 150s not too long ago in the Burlington Cup, was his first outing in the 150s, and here in this show today, 150s, and he's pretty well qualified. Kind of midfield for the big one as well on Nobello, so he's a real talent. Let's take a look at the roll of honour for the mini derby. Last year, Courtney Weber, Opal de la Bastide took the win. Young rider in 2023, Jordy Burn on Lindor. Oliver Bishop the year before, Gaucho de Emma. Kayla Ballard, we saw her yesterday in the micro derby. 2020 not held. Heather Mostert, owner of Masculine, who Barry won on yesterday. She won it in 2019 on a wonderful Summer Bridge cruise. Tara Lowe's been a winner. Nicole Horwood, 4-time winner of the Big Derby. She won it on Look at Me in 2017. Dominique Alexander's been a winner on Armageddon. And so the list goes on. Lorette Knowles-Taylor's there. Barry Taylor's there. Jean Corber's there. Some big names. Yeah,
fabulous. And I think it's interesting. I mean, this is a really nice course here. But, it's. I think it'll be very interesting. I think the course will play into, into the hands after the bank and the planks. I think the next 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 jumps are they're a little bit taller. The horses are getting a little bit more tired, and I think the last one's going to really play. I think Kevin's been a little mean, coming out the yellow or the white combination on a dog's leg to the bales away from the gate with the hay bales and little sticks on it, as he calls it.
I saw you in discussion in a little group huddle down there with Dominique. Was there Ronnie Healy? What were you guys discussing?
It was actually Barry telling us how well he rode yesterday. He was reliving the moment. No, we were just discussing in general also what a big jump up it is from this mini derby to the big derby. This is, I think the jumps get a little bit taller on the last couple, but sure, it's a far cry. There's a few jumps that are already built in this arena for the big derby. Number 2's there, the planks are up at height, the big white combination, and they really do. They dwarf the other jumps, yes, from that side of things. So it was just interesting, from that side of thing. And we were talking about how many clear rounds. Sten had a go. I think he was joking at 7. I think he was just winding up Kevin, but I think we're looking around about 5. He would be pretty happy with. Give us a nice jump off, 6 prizes to go, and I think with 5 we'll have a real flat out one, because no one's going to come here to come second.
So 22 competitors line up in this class. The Toyota sponsored 1 meter 40 mini derby, 25,000 rand to the winner, money all the way down to 6th position. We are in reverse order of qualification. Highest qualifier is Devon Bosman, mid-guard Zakiro. First in will be Mika Chalker. There she is in picture on the lovely equicoverrivervale.com. Some course stats for you. The speed at which they are asked to go, 375 meters per minute. The length of this track, 800 meters. Of course, the derby is to be run at 400 and over 1,000 meters. Time allowed for this class, 128 seconds.
So they start off with a nice little white oxer at the top there. Then they've built the little vertical of the edge, but this one is almost landing on the downward. From that side, they get their front feet.
And what is that going to do? That's going to make the horses look down the bank, possibly drop their back foot, not complete their jump. So,
and it's something that you do need to train so the horses are comfortable.
So how in the moment do you guard against that happening, or is it come down purely to training?
I think training and also having a plan with your approach that your horse understands it. Once they've done it once or twice and understand it, then I think it's good. I think you've also got to make sure that you do get a little bit deeper there and there's nice support and those kind of things, so that the horse has a chance. I really do like the speed at which Michaela's riding here. Hey, you can see it's up and cantering.
She's going at a good clip. She's come inside of that flower pot turning point to 7.
It's a nice 6 to the wall, a little tight, as we saw. She got a bit close there.
You're talking about her rhythm, Jason. She's giving the horse every opportunity to jump the fences purely out of her canter.
100%. So we got a nice star here. Then we got a 7, which I think should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Nice and steady. There we go. Sure, this horse is really loving it here. But this is also a relatively new partnership. I mean, they've been together maybe a year. Comes from the Rivervale stud there.
Lexi and Murray are here, so can you give them a little shout out? They're here in support
so we're go
of
down
this
thing. Should be 3 strides at the bottom there. Okay, again that's the plan, but as you can see, he just trotted. Then there's on a committed ride down there to that. I think it's 8 or so. And then now we've got so it'll be interesting. So now we've got a 7 or an 8. I think it is a 7 here. I think 8 will be too deep to the combination. This one is probably one of the taller ones on the combination in the course. And then this line here, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay,
rode that nicely. So the 8-year-old mare, equicoverrivervale.com, the daughter of Dakar, finishes a really lovely round on 8 penalties in 1:19.01. I thought that was a beautifully piloted round there from Mika Chalker, who of course had a spin around the big derby last year.
Yeah, that was fabulous. I mean, she was really unlucky at the planks. He came off the bank and didn't canter. So that was definitely not something that you do train. So that's in the moment where you need lady luck on your side, and then just unluckily.
You think the horse just came down the bank, looked at those panels? She would have had her leg on, but going, oh, really?
Yeah. I think it's one of those ones where she's probably practiced it so many times, and he's never done that. And on the day he trotted. So.
Next to come, number 2, Cat Weasel, Jenna Gilchrist rides. Formerly, some years ago, the partner of Ronnie Healy was Cat Weasel. Had a spin around the big derby. I remember he had a little whoopsie at the wall that year, but this a former winner of a World Cup qualifier with Ronnie in the Peter Mini Arena a couple of years ago, and been partnered now by his pupil Jenna Gilchrist for some time now.
Yeah, a very exciting young rider coming up. She's getting some great mileage, and definitely a rider for the future. She's got a great string of young horses that I've seen.
Lovely horse yesterday in the mini, in the micro derby,
As well.
Landro.
Yeah. So and just this is just such valuable experience for her here from that side, and I've seen her jump some really big classes and do some great stuff. So also interesting, if we've got in this mini derby here, we've only got element A and B. I actually thought that they would have all three elements here, but Kevin being, maybe that's his soft side, the only soft part of him.
I think Jenna might have preferred if it was B and C, so she could run into that dike and just have a little go at that middle element, because Cat Weasel just saying, not today, not loving that dike. 2 disobediences there, and I'm afraid that is that for Jenna.
He said he always jumps it the other way, so he doesn't really understand why he has to jump it this way. Horses
In at number 4, Blue Steel Equestrian Eagles Lasco, Amy Farquhar. As we take a look at replay here, this is the disobedience. He's a wise old campaigner. The way he looked like he was locked on, and lastminute.com just said no.
Not today.
Not today. Didn't give her a chance there at all. So, next to come, number 4. Number 3 will come in at 10A, I believe, a change to the program. So this is Amy Farquhar, Blue Steel Equestrian Eagles Lasco. I believe Amy from KZN, if I'm not mistaken. I think I am mistaken. I think, is it PE or Western Cape or Eastern Cape? Somewhere around there.
So number 1 is a nice little white oxer there at the top there. I think it's really nice and welcoming. What a good shot at 2 is good. Number 3 is jumped good so far, but it takes a little bit more jumping. It's got the big board in front of it and a lot of the horses back up next to the water. And he has given them a nice ride to that tabletop, and everybody has hit it so smoothly so far. Then we run down the hill to that triple bar. Again, a little bit like in that, what we were watching yesterday, that the junior derby, or what was that? I can't remember. The 130 derby where they had it down there. You know, it's a little bit set down there. 8 or 9 to that bank. How close was Michaela in with time? Because they're all going fast, and I don't know how far close in Michaela was with time compared to what they allowed is.
So time allowed is 1:28, and Mika's time 1:19.01. Okay, so and she was moving, so you can't hang about.
No, exactly.
I mean, she was 10 seconds inside, but she was moving. So they're obviously a little bit concerned about the time here. We're running at 3:75.
And this horse is really running. She's done the 7 up there, but she did 5 after the water. So she landed and just kicked on, and it worked beautifully for her there.
And of course, Derby's and the Bob Charter Arena invites you to have a run at the fences. I mean, that's what Derby riding is about. You need to move on.
Yeah, 100%. Quick down the hill. Whoa.
This is a fantastic little horse, the son of Lassiter.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 to the little style. Good. Now she needs to take a big breath and just bring it home, because she's done all the hard work. So let's see how much she does to this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Good. Keep it calm.
Amy definitely from the eastern
the middle.
Cape.
Oh,
what a ride. What a great effort. Brilliant stuff. Well done.
Well, we know how to ride it now, don't we?
He is so stamped Lassiter, isn't he?
He is.
Lassiter, and of course, I think...
and he loved this arena, didn't he? I mean, she was open and cantering, and just it was...
Absolutely. Game little horse.
If you want to see how Derby should be ridden, and the flair and the speed, ground speed, we just had a beautiful demonstration there.
And while we're on the point of Lassiter, I think a mention should go out. One of the real top riders of yesteryear, Sean Henderson, who partnered Lassiter for some time. I think rode a few derbies on him as well. Sadly passed away this year, so we remember, of course, this is the year of the legends, and I think Sean Henderson, he gave up riding way too soon, because what a talent that man was.
Yeah, unbelievable. I mean, I was working with him at that time, and he actually, and the problem with the legends is it only shows you who won, but he was twice second in the derby, having jumped clear rounds.
Yes,
so he jumped 2 double clears.
On a tiny little fact and fancy thoroughbred.
And was pipped by the great Wrangler.
Exactly.
On the 1 year, and I don't even know who the other year was, whoever was after Wrangler. So yeah, but what a legend, a massive field, and just a great loss. Yeah, a great producer of a lot of young riders as well in his years.
Callao Carina is currently on track. Kimberly Williamson.
So secretly, I was quite happy that Kimberly went up to the 140s, because this horse is frighteningly fast, and she
Yes.
started at the 135s on day one. So when I did see her name on the start list on day one, I was like, yo, this horse means business. And Kimberly and that have had a lot of success over the last year.
Has had success in the Bob Charter as well, winning the Gauteng Champs in this arena 2 years ago on this mare.
Very nice.
Trained by Sten, Manador, out of the setup that she rides out of. Blood mare.
Yeah, so willing and just wanting to do the job, isn't it? And careful and quick. Everything in the what we need in the modern horse. Oh, she obviously just landed on the tape there. They put up for the water.
Jean-Michel Touleau, the water jump judge. His hand goes up into the air, so 4 penalties now.
I love how quick she is with her feet when you get in front there, which other than she just like quick off the floor, nippy, ears pricked, then going. She must be fun to ride, eh?
Super reactions, reflexes.
How's she bred?
Were Corinth Argentinos.
She had Corinth there. Some nice Corinths around that have come through in the last couple of years, eh? Just getting a bit flat, eh?
Yeah, I was about to say.
Yeah, it ran off there, and then also once you've had I don't know if she knows she had a foot in the water, but then she had to, maybe she can get a quick 4-falter and be in the tickers.
Further rail going down, so sitting on a 12, cantering to the last, jump number 16, clears that slightly on the angle.
Yeah, I think she'll be happy. I think it's her first round, I'm guessing, in mini derby, and
finishes on the 12 penalties, does Kimberly Williamson. So 1 clear, Blue Steel Equestrian, Lasco, Amy Farquhar from PE. Where's PE? Western Cape? Eastern Cape?
Eastern Cape.
Eastern Cape. I think Diane Boert is heavily involved in her training. Next to go, number 6, Elmo van den Hoek Z. And Ryan Corber, as we take a look at the replay of that third rail that came down for Kim in Karina. Bell's gone, number 6, Elmo van den Hoek. Rainer Corber, who's a real seasoned campaigner, already a winner of the Big Derby some years ago on the wonderful Clooney.
Yeah, the wealth of experience, and he's got a nice rider later in the big class there on Impossible, which would be nice, and that's had some nice results already with obviously the legend herself, Nicole. Yeah. Is she joining you in commentary later?
She's going to join us for the first couple of horses.
Perfect.
We had her in commentary yesterday. She said she's actually looking forward for the first time since 2012 that she hasn't had a ride in the Derby. Looking forward to kicking her feet up. That's why she's only doing half the commentary. Gail will take over. Nicole said, no, I'm going to take advantage of that Toyota VIP hospitality where she's been invited to with the Year of the Legends. So she'll join us for a while, and then another legend, a 3-time winner of the Derby, Gail Foxcroft, once she's completed her round on Casino, will take over. Meanwhile,
you definitely won't be bored with Gail, will you?
I'm a bit nervous. Pictures here from the Bob. Elmo, an 8-year-old.
But Ray is also, this is also, I think, just year's combination, and I saw him at the beginning of the year, and I don't know, it's just amazing the way Ray can ride, I think, any horse. But it just looked, this looked like exciting the way the horse jumped number 3 when he went high and nicely over the thing. It'll be quite interesting. So, that is clear. Which
I was about to ask you, so in terms of the rules, he's had the front rail, but that doesn't count. It's the back tape that counts.
So
in fact,
got a freebie for that, didn't you? Elmo won't touch another fence, that's for sure. So I think this is going to be an exciting horse. I think I've seen him go really quick in a lot of 135s. I see a step up to the 140s, and I think I don't know how long and what the plan is with this horse, but it would be nice if Ray could have it for another season. I think we could see some.
Now he must have touched the back tape as well, because I see up on our scoreboards they've given him the 4 faults. So perhaps just the fact that he hit the front and then didn't complete his jump, he might have foot in the water there. So he does have the 4 penalties from the water, but I'm sure we'll take a look at the replay.
What a nice ride, what a beautiful 7, right to the middle, picture perfect.
Our assistant Michaela's just gone to find out exactly how the judges scored that.
Sure, perfectly.
Beautiful jump over the last. 1:24.02 time allowed. 1:28, 4 seconds inside. Right, so they have removed the penalties from the water jump. So, in fact, here is the replay. It touches the front, clears the back.
Yeah.
So, in fact, it is clear. Maybe Mr. Turlow, the judges, saw the splash and just for a moment got a little bit itchy on that fault button.
Yeah, so we have a jump off.
So we have a jump off, correct, clear.
Very exciting.
While we are concentrating on the water jump, I forgot to announce that in fact is clear, which means we do have a jump off over fences 1, 3, 13, 14, 15A, B and 16. Next to go, number 7, Equicolt Zias Antalua, Lauren Coltman. Lauren hailing from the Walkerville area, Joburg South. She runs
Catherine
the
Neal.
Equicolt setup.
Catherine Neals helps out that way.
She does, and I think she's come on a lot in her riding under the tutelage of a former South African champion rider, Catherine Neal.
And I think also just to be in the setup in that whole Neal family, there's so much available knowledge in that pool. And I think she'll be excited. I think this is quite a big step up from her, in the sense that I think it's her first probably mini derby and 140, and so it's an exciting. It's nice to see riders growing and progressing and partnerships coming together.
Now, something we must mention about the triple bar that she's just jumped. Traditionally, that come derbies would have been a Liverpool, but the FEI regulations have changed this year, and Liverpools have been outlawed, I believe.
So what will that be, do you know?
That will be a triple bar come derby. I've chatted to Kevin.
It'll be interesting to see what that does as well, running down the
Correct. Where he's going to put it, if he's going to let them run onto flat ground before they attack that. I remember the one year, I think Ryan Sander was building, and he put the Liverpool just on the bank on the downhill run, and for the first time ever, I think the Liverpool caused more faults than any other fence on the track. Interesting, these little changes, how they can affect things. The balustrade's a big one as well, where that's placed on the lip of the bank or slightly further back.
For me, the most daunting ones is the fake hedge on the side there with the crowd. I mean, it must be so. I mean, when I haven't had a table that close, but if you are sitting close to that table,
feel the wind as the horse jumps past you.
Amazing,
it's very close. It's set right onto the VIP section.
Sure, Lauren's doing a great job here.
Really nice.
Keeping it together. No, I hope time isn't going to be effective for her, because she has not.
I think it is. We're running onto 1:15. And time allowed 1:28. She's got 10 seconds to get home now, and I think she's going to be in a little bit of trouble.
Come
which
on,
will be
she
very
cuts the corner and runs up.
inside.
Okay, no, she's setting up here, so she's definitely running into time faults.
She's time faults now. What a beautiful jump over the last, but a little bit too sedentary on her way around. 1:31.01, I'm afraid, there. A 4 penalty round, all of those 4 times.
Shame.
She'll be super happy, but also a little bit annoyed with herself.
She needed 3, didn't she? So she could stay ahead of the 4 falters.
Exactly.
If that was the...
She needed it clear so she could go through to the jump off, Jason. Just on that turn, some of the turn back, she looked a little bit laboured.
Yeah, and I think that's when you step up. She just wanted to set it up and make it correct. So I think that was, then you're a little bit more patient. You just set up a little bit more in the corner, and take one or half a second longer over 14 jumps. It's done,
Now there is, and we're hearing from Jonathan's bell has gone, and a couple of the spectators have just shouted out about a pole that's not quite in its cups. There is Frans Rabushaka, who's just correcting the pole at the white double, the penultimate, the A element. So I hope they have held Jonathan's clock. I think they have.
They'll give him a new bell, I think.
Right, so they'll give him a new bell, or let him know that his clock is again running, and he'll be off on a very, very exciting horse. I saw Linda this morning. Said, why is this horse not in the big one? She says, not quite ready.
Yeah,
Maybe
it probably
next
came
year.
6 months too early.
Yeah. Very exciting horse. Import for Back on Track and Linda Ellerine. This is Back on Track Kazan Z's, a 10-year-old Balube de Roue heartbreaker. So that is blood on blood.
I didn't realize that. I've actually never known his breeding. I've watched him enough with Jonathan.
Probably why he's got the little compression hood on, just to help keep the lid on the pot. Sensitive chap he is.
He's definitely got the right rider.
Absolutely. And again, as we were saying earlier on in the broadcast, one of the riders who's had a good look at that, Jonathan, had to get the leg on also.
So Jonathan's been playing with a setup. I don't know if you noticed this one. This horse is in a hackamore today, which he hasn't been of before. I know that him and Dominique are working together on a bit of stuff, and they found that the setup has been one that they tried recently, and Dom was saying it was well received by the horse. It's looking good. He's a little spooky, isn't he, eh? Jonathan's
He's had a look at that number 3 at that wall. He's had a look at the steps. Jonathan is working hard, but wow.
Sure, how beautiful is that?
Problem there. Having a look at the wall.
There's only one person that can ride like Jonathan, because as much pressure as he puts on there, at this timing is exquisite, because he made sure that he didn't have any pressure on takeoff and gives a horse the chance to jump. So he really is a genius from that side. And then, canters down the next quiet line like nothing happened. I probably would have been flapping from the corner, praying, and he just cantered down like it,
Well, he is all about feel, isn't he? He's riding his pure instinct, feel. Of course, he was a past winner of the Was Equitation when it was at the Rand Showgrounds many years ago.
And again, see the same thing, trotted in.
But that's the thing. Didn't Picasso say that? You can, only once you've mastered your craft can you then start to break the rules. I mean, he breaks rules, but he's mastered his craft many years ago. So
I actually quite like that saying. I need to hear it again. Well.
Big kick.
Come on.
Get up now.
Is
Time 118. He's going to get inside of the 128 time allowed. Could this be our third clear? Kazan Jonathan Clark, 126.95, inside of 128.
Jonathan's exhausted.
And he will go through to the jump off. He's looking. He had to work. He had to earn his riding fee there, for sure.
He jumped all 16 jumps today.
Wow.
Both horse and rider.
Take a bow. Jonathan Clark back on track, Kazan. Look at him.
Sometimes you just got to be effective. It doesn't always have to be pretty. It has to be effective, and that's the bottom line as to what he always says.
And saying, come on, we're going, boy. So close to home. We're going to get there. Jumps the final one as well through to the jump off. So Amy Farquhar, Raina Corber, Jonathan Clark through to the jump off in this mini derby sponsored by Toyota. We do hope that you're enjoying our broadcast here on Equestrian Live as we build up to the big one, the derby, which will also be on Supersport Variety 3. Marlene Greeff now, number 9, Sunny Park Stables, Shandakir.
I think this will be Marlene's first mini derby for sure. This combination have been together a little while under the watchful eye of Nicola Syme. I've seen them jump. I think they jumped their first Grand Prix this year and really did it classily, and one or two down maybe from that side. But it's great to see. I mean, Marlene is an amateur. She's a very successful businesswoman in her own right and runs a big accounting firm and stuff like that. So this is a pure amateur, and this is her hobby, and has 2 daughters that are riding in the junior rates as well. So it's so great to see someone in that amateur thing coming through and competing against everybody here as well.
Having said that, I mean, Nicola Syme obviously rates her very highly, because recently at the World Cup, I think it was, or was it SA Champs? I think SA Champs, Nicola had a whole bunch of horses entered and then injured herself and wasn't able to ride, and Marlene got on a plane to come and partner Nicola's horses because they were entered, they were at the show, and that shows a lot of faith in a rider to do that.
It's not a job that I'd want to take. I want to take over Nicola's rides. Someone of her quality. But yeah, exactly what you said. It's they've been together. They've also worked for a lot of years together, so...
Fortunately, he's had fence number 1 down, so sitting on 4 penalties. This, interestingly enough, is the second of the Delacour horses in this class. Antelure with Lauren Coltman was the first, and this horse the second, both greys.
Fabulous. I mean, when you watch this, you can see that the homework's been done. You know, they know exactly what they're doing. Marlene got to the top of the bank and knew exactly how to, you know.
Yeah, Nicola doesn't come in unprepped for anything. She's a true consummate professional, and the same would be expected of her pupils. The horse, it's a long course. Maybe fatigue just coming into play.
Yeah, I think
here
we've seen it a couple of times after those planks. The people we get a little bit flat to the style, and then if they hit that style, they seem to hit the next one as well for some reason, and then they gather it up. But yeah, what a fabulous round, and I think she'll be chuffed with that.
12 penalties for Marlene and Shandakir as we take a look at the replay. I think we might have a replay of fence number 1. So here she comes. The lightest of touches.
Yeah. I think it was probably because it was too small. You know, they didn't pay as much attention. How beautiful is Zarina looking?
Yeah, hats off to Jeanette Schultz, KP grounds manager, of course. Murenkock is the grounds manager, and I know that they've been working incredibly hard on the Serena. As I think I said yesterday, lots of loads of silica sand was brought in just to give it a little bit more spongy spring.
Has really ridden nicely. It's been soft and not slippery.
Ebb and flow, Brannick Cabana Boy on track now. This is John Bouwer riding his 10-year-old Consuelo gelding. Mr. Cool, he is the unflappable John.
This will take a little bit of riding from John. This horse is a little green still, so this will be his first.
I think the water is going to be interesting. If memory serves, at SA Champs he had a few issues with the horse at the water tray, or the open water that they had there. So it will be interesting to see how he goes. Yeah, you can see John prepping, saying, come on. He's saying, right, get your
engines up, revs are high.
Come on.
And yes.
Well done, John. Did he clear it? I think he did. He was
did.
prepping off the turn for that water, so they've obviously done their homework.
He knew it was coming.
Yeah.
He was not.
How can a Cabana Boy not love water?
Yeah, definitely no. He's a beach guy.
Yeah. So, well done, John.
I think he'll be sighing a big relief there now. Now, just to keep it together, you know, from that side, when you know you've done your prep and that, now you need to just have a little bit of lady luck and
keep it all together. John's had a couple of spins around the big derby as well.
Yeah, that was well navigated because it didn't come off the bank as smooth as what I'm sure he would have liked.
I think Franklin, his ride from last year.
So it's interesting to see that Toyota fence has come down quite a lot, that Toyota style there from that side, and it really is, once they've got over the Toyota planks, that they're struggling to just be on the right connection to that style. Yeah, well ridden there.
4 penalties, just the one down. Late rail from John, having got over the water. Clear, he might be a little bit, well, he probably will be just a little bit disappointed with
a bit
that.
deflated.
Bit deflated. I know that they were prepping the horse, actually thinking about a tilt at the big derby this year as well. Come back to the mini derby, I think, to give himself a real chance. He obviously prepped the water, he got over that, and then a little late rail, so... Yeah. But a 4 penalty run, creditable score, make no mistake. We're going to go back now to number 3. Coming in is Oscar Ncube Sifakile Kim Kardashian Fontaine Boss Z.
It's a mouthful, isn't it?
Kim Kardashian?
I love this horse's canter. It really is. It's up and active in front and just looks always game.
Was that a
little green there, wasn't it?
Yeah, it had a little look, but that's what that balustrade can do.
And Oscar said sail again. I think he really enjoys this horse. He does say it does, because of the way how extravagant he is and stuff like that, he can sometimes put a bit of pressure on his back and his body as a whole. But
Oscar's had a few spins around the derby in his years.
yeah,
Wasn't Aquablade his first quite a few years ago. Am I correct in saying that? I know
Could
Lawrence
be.
Moat, Aquablade was his first, but I think
Yeah,
Oscar
yeah.
had a tilt on that horse as well, if I'm not
Fabulous.
mistaken.
Wait, he's going.
Oh, he was
Whoa.
strong to the wall. Too strong.
Yeah, he was. It is a steady 6, and I think he had one so when he jumped, he thought he might get there on the 5, but you have to be very brave to canter down to that open wall with a big hole underneath it.
On 5.
On the 5, and I think both of them decided that 5 was maybe not the best plan.
And that again is the water invites you to run at it, so
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
testing your horse's rideability, discipline after you land running after the water to get him back on a.
And it does
On
look a
the
little
6.
spooky because he did put his leg on and it had a good go, and then I think it welcomed the freedom of the running.
Yes, ran a little bit to the base of those panels, but got away with it. So sitting on 4, just
And
the
a quick 4 as
mistake
well,
at the wall. And you said yesterday you chatted to Oscar, was it after the 130s, and he was a little bit annoyed with himself?
Yeah, I mean that's so funny. Like I don't think you can look back and say he's had a bad show. I think he's had a really good show. Sometimes it's a pole here or there that makes an okay show a great show.
And
But
jumps
yeah,
that
I think he'd be
clear.
very happy with that because I don't think he planned on jumping the source on the 140s. It was more the 135, but it jumped so nicely on day 1. He thought, why not? So,
1 down, 4 penalties at the wall for Oscar and Kim Kardashian. As we take a look, there was a little stutter at the base of that balustrade, and here running to the wall, just too strong, too deep. Just couldn't get the horse set up as he wanted. 4 penalties, 11 next to go is Lorette Knowles-Taylor, former winner of the Big Derby a few years ago on the wonderful Greta Star. She's had many spins around the big one. Today she'll go on Oripo de Eme in the big one, but first up is the 1m40 mini derby where she rides this Farnham Fall Gold. Of course, husband Barry, a winner yesterday. We had a look at his round in the micro derby. It's already a nice win for the Farnham and Taylor household.
yeah, fabulous, eh? How many rookie horses are there out there in the Derby this year? Must quite because I know Lorette's also be a rookie out there.
Shades apart for sure, De La Bastide for sure, Best
Yeah.
Company's had a spin, Picasso for sure, Casino's been around. I
Yeah.
think Indigo might have had a go last year. Vivaldi debutant for sure. Conzano, did Conzano jump last year? Pourmois Larison debutant, I think.
Yeah. Oh. So guys, that's very funny. I mean, that horse had a stop at number 3, but he actually wasn't looking at number 3. He was looking at the people on the side the whole way down.
Softest of.
No, he's not playing the game. He doesn't want to do that. And Lorette doesn't feel like. Oh, and actually another go? No, I think she's calling it a day. There are already 3 clear rounds.
Not a day today. Here in the mini derby, 4 gold. Jordy Burn next to come on the wonderful Calaho Sequoia Villa. Lovely mare, 10-year-old daughter of Sampras, who Lorette used to partner.
Amazing. I had no
love
idea this
mare.
was a Sampras. I would never have guessed it, eh? And it's so funny how different the Samprases all are. There's no specific stamp from him as a stallion. But yeah, I've seen compete against Georgie and stood a lot of times behind her on the source because she's so quick.
And she's a really good jockey, isn't she?
Oh,
She's
100%.
accurate, she's rhythmical,
Feel.
she's balanced,
brave.
beautiful eye.
So her goal is just survive this round, and then then she'll be definitely a contender in the jump off. That's a guarantee.
Jordy hailing from KZN, school teacher, I think in the Hilton area.
Yeah, works with Grant Langley. It's interesting, like she gives the horse lets him go the way he wants to go. No martingale, a lot of freedom, head up, running through, just lets him go the way he wants to go.
Absolutely adore this little mare. She is game.
So funny enough, I actually think I have the, I don't know if it's the full brother or half brother or quite high related to this one, and it's a big flashy 17-hand chestnut with a white blaze.
Really?
yeah, you've got a little grey.
Yeah, genetics are a funny thing.
Sure.
Full brothers, Liantos and Le Cadeau couldn't be more different
Yeah.
either. You know.
Yeah, exactly that. As you can see, all the homework's been done here. The horses know exactly what they're doing at each element.
Well,
She's written each element as the way it should be written.
Michaela's done her homework as well and just corrected me. Oscar's first ride around the Derby, Paparazzi.
Okay.
Quite a few years ago now. This is looking just easier. Just worry about the time a little bit.
Especially with that. She's been nice, but not flat out, has she? 90
No.
seconds, got 30 seconds to come home after this.
I think she'll be running into time penalties if she
She's gone
doesn't
around
get,
as well, yeah. I hope she...
get a bit of a move on now.
101.
1:28 seconds.
I think it'll go really go, because she really has set up this mare to that one in a big way. She's...
She might get in. She
I
might
don't
get
know.
in.
Depends on how much she sets up around this corner.
Well, she's
Okay,
got
yeah.
10 seconds, so
Oh,
she's going to make it pretty easily, in fact. So deceptively quick. She must have taken some
good job.
tight turns there. So well done, Jordy Burn. Brilliant stuff. And as you said, Jason, get through the first round, and then she's going to be a real danger come the jump off. And
Nicely
right
set
now,
up in the middle. She can watch a few go, set the pace, make them catch her.
and the mare jumped easy, didn't she?
Oh, yeah.
Made it look
was,
easy.
It was, yeah, exactly
Just
that.
out there for fun. Jump off track 1, 3, 13, 14, 15 AB, and 16. Shauna Bean goes next. Number 13, Equi-Cover Capital Chicane. Capital Capriccio. Consuelo, the breeding 9-year-old.
She's had a great year this year. Represented Gauteng at...
You were on
SA
that
Champs.
team, were you not?
No. Not this year.
She was on that team. She's trained by
Ronnie Healy.
Ronnie Healy.
Also another...
Another real super quick horse in a jump off.
Yeah, lightning quick, this horse.
Careful.
Yeah, it's just
Game.
getting... You can just see its shoulders are always up.
She saw a long one. Horse took it.
It's definitely taking a bit of riding that number 3. I think the first 2 jumps are really nice, welcoming, one, they're not very big, and then suddenly you come down the hill, horses a little on their nose, to a big, wall, which the horses back up next to the water, people on the side. You're suddenly welcome to Mini Derby.
That wall will be positioned as fence number 1 as a vertical in the big derby, and has also caused its fair share of issues. You think I think it only about 140 is the first fence in the derby, but I know that Gail on Casino.
I sometimes think that you don't, you
underestimate it.
Yeah,
You
you're worrying
underride
about
it,
getting up to
you-
speed to number 2, and whatever your problem is, and you forget that actually let's just get over number 1 first.
In Nanda Derby, it used to be a solid wall. Hickstead Derby, it's a
Solid,
Cornishman
yeah.
wall with the rocks.
This horse
I
really
don't know,
loves
I
it.
think
though.
there's
I mean,
something a little
absolute
bit more
jump for it.
spooky about an artificial one that's got that fiberglass gloss finish.
You can actually see it a little bit on the live streaming house how bright some of the jumps are. Like that after this jump, that next style there in the light, those are shiny with that lac finish on it.
Meanwhile, Chicane doing incredibly well to jump those panels. Just ran with his nose down a little bit to the base, but shot up, and I'm afraid now caught out at those rustic panels. Let's see how careful this horse is. He just threw that double of
What a
whites
trickle-
there,
yeah.
held his...
I think a
Jump
great round,
over
and
the
I think
first
just
one.
a little bit inexperienced. Their first time round, but I think a great round. I mean, it really I think there's a chance that you'll see that horse in a couple of years' time in the big derby.
Absolutely. No, I think he's a special type. Shauna Bean finishes on 8 penalties as we take a look at the replay. Here's the balustrade, jumps that clean. And then I don't know if we can just roll on, perhaps, if we can, to the... Oh, we cut out. I just looked at that jump over the in-element of the white oxer, how he was putting down and actually then picked up again and held his jump. Really clever horse. Meanwhile, here is Andy Oliff. Denton Horse Boxes Count Cosmo is next to go, and no doubt Sean Rabiti, his previous owner, will be glued to the box watching. Good morning.
This is an exciting combination. Stepped up to the bigger classes this year, and I think we were live streaming together when he jumped. He was opening horse on the World Cup in KPC and the Peter Mini, and we walked the course and thought, it could be a little challenging, and he cantered around with a few time faults, but made it look effortless.
Absolutely.
And then I think Stacy came after him, and then it
And then
became
they were-
carnage.
Exactly. Remember.
These guys led us into false belief here of what it actually was.
Well
very-
placed in the 140 A2s. He was 4th on that day, so he's up there. We're getting towards the higher qualified combinations now.
Can you believe
Oh,
he
did
had
he
it,
tip that off?
That's a heartbreak one.
That's an annoyance.
They just maybe turned a little early in the air there. Just hadn't totally finished, and that's kind of what that little pole can do now and again.
Yeah, I was battling him to get him to the fence, to set up straight to that end of the dike as well. The horse looked like
You know
he
what
was
also
just
happens,
kind of
though?
looking at the grandstand.
Let's see what happens now. There we go. You know what also find happens, like the horse is coming in on form, they've done well, and then you canter down and you walk the course and you jump this, and then you ride what just happened there and you hit coming out, and straight away just that moment of like, you just think, I can't believe just what happened, and goes through your mind, and you just lose that concentration for what you need, then your mind's already,
And I think also the difference on qualifying days, those grandstands are not packed.
Yeah.
Whereas already we look across there and there's a lot more activity today.
Yeah,
the
very much so.
atmosphere is
Yeah.
different, and to get the horse to the fence, to get him straight to the dike,
Yeah, new factors today, isn't it?
yeah, the crowd does come into play. Sitting on 12 penalties.
And Andy does a great job. I mean, this mare is super careful, but she's also, I think you would, for her for us to see the success that they're having, it needs Andy as the pilot and the person who produces and deals with the daily stuff. I know she can definitely be a madam. Sure, and that shows its quality there, doesn't it? Eh?
Obviously the time penalties ticking away for Cosmo after that disobedience at the dike. Finishes on a score of 33, but many of those being for time on that 1-to-1 time penalty rule for Denton Horsebox's Count Cosmo, the son of Cupido Shiraz, the breeding there for Andy Oliff. 33. Cass Go Grey and Jodi Peters, number 15, go next as we take a look at the replays of Andrew and his lovely Cosmo. Jodi Peters next to go. Cass Go Grey. Casco Grey, an 11-year-old son of Casperon, who we've seen jump clear himself with Carl Bonza around this track and go into a derby jump-off. Here is Casco Grey with somebody who has a real derby pedigree. Sadly, Mom Sue, who jumped around the derby a couple times with her wonderful Presento in years gone past. I had to say goodbye to Sue this year, and of course Father Willie, also a derby rider on Ascot Fever quite a few years ago. I think he actually shared a derby win.
Really?
I think he was one of the 4 that won it in the year that the Heavens Open, and they shared it.
You're talking a little bit before my time here. So I'll believe you.
They're the same age, Jason.
Yeah.
Oh, and once again, a little bit of a replay of Andy's approach to that.
It's funny how it is, and I do believe what you just said was very true. What I haven't thought about is how different it is, that dike there, and this horse is a very sensitive horse. And when you have people on the side, it makes that element way difficult, eh? And especially coming this way, I think the way that he's built it, because they actually are cantering directly to the crowd. I think on the Derby horses, when they go the other way, are straighter, but from further away, whereas here they're seeing it at the last moment. So I think it catches them a little unaware, and maybe they haven't got their eye on the fence because the crowd's caught them. So it's been interesting to see the last two have exactly the same little blips there. And then on second approach, jump it, no problem.
And in fact, those grandstands have filled up significantly during this class. So actually, the first couple of horses who rode down there, there weren't that many people in the grandstand. And as we're watching, and Derby fever builds, so that grandstands get more and more packed.
But this is just a nice educational one. You know, it's not often you get to come in here and say not have pressure. You know, the pressure unfortunately is gone now. But, you know, this horse will be here in Easter in a couple of months' time, and this will be valuable. You know, if she can go around and have a nice experience and the horse comes out happy, then, you know, you've really put some good diesel in the tank for Easter, and I'm sure we might. I mean, he's jumped a few big ones. Maybe we even see him in the big one. We've got some big classes here next year, Sten was telling me there. It's quite exciting for KPC.
Do tell?
Well,
last fence going down.
We've got Easter, which is obviously our standard one here, which is quite a nice one. And we've got Derby. And then I think SA Champs is going to be held here again. So those are three big majors, eh?
The Triple Crown.
Yeah, all in one place again.
The Triple Crown for next year once again.
Yeah, so that'll be...
And now look what's happening. So we're not on camera now, but as we look down to the dike, I don't know... Okay, we're going to stay on these pictures. Exactly. So we're seeing the refusal there. Tessa Joseph saw the refusal as well, because she's just trotted her horse down over to the dike and showed Lunity the crowd. So she's awake. She's had a look at what's going on with the last couple of horses, Cosmo and... of course, Jodi's horse, and she's gone, okay, things are changing down there. Let me go and show Lunity.
Become a factor.
Yeah. So 18 penalties, the final score for Casco Grey. This is Tessa Joseph, Big Smile Lunity, which means, in Italian, Monday.
Did you just have the top of your head, did you?
No, I asked her. I said, what is that? She said he was bought on a Monday, and...
Fabulous.
And that's how he got his name.
It's so good to see Tess having the success that she has had this year, and being backed by the Flax family, and they've been around in the horses and sponsored lots of classes and given so much of the sport, and so good to see that Tess has had the opportunity now to ride two nice horses here, and they've had some great results, and they've had some World Cup placings, or no big class placings, if not World Cup. And they're cantering around here. Really positive, isn't it?
A lovely rhythm. Been a long time part of the Burlington setup, trained by Anne-Marie Esslinger. She a two-time winner of the Derby, and of course has built the track many times.
Yeah, I'm sure this horse was tinkering on whether they did the big one. When you, I'm sure it was a decision as which way do we go, seeing how it is, seeing the classes that she's jumped this year. Well
recovered.
Very well recovered. Crowd appreciated that as well, didn't they? Keep it together now. Okay.
We saw a horse yesterday, Katinka, in the junior derby do that and peck on landing, and it was a little bit frightening. The rider came off and the horse looked injured, and the reason I mentioned it is because I did ask the office this morning how the horse is doing, and apparently it's
fine,
just stung and the horse is fine. So I just thought I'd mention that. Anybody who was wondering, Katinka is okay.
Oh, just unlucky. I mean, that was the only one that they breathed on. It's been on 4 faults.
One down that rustic, top rail of those rustic panels, the pole on top. As we take a look at the replay, that was really well recovered.
Really kept
and
cool.
Here is the one mistake on the way through behind, just the 4 penalties for Big Smile Lunity and Tessa Joseph.
And again, that's also the course builder, you know, jumping that, doing a full turn back, breaking your rhythm, keeping your horse together. You know, it's another, okay, I've spread you out, I've done this, now I'm going to pull you together, cut your rhythm, and then put you on a distance to a combination right at the end. So, Kevin being Kevin, hey? Nice guy, hey?
Grant Seaton-Smith has made the trip from the Milkwood Stud in Port Elizabeth, along with his son Caleb and the family. Caleb doing very well yesterday, jumping a beautiful round in the Junior 135 Derby.
I love Grant's horse that he jumped in the 135s yesterday, the name of it.
This horse?
No, in the 135.
Caleb?
Yeah, he jumped
King
in the 135.
Julian.
Yeah, huh?
King Julian.
King Julian. I think that's
likes
a cool
to
name.
move it.
That is the coolest name.
I am King Julian from Madagascar, and of course he had a wonderful ride, and they love their thoroughbreds. I mean, which is really nice to see. Milkwood Stud, famous thoroughbred stud, in fact, right next to Ascot Stud in PE, and lots of top racehorses. I think Ian Robertson, the former owner of the stud, of Milkwood Stud, now the Seaton-Smith family, and I think they're breeding thoroughbreds as well as warm bloods there. Got a lovely warm blood called Pacino. Not here at Derby. He's brought out the thoroughbreds, bringing the speed.
A lot of feel, this family.
Passionate
really
about it as well. Caleb often
love
posts videos of his training, and
yeah, it's hard to beat a good thoroughbred now and again, isn't it? Eh? And they're just naturally quick and
rideable.
Game. Sometimes more forgiving. And he's definitely ridden his own course here as what he needs. He hasn't got caught up in anything like that. He added to the water, he's added down there, and the horse looks comfortable and happy, and here's a prick. And it's interesting to see what he does down to this white combination. 1, 2, 3. He knows this horse well, doesn't he?
Well, that's it.
Yeah,
I mean,
you
you've
can
got to
see it,
ride
yeah.
to the horse's strengths and also to the horse's weaknesses. And obviously, this is a horse that's a lot better. Oh, he has the same rail as Tessa Joseph there. Pity. Got to keep this horse's hocks underneath him. And possibly when you run him, that's when he can have his rails. Oh, and a late rail as well. But what a great round.
Really nice round.
Really great
Lovely to
round
watch.
for Grant Seaton-Smith and Wish to Land. Just the 2 down, 2 late rails. Super round. Number 17, Milkwood Stud, Wish to Land, exits on the 8. Jonathan Clark, he's next to go. We've seen him already. Back on track, Kazan. We've highlighted that one as it will be going through to the jump-off. And in comes number 8, back on track. Every Cloud, again owned by Linda Ellerine, and back on track. As we take a look at the replays of Grant and Wish to Land, just the final rail. And of course there was the top rail of those rustics as well. How do you like this horse?
It's elegant and pretty, isn't it? Eye-catching, isn't it? Eh? And that swishing tail as he canters down to his jumps.
10-year-old gelding by Kevin. So, Jonathan, can he go 2 from 2? Kazan asked him to ride some. Will this be a little bit of an easier piloting job for Jonathan?
I think this one can get a bit strong. So this might be the opposite to Kazan. Might be hanging on to it, not kicking it.
Because he had to get the elbows out for Kazan at some of those fences.
But Jonathan will be coming here as you say, as your words are, what consummate professional, having practiced everything and done his homework, and so each element he will know what to do with. It's then just riding them individually and keeping the whole thing together.
Jonathan's been there, done that, represented South Africa at the World Equestrian Games quite a few moons ago now on Lombard. Jumped a few derbies on Lombard. And many other horses. Pitt Special, Clooney.
Sure.
Last year on Pilgrim.
He was in the place as well,
I think
wasn't he?
many more.
Yeah. It does look like Jonathan's having a little bit of an easier time, doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely. His horse is nicely forward in front of the leg, taking him to the fence.
So nice when you have a horse with this big horses like this, and they have this kind of canter, and then they get the opportunity to really open up, like, you know, to canter around like he did from the wall all the way to that thing. I mean, it just looks amazing, doesn't it? The cantering and covering guard just looks so elegant.
And you know that when you put the leg on and you need a little bit of step and the reactivity is going to be there. The accelerator is nicely tuned.
Yeah, well, beautiful, nice and well disciplined from the horseway. Listen to Jonathan there. So
28 seconds to get home, should be all right. Oh, three in a row, Jason.
I was really interested. I watched him ride that one carefully. I wanted to see if he did anything different, because it just seemed, and then you sometimes wonder if they go, once a couple have had it, then you go and try and too hard, you know. That
Jumps nicely out over the last, but once again, that rustic vertical has claimed the last three horses.
Sure.
Top rails come down. Lunity, Wish to Land, and now Every Cloud as we take a look at that replay. Oh, cruel blow, 4 penalties and a light touch there. Not to make the jump off. Western Farriers, Lua Demel going next. Stacy-Lee Weston, number 19.
That one looked a lot easier than Kazan.
Yes.
Yet Kazan has the result.
The clear. Correct.
Stacey loves Derby, doesn't she? Stacey just loves jumping, or what do you say?
She's had a few spins around Big Derby. Billabong.
Billabong, yeah.
Who had Patrick? Was that Grant?
I'm not
I
sure.
always used to get the horse Patrick. I think they looked very similar,
Okay.
Patrick and Billabong.
Billabong. Oh, with a nice big bay.
Yes.
This horse looks like it could be quite strong with her. Starting off a little slow here. I think trying to keep the lid on for as long as possible.
And just a reminder to viewers that we're now getting really into the higher qualified horses and riders. Just a few more to come following Stacey will be Lucetta and Paige, Athena, former winner, and Dominique and Devon Bosman. Last to go, highest qualifier on Zakiro. Another Consuelo here. Consuelos have got a good pedigree in the Derby. El Paso, former winner of the class, and of course Connoisseur. Oh! Crowd gives her a big shout for her recovery. It's of course bred by Stacey and Paddy. Oh, that's Patrick, her husband.
And I think exactly what you just said there. I actually thought you'd gone down to show it when she came in, but you went and showed him the planks. And it just looked like it caught the eye again.
Yep.
But they've had a great year. I mean, they've jumped some really good Grand Prix. Some nice World Cups as well. I mean, this has been I think when you jump into your first time and step up into your big first World Cups and your first Grand Prix, it's a learning year. You know, anything that you get is a bonus. Like, I think next year you'll see her having a year's experience under their belt together at that height, the horse-wise meaning. I think you're going to see some really good stuff next year. She's always competitive, but I think you'll really see them challenging the big guns there. A little more established, should we say.
Styles gone down. So sitting on a score of 8.
Whee! Nice canter to the last.
2 down, the A element of the dike. Just a miss there. I think the horse and she's happy. Look at her. She's really happy. Well done.
I think it'll be the horse's first time around here, so definitely a crowd's favourite, eh?
Here's Rishia.
Yeah, you can see he didn't, he needed to Maybe he was posing for his fans there.
And then the style down as well, so finishes on a very credible score of 8 penalties. Next to go in picture now, Paige Gates, Calaho, Luchetto. Following Paige, 2 more to come in this opening stanza of the Mini Derby 2025. Sponsored by Toyota, the Derby now in its second year of Toyota sponsorship. What a sponsor they have been, and of course the year of the legend at play. Point series for the 150 competitors, which is looking pretty tight at the top of the leaderboards there. And of course Derby today will be the decider who drives away in that Hilux Legend 55 Derby class, weighted 2 times with regards to points. 100 points on offer today to the winner.
That's exciting, and what a nice opportunity for top riders. Ronnie got it last year, didn't he?
Ronnie got it last year, the Triple Crown. The rules were slightly different. There were only 3 classes that came into play, with the Derby being weighted 1.5 times. This year, quite a few qualifying classes have factored in as well, which has made things a lot tighter than Ronnie Healy's dominant performance last year. And of course, he was right in the thick of things, but of course has sent his 2 horses overseas. Of course, it's horse and rider rankings.
Love watching this going. I mean, this is Paige has produced this horse from the auction directly, so everything we're seeing here is her own hard work and hours in the saddle, and it's just so nice. I mean, he naturally goes a bit quicker, and Paige let him run along, and they just look like such a fun combination when you watch them cantering around here.
And again, one that's super quick in a jump off as well, and this so far looking pretty good. I don't want to put the mockers on her, but so far really, really great round.
Super established the way they're going together, right?
Come on, come on.
Yes.
Oh my goodness. Well, I'm
Very
sure our
good.
director is going to be putting that in the highlights reel. So Jason, you'll talk through that once we get to the highlights section as well, because that was pretty well done, recovered by Paige. So she's gone over that bogey now.
4, 5, 6, 7. Now she says just bring it home. Come on.
Time is good.
Just try to keep it under wraps. You want a half decent distance. You got enough power.
She saw that off the
fabulous.
turn, didn't
Yeah.
she? Really great ride to the last, and through to the jump off goes this wonderful son of Lissabon, Luchetto. Lissabon Cassini. Paige doing super well in the qualifiers. She's right up there, obviously, in the qualifying. She was 5th in the 142 phase and 3rd in the 140s, and that form holding true today. She gives us a lovely, lovely clear. I'm going to see if we do have that.
I think this is just Derby, where you've just got to deal with everything that comes on, and she stayed calm and took her time and didn't panic. I think that was the key, you know, like you've got to be hope for the best and be prepared for the worst.
And the 3 turned to a 6 and got away with it. Got underneath it and
fabulous,
and just jumped up. So here, Dominique Alexander now, previous winner of the South African Derby on this mare a few seasons ago.
Yeah, this was just
Athena.
She just loves Derby, yeah. She absolutely loves Derby. And I think Dom was a bit not quite sure what to do. He didn't, you know, she doesn't owe him anything. She's been such a servant to the sport and has won Derby and dug deep to do that. And
yeah, I was chatting to him as well, and I'm sure he said the same thing, that he doesn't rate her true 150.
Yes.
It's the scope that she generates
From
off of
her
her
heart,
run to the fence and the big heart, and
Yeah.
she jumped her socks off her heart out
100%.
that day to win it. And of course we're a few years down the line now,
Yeah.
and maybe just give her a little easier task today in the mini derby. And of course he's got Collier in the big one, and
Yeah, exactly.
Collier will jump those fences for fun.
100%. And also thought he was like, she didn't need to come here, but then it would be, you know, you would maybe leave her on a high, and she's the Derby winner. But then it's like she loves it so much that he, you know, because she enjoys it so much, let her do what she wants to do, you know. So it's almost a bit of a honouring her and her willing to do this and how much she loves this class, that he's like, okay, well, let's go and have fun
Let's
and
do
you
it.
enjoy it, you know. So is there good results coming in here as well, being second highest qualifier?
Second in day one in the 142 phase, and then 5th in the 140 A2. Has given her the Second highest qualification in this class. So following Athena and Dominique, just Devon Bosman still to come.
Yeah, he did say when he jumped the water and was cantering down to that wall that she has reminiscences of that, because that's obviously probably 20 or 30 centimeters lower than what is on on the Derby. But he says she'll be definitely clicking her heels when she gets there, because she each year I think he felt her use every single little bit of her bravery and body and absolutely jumped out of her skin.
I looked over Kevin's course plan for the Derby, and the height of the wall this year will be pitched at 165.
Really, yeah, that's proper. Is that the biggest one on the course?
That is.
Is it? And the biggest oxer?
I'll have to go back and review. I think it could be number 2, to be honest.
Oh, really, yeah. I know this big white oxer sitting next to the water currently for the big class.
Come on, girl.
Oh,
well done, Dominique. He's a man in form.
Yeah.
He is riding a rich vein of form at the current time is Dominique Alexander. Former winner Athena through to the jump off with one left to come at the current time. Those going clear are Amy Farquhar, Lasco, as we take a look at the replay of this wonderful mare. Athena, also clear Ray Corber, Elmo, Jonathan Clark, Kazan, Jordy Burn, Callao, Sequoia Vela, Paige Gates, Luchetto, and Dominique Alexander, Athena. Devon Bosman, last to go. And this little Zach of his, what a campaigner he is. Beautiful family he's from. A real Derby pedigree as well. His brother Zingaro's jumped around the Derby with Carolyn Cholchinsky. This is a Consuelo Gluckskup.
okay.
And he can be quirky as well on his days.
He
I was
started off
wondering,
with a big canter, right? Did you see that from a long way down? He really set sail and made sure his rhythm was up.
I think it's also a hallmark of Devon's riding. That he's
Yeah.
always on a good pace. He's always going forward. I'm afraid not there with the stop at the balustrade.
But he definitely knew he needed some pace there, because he's by far the one that started with a more distinct canter of that number one.
He was a winner in the 142 phase on day one.
And that's just with a little bit of green again, coming into the Derby stuff.
Affectionately known as Zach. Now,
Joe, look how full those stones are now.
building up to Derby. Derby fever is here, Jason. Seems to have settled in. Come on. Oh, no, he's having a real good look at that.
Amazing, and this is a true campaigner, won so much, and it's so funny, like, Derby is Derby. You never know until you're in there.
So not Zach and Devon's day today. And look at him. Turns around, jumps the wall second time of asking. But of course, Devon will be back for the big one, riding Nabello, his first trip around a Derby. So exciting, a big day for Devon and the Bosman household. So, Jason, horses going through are Lasco. Let's take a look at the replay of Devon there at the balustrade. His first stop, and of course second was at the wall. A element of the two elements of the dike going down, and then
Something caught his eye. Looks like the flowers underneath, doesn't it?
and then ran around, circled and jumped it easy the second time.
There's no rules with horses, is there?
So let's go. Amy Farquhar will go first, followed by Elmo Fundenhoek, Raina Corber, then back on track Kazan, Jonathan Clark, Jordy Burn, Sequoia Vela will go at 4 at 5, Paige Gates. Dominique Alexander sits in pole position on Athena, jump off track 1, 3, 13, 14, 15 A and B, and 16. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, Jason's going to tell you all about this jump off track, how to ride it, and his prediction on who's going to prevail in this mini derby sponsored by Toyota. Don't go away.
Fortuna GR Sport, the luxury of freedom unleashed.
Your phone. Hello?
Hi, I think you have my phone.
The Land Cruiser Prado, truly masterful.
So our first rider is in, Amy Farquhar. Jason, let's take a look at this jump off. 1, 3, 13, 14, 15, A, B, and 16. What's up?
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. So we've got one obviously off the side there. Then we have to have a choice of whether they're going inside the railway crossing to get to 3, or they're going to go around the railway crossing. Well, how they're going to get there, 1 to 3, I think is going to be the key on this jump off. Then they're going to run down to the stile, and then he sends us back to whatever he's been knocking down, the brown planks to the combination to our 90 degrees. So let's wait. So Amy does, I found out, hails from PE. Under the watchful eye of Diane Snodgrass. Okay, so she's canted. She came in nicely. She took off like a rocket. Come inside. Good ride there. Fabulous. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 to the stile. Finishes that jump. Quick on here. I don't think there's any other choice but 7 to the combination. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And how many to the last? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And clears it. Sure, fabulous. So I think you'll be able to get away with 9 to the end, but I don't know if you'll be able to do much else quicker than what she did.
Well, she certainly has laid down the gauntlet, brought the pressure onto the others. 0 penalty score in 37.08 seconds. 37.08. She wasn't hanging about. Where are they going to improve? Just faster ground speed.
Maybe 1 to 3 could maybe. I'm going to be super critical here. A little bit smoother. That's it. And I think she could. I think you could leave 1 or 2 out to the last. I think she did 10. So depending on if your horse, I mean, you're obviously going to have to risk it. But definitely 9 could be done. Possibly 8. I'm not sure. I mean, the horse was a big striding horse. She was very good 3 to 13. I thought she nipped around beautifully back to the brown plank. So you want to jump slightly across 1. I think Ray's on there as well. Let's see where he goes. He's opened up. Okay, he's not knocking around. He had a really good shot there.
Smooth.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Really good. He's giving let's go, he has to do the 7 to quieten it, and let's see what he does here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, and
35.92 into the lead he goes by 2 seconds.
And I think it was actually just made up on the last line. I think, to be honest, he matched her in the beginning, but she had to leave them up.
So he's done 8 to the last, and Amy?
She did 10.
10, okay.
That's 2 seconds.
So that's where she's found the time. Right,
Yeah.
so Jonathan is showing Kazan number 3. Kazan had a good old gander at number 3 in the first round. Bell's gone. Jonathan Clark next to go. Back on track. Kazan needs to beat Raina Corber 35.
So Jonathan's coming off the
92.
left rein by the looks of things. Oh no, his knight is changing. Okay, so that's his trademark flying change that he does to get going. Make sure his horses are going in front of him, legs are out. Let's see him set sail. And he has to put a little bit of work on this because he knows it was difficult in the first. Jumped it much better there, didn't it?
He's there
Yeah,
in
he is.
18 seconds.
I think they're a little quicker there than him. Very good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Oh, and the final rail down. So the time wasn't quite there. 39.39 and 4 penalties puts John O'Clark and Kazan into third at this stage. Of course, young horse, and he'll be building. He's not going to want to run him off his feet.
No, exactly. And just also, sometimes you have a course and you see it just doesn't really suit you. I think this really does suit Georgie coming out now. She's going to have to be... I mean, Ray was really clever the way he rode it. He really didn't leave much up.
And he was really smooth from of the first 2 fences. From 1 to 3, he just really...
The only place I think you could maybe make a bit of time is when she goes 13 to 14. That's that turn back there, but then you know you will be risking hitting 14.
Jordy Burn now. Callao Sequoia Vela on her way. Safely over number 1. Down the hill she comes. Right-handed swing off the bank to number 3. Get a good shot. Ray was really good there. So too is Jordy.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Does a 8. Is she quick here or not? I think pretty much matched with Ray. Only so you could say is maybe this horse tends a little bit less time in the air than Ray's. So anyway, you can, but she's going to have to do 8 here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Beautiful. On the angle.
Close
Just touches it. Her time 35.06. The time was there. Ray's time 35.92. Geordie's time 35.06. She beats the time, but on the angle to the last has that front rail down and just 4 penalties. What a pity.
Good run.
See the replay. What a pity. Good effort, Jordy Burn. Currently, Elmo Funenhoek, Raina Corber leading 0 penalties, 35.92. Lasco sits on a double clear in 37.08 in second. Money all the way down to 5th, 25,000 Rand to the winner, courtesy of Toyota. 2 left to come. Paige Gates. This horse is quick. This horse is careful.
Very much so. Andy doesn't spend much time in the air, so this will be... I really do see Paige giving it a go. I think we've got 2 very quick horses coming at the end here. Athena waiting in the...
She's off.
Yeah.
Got to get a good shot to number 3. Ray was really smooth here. Come on, press.
Smooth. Okay, maybe. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, she added
She's
there, but
added
maybe she's
one.
tighter there. She's fighting to get onto that speed, isn't she? Just 2, 3, 6, 7. We should do 8 out the back here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, leaves it
To
up.
the last
She's quicker.
35.59, and
Yeah.
she is quicker.
400s.
Wow. Into the lead she goes. Callao Luchetto, Paige Gates, 0 penalties in 35.59. So interesting. I mean, her ground speed must be really good because she added...
She did.
To the last, and
Yeah.
she added from 3 to 14.
Yeah, she did. But she was really, he had a good jump up and she was really quick off her turn after 13. So, it'll be interesting. So this horse is just so clever, cause, from Domi, he's got such a long stride and she's so nippy and quick. So, he needs to get down there and nip around to that after that Toyota one and then run up. And he has to do 8, which I think he can do to the end on this one. It's be interesting to see how fast he starts, because that's one thing Paige did. She started very quick. So I think her first 4 strides after jump 1 were.
So Paige was at the Brown panels in 23 seconds. So we've got a yardstick, and of course Dominique's been well placed on this mare. And
so he didn't drop out there. Do you see that? He just carried on. Come on. Oh, yeah, he got away with it.
I thought he was going to risk it there.
Okay, but now he'll be quick here. That's where this mare is so good.
So
there we go.
She was here in 23. Dominique here in 23, exactly. Level pegging.
See how smooth you can be to the end. That'll be the difference. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. But I think
on the angle, 35.63 takes it down.
How close.
Paige's time 35.59. So he wouldn't have got there in terms of the time, but 4 penalties at the last for the lovely Athena and Dominique Alexander. Going to be a costly fall. And drop him down to 5th place. So Luchetto, double clear, 35.59, will take the win over Raina Corber, clear in 35.92, and Amy Farquhar on the podium here in the mini derby on Lasco in 37.08. 4th placing to Jordy Sequoia Vela, 35.06, the fastest time. But of course the 4 penalties at the last. Then Athena and Dominique Alexander in 35.63, and Jonathan Clark Kazan 4 penalties in 39.93.
What a fun class.
Great curtain raiser to the big one, the South African Derby. First horse in, 1:15. We look forward to that, but of course we've got the prize giving to come here, and then Kevin needs to pitch the track. There'll be the course walk, there'll be the competitors course walk, I'm sure. There'll be the horse parade, car parade. It's all about Derby fever as we build up, and a big thank you once again to Toyota. There'll also be the parade of their wonderful Toyota merchandise, their wonderful cars. So lots to look forward to here on Equestrian Live. And of course, Super Sport Variety 3 will be crossing to us at around about 1 o'clock. There is the result. Paige Gates, Calaho Luchetto, 35.59. Raina Corber, Elmo, Funden Hookzy, 35.92. Amy Farquhar in 3rd, 37.08. The double clears. Jordy Burn, fastest time. 4 penalties at the last, 35.06. Dominique and Jonathan in 5th and 6th. Let's talk, Jason, about the year of the legend. Of course, Toyota. Last year we saw the Triple Crown Series. Ronnie Healy got to drive away in that Toyota Crown.
What
beautiful
a beautiful car,
hybrid vehicle. This year on offer, the Toyota Legend Hilux 55. And that was...
What a great car, hey?
Yeah, absolutely. And what a great equestrian vehicle.
Yeah, I think, exactly. I think it was definitely well positioned for obviously our sport and what we need.
So, of course, three Toyota sponsored shows came into play for the year of the legend. The curtain raiser there was the Toyota Easter Festival, a qualifier, and of course the Outdoor Grand Prix came into play. Then of course was the Toyota sponsored first leg of the World Cup qualifiers. There were there was a qualifier and of course the World Cup that came into play, and then Derby once again. So 6 classes in total offered points, and riders are afforded a drop score as well. So it's pretty tight at the top of the leaderboards in terms of the year of the legend as the horses start to make their way in. The leader in the competition is Dominique Alexander Capital Collier, and we have to say that it's horse and rider qualifications or combinations that count. Of course, Ronnie Healy's done pretty incredibly this year on Mandarino and Magic Boy, the winner of the Outdoor Grand Prix. But those horses are now safely in Europe, and he's having a tilt at
But it's quite
European
interesting to say that,
competition.
because I mean Ronnie has only jumped the first couple and has no Derby things there, and even with those two horses having not done that, he's still in the 200 marks. You know what I'm saying? Which is, I mean, there's only 4 horses in the whole 1, 2, 3.
But you have to compete.
No,
in
100%.
Derby
But it just
as
shows
well.
you how
Yes,
competitive
exactly.
he was.
No, I mean he would have been right in the thick of things coming into today, and we know what he can do in derbies. He's the defending champion, and of course the year before as well, 2023 was the winner in Hilton Ford, and having a spin around on Connor today. But Connor won't make up the year of the legends. Of course, he won the South African Championships on that horse recently as well. So Dominique Alexander, Capital Collier, they right up there with 228, 222. Ashley Healy. Hillian Van Oorsel, so the Healys are represented. Chaitton Hendricks and Larison is there on 218. Lawrence Merritt, Lorenzo 216. John Corber is there on Lexington. He's got to have a big shot today.
And you say double weighted for Derby as well.
It's double weighted for Derby.
So what's the winner? 100 points or 50?
100 points. So it's been 50 for the qualifiers and of course the Outdoor Grand Prix and the World Cup, and now.
So and what is the second prize? The second place.
Pat on the shoulder. Well done. Thanks.
No, but prize points wise, 100 and second.
We'll have to look at.
Okay.
I'll have to have a look. I would think it's. I'm not sure if second is weighted as well, or it's weighted only for the win.
If it's weighted for the win, then it's either one of those.
We'll find out that information. We'll find out that information because we do need to know. And I've been told, do not announce the winner until everything has been scrutinized, ratified. There is Paige. She is the winner of this class, this wonderful mini derby. She adds her name to the roll of honor. Yeah, her name goes onto the trophy forever. And what a great round. And I mean, also hats off to Paige, that she's produced this horse herself. In production of horses, there's always ups and downs, and it's just so great for her to be Sunday morning reaping the benefits. Would this be the biggest win of her career so far? She's been pretty competitive her whole life, hasn't she, from that side? I think this will be one of her most memorable, if not her biggest. I don't think you ever forget a derby win, whether it's a micro, a mini, a big derby. And also if you look at the people who she's beaten here, you've got Ray, Jonathan, Dominique from that side. So it's really, and I mean, how exciting. I mean, we've got 6 riders here and 3 young riders. With Paige, and you've got Amy coming in all the way from PE. You've got Georgie, who actually had the fastest time. So she would have been there. So, yeah, very, very exciting. Glenn Crompton and Martha Hector representing Toyota. Great to have them with us. And once again, big thank you for this wonderful Toyota sponsorship. They have done so much for the game. Yesterday, of course, we saw the international dressage between South Africa and Japan. That was another initiative from Toyota, putting the money down, brought the Japanese in, and put on a wonderful display yesterday, and South Africa prevailing. So well done to Team South Africa prevailing over the Japanese, although it was very, very tight. Did you watch? I went up and watched a few of them. No, the riding was exquisite, and it was so nice that it was weighted evenly and that no one was riding their own horses. South Africans had a pool of horses, the Japanese had a pool of horses, and there was some beautiful riding up there to watch. It was exquisite. You really had to pay homage to those riders, considering they'd never sat on those horses until Monday or Tuesday, or whenever they tried them for the first time. Hats off to the South African team in the dressage, and of course shout out to the Springboks as well, who retained the rugby championship. That final happening at Twickenham yesterday. So good day for South African sport yesterday. The energy must have been electric there. Twickenham, South Africa versus Argentina. I'm sure there's some sore heads and Dominique getting his Rosetta, previous winner of this class. Dominique won in 2016 on the wonderful Armageddon. And looking back over the past couple winners, the past 2 or 3 years, young riders dominating. Of course, Paige winning today. Last year, Courtney Weber, young rider. Kiara Byrne in 2023, young rider. And Oliver Bishop in 2022. So last couple of years, the youngsters showing the older, more established riders. I think they're braver. Just how to take victory here in this mini derby. So plenty more to come on Equestrian Live and, of course, on Supersport as the riders have dismounted and made their way up to the podium. There is your winner in picture, Paige Gates, Calaho Luchetto. Yeah, that was well ridden.
a great jump off and close, eh? I mean, all those three, the basically everybody outside of Jonathan, who was different there, everybody was pretty much, I mean, there were out of 6 riders, 4 riders were in 35 seconds. Between 35.06 and 35.92. I mean, that's incredible.
Yeah.
Eh?
Very competitive.
Yeah. But what a great track then to create such exciting jumping, to have a jump off.
Oh,
6
now
riders.
you're a fan of Mr. Spratley, are you? Now, all of a sudden, what a great track. What was it before? Oh, Kevin and the turnbacks.
Yeah. But you know he caught them. He caught them in the jump off, didn't he? Not in the first ride. Yeah, he's a master.
There they are, the winners of this class with that wonderful Hilux Legend 55 in the background. Of course, will be probably not driven off today, but somebody will take ownership of that car. Who's
I'd like to drive it off today if I wanted, wouldn't you?
I would drive it right off that podium. Let's test it. Suspension feels good. Martha Hector of Toyota making her way up onto that platform. Presenting the winner's sash to Paige.
Stands are filling up there, eh? See that again.
Yeah, look at that.
VIP looks very nice on the far side there. Also pretty busy there. Really is a spectacular of a display for us here at KPC, isn't it?
Mr. Crompton going forward to present that trophy.
Ray didn't give up though, did he? He made Paige go and chase it and chase him down in that jump off there.
Always a beautiful rider to watch Ray. His ride from 1 to 2 down that bank. I think that was the best ride out of all of them for my money.
Yeah.
In my opinion, you hit that just so smooth going forward. And of course, past winner of the Derby and Clooney will be having taking his chances today again on Impossible. Who was
beautifully piloted around with Nicole last year.
Correct.
And also
Went into the jump off with Nicole last year. Grooms for this class presented with their trophy and their hampers. Well done, guys. Gwen Crompton and Martha Hector from Toyota up on the podium with them.
Yeah, fabulous. I mean, those guys live the sport, love the sport. I think they probably would be better commentators than us because they know the horses so well out there.
And they have little betting pools going. They have a lot of fun. There's a lot of stuff that happens behind the scenes with the grooms that we don't know about. But there's a whole little betting ring going for sure, like a derby pool. Make no mistake. I wonder who they've got at the top of there. Who's the shortest odds?
It would be very interesting to hear. And they know. It's interesting. They know which horses. They follow them. It's that all the big shows, and I mean they're maybe more passionate than us. They love their horses so much, it means so much to them, and I think a lot of the time that we come out or have ridden it, and then they'll keep the horse and sell the rider is a lot of the time what they feel when they've done all the work, But yeah, I think it's the testament to how much goes into Paige's win here. She's the forefront and there, but the coaching of Ronnie and the support and sponsors and grooms, and obviously Toyota making it all happen and possible for us to be on this platform.
I actually had a little giggle at one of our grooms this morning. We have a WhatsApp group for the tasks for the day, the horses out, clean this, do that, and then on the morning tasks were whatever the stable chores were. After lunch, watch Derby. Came through on the WhatsApp group this morning.
Yeah, but that's what I think was so nice about this streaming. It just opens it up to so much. I know I could only have 1 or 2 grooms here yesterday, but the rest of the grooms were watching the horse. Were watching Fandango at home, living it with us.
And what did they say about your poll? Did you get it in the neck when you came back?
Of course, one job,
Yeah.
one job. The horse, even the horse, I think, size. Oh, my goodness me.
No nonsense. You rode a peach of a round.
Yeah, fabulous.
So there is Paige Gates, and up next will be her interview. Jason, thank you once again, and what's in store for you for the rest of the day? You're gonna
we're gonna watch it on the. We're actually gonna watch it. No, we're watching it on the big screen. A whole bunch of us.
Oh, good.
We're gonna watch it live streamed.
Okay.
So we've got our own fan park.
Good.
On our side there. So there's a whole bunch of us, and a dress up theme and the whole thing like that.
What is the theme?
The theme is a day at the races.
A day at the races.
Yeah.
Okay, is that why you
thought it was just for me?
Yeah. I thought you'd finally cleaned up.
yeah, finally read the memo.
Thank you once again. Your insight into the sport is always so valuable.
Yeah, thank you.
And much appreciated by both myself and, of course, the viewers as well. So, Jason, thank you so much.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Jason Phillips then, and we'll let him go. He's got his theme to get to. And we're going to cross to our pictures now from the Bob Charter, where Paige Gates is just having her pictures taken after her wonderful win here in the mini derby, and thereafter she'll be making her way up for her winning interview here on Equestrian Live.
Nice bucky. It's not a bucky. It's a Hilux.
It's not a bucky. It's the new Hilux Legend 55.
The new Fortuner GR Sport, the luxury of freedom unleashed.
Welcome back here to Equestrian Live, and with me, the winner of the Mini Derby, sponsored by Toyota for 2025. What a round it was in that jump-off, Paige Gates. How are you feeling right now?
I'm over the moon. I mean, I know that my horse is a good Derby horse, but I didn't expect this. I've been close a few times on a few horses and just sort of messed up the jump hill for a little bit. So I'm glad that this year I could pull it off, especially for Luchetto.
Let's talk about the first round. How'd it go? The bank, you jumped down, a little bit of, you had to get back into rhythm. I mean, he was amazing. That's 3, you did 6.
I know.
And he just jumped right up.
When we train the bank at home, he's actually not normally the best, but he actually doesn't jump off.
Yes.
But this time he jumped off a bit soon. I just know that he has a lot of scope, so I knew that I just had to keep my eyes up and kick.
We've actually got your round queued up, your first round, so we'll take a look at it, and you can talk us through it. And a little bit about this track that Kevin pitched. There were some questions from the last on the dog leg to the rustic. There were some discussions, but it rode nicely.
Yes.
So over jump number 2, talk us through it.
I've been fortunate to jump this track twice now, or 3 times. So I sort of knew my way around it. Like I said, I know Luchetto is quite careful, so I just had to get a good rhythm and stay on it. Yeah.
That is the hallmark of Derby riding,
Yes.
right? Your rhythm and letting them use the space between fences.
Yes, and for me to maybe just keep it contained a little bit with him, because he can get a little bit excited.
Is that the trick with him?
Yes. He's quite a sharp horse, quite a sensitive horse since I got him. I actually struggled a lot in the beginning. I was quite young when I got him, and he's been quite tricky.
Beautiful
but I
jump
always
over
knew
the
that he was
quarter.
worth it. So I persevered.
How long has the partnership been with the horse?
I got him off the Callahar auction 9 years ago.
So that's hugely satisfying that you've done all the production work.
Yes, I was 14 when I got him.
Wow.
So it's taken a little bit longer to get to know him and figure him out. But with the help of Chaitton Hendricks and actually largely Gonda Beatrix and Chad Cunningham, I got to grips with him, and I think this year's been a very successful one for him, and I'm very grateful for him. Here comes my bank.
So here's the bank. And you've obviously been training. That's what you got to put the work in at Derby. He just didn't have any problem. He just jumped down. And this was remarkable that
he's
he
a good boy.
I mean, that's scope. He could jump off of nothing, that horse. I mean, brilliant.
I just knew it was important to put it behind me, as Gonda always says. So I had her in the back of my brain and said, just keep going and kick on.
Yes. And here, this caught quite a few horses.
Yes.
Safely over that. The run down to the double. And
He
then
made
there
some
was talk
space.
about this ride to the last, but no problems.
Yes.
In fact, you slingshotted off that turn, saw a really nice one to the last, the fist pump. Brilliant stuff. So that was your first round, and then we go through to the jump-off, and it was a seriously hot, competitive jump-off with some real speed merchants there. You had a previous winner of the Big Derby. Athena was there. Ray was there. Amy Farquhar, Jordy Burn, fastest time. What did you think you needed to do in that jump-off, and were you given any information about what to do or what not to do or what the other riders were doing?
I knew that I had to do 9 to the style. But I don't really like to watch other people. I like to stick to my own plan. I just went to Chaitton before the round and I said to him, I want to win. I don't normally say that. He said, well, then win.
Do it. Yes.
So he said, just like he said in the first round, get on a good rhythm. He said, my horse is careful. I just have to trust him. And he said, don't pull.
Right. Well, let's see. Let's roll the jump off. This is Paige Gates in a winning round on the fantastic Luchetto. Inside of the road crossing, down the hill.
I knew I just had
3.
to keep him contained here. That's where he's good.
9 to the second. What was so remarkable is that we saw other riders doing one stride less, but you still came home. So his ground speed is seriously quick.
Yes. He doesn't actually have the biggest step, I find. So it's better for me to let him run and possibly not leave one out.
And then a super ride to the last. And
Lucky at
over
the
you go.
last.
And what was that feeling like when you knew you had the fastest time?
I was in disbelief. I looked up at the board and saw 1 and I was like, 1 time fault? Or
Oh, come on.
I was in disbelief. Over the moon.
Absolutely brilliant performance. Well done.
Thank
You have your name written on the Mini Derby trophy. Aspirations for the future next year? Could we see you two in the big one?
I've always gotten to a point where the next year I could do it, and I always say I'm going to, and then I jinx it. So like I said earlier, I'm not saying anything, but fingers crossed, and hopefully if everything goes to plan and he's sound and happy.
Mean, with the win, you have stepping stones, the micro, the mini, and then the derby. Yes. So surely with the win in the mini, all go according to plan.
Yes.
Tomorrow next year we will see you in the big one. Fantastic stuff. We build up to the big one in 2025. Of course, Larison and Chaitton are there. No doubts that's who you're rooting for.
Absolutely. I think they have a good shot. They haven't had many experience around derby tracks, but I think this year with the help of Ronnie Healy, he's been super, super prepared, and I think Shady feels like he can do it, and I think Larison does too, so we also do, so fingers crossed.
Well done. I believe that you do need to run because it's the Parade of Champions happening right now, so Paige, thank you so much. Congratulations on your win, and enjoy the rest of the day, and may it all go well for Larison and Chaitton. Fantastic stuff there, Paige Gates. She's going to leave us. She's got to run down and jump on her horse for the Derby Parade of Champions, which is what you see in front of you. Those are some of the dressage winners and showing winners for the week, the last couple of days, as well as the juniors and the children's as well. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, more from this Parade of Champions.
Nice bucky. It's not a bucky. It's a Hilux.
It's not a bucky. It's the new Hilux Legend 55.
Your phone. Hello?
Hi, I think you have my phone.
The Land Cruiser Prado, truly masterful.
So once again, a big well done. Congratulations to Paige Gates as we see her trotting out there on Lucetta, winner of the adult 1m40 mini derby. The others that were in the arena a moment or two ago during our interview were the winners of the dressage micro derby. Stafford Robertson, well done, sir. The dressage mini derby was Nicola Moore on Hosea. The SA dressage derby was won by Catherine Burning on Del Sol. The SA Show Horse Derby, Sasha Chillen on Rivervale's Be Diplomatic. The SA Working Riding Derby, Lucy Hayden-Smith, Pandora. SA Working Hunter Derby, Catherine Frank, Hello Wow Z. The SA Groom Handler Derby, Simon Ntlapo, Man of the Cloth. Then the Jumping Derbies, the SA Pony Rider 1m15 Show Jumping Derby, Jamie Riley. Scooby-Doo for the third time in his career. What a pony he is. The SA Junior Rider 1m35 Show Jumping Derby yesterday was won by Holly Smith and the wonderful Equine Performance Products PMH Pollyanna. The Show Jumping 1m35 Micro Derby, Masculine Z and Barry Taylor, the godfather of South African show jumping. His first win, can you believe it, in the micro derby in all these years. And then, of course, what we've just seen, the show jumping adult 1m40 mini derby was won by Paige Gates and Calaho Lucetto. There are the fans of show jumping filling the grandstands. But, of course, it is the year of the legend. And not only human legends in show jumping, but equine legends too. And possibly the most highly decorated show jumping horse in South African history was a 4-time winner of the South African Derby, partnered by Nicole Horwood, who will be joining us in co-commentary. He retired a few years ago, and a video was made in 2020 after his retirement. Sadly, we lost him this year at the capital's Summerhill Equestrian Farm in KwaZulu-Natal, where he was living out his last years in retirement. And of course, we're referring to the mighty Don Kamarco.
As a child, I dreamed of becoming a top show jumper and to win a derby. Little did I know then that I'd meet a horse that would go on to win me 4 derbies and every title there is to win in South Africa.
To me, it's all about my passion for breeding. He's got magnificent breeding, with Kimano as a sire and sire of the dam being Darko. I was introduced to Don Kamarco 2 o'clock in the morning in the car lights as a foal, cantering through the car lights with his mother. He came into the country as a foal. I was hoping he was going to grow into an 18-hand stallion, but never did. He only reached 16-1. Don Kamarco started his jumping career, and we never really knew what he was capable of.
It wasn't easy as a youngster. He was difficult, but that's what made him so good, his sensitivity. And when I learned to ride him his way is when he started excelling. He's an extremely sensitive horse. As small as he is, he's got a heart of a lion. He's extremely scopy. He's got such a big step that he finds the difficult tracks and the big jumps easy. And I think what really makes him unique is his fighting spirit.
He's a very kind horse. You can't even say he's a stallion at home. You might think he is a gelding at home. He only gets excited at shows because he wants to do his job.
My first derby in 2012 was the first time for him and the first time for me.
Can Nicole Horwood and the capital stud horse Don Kamarco give us that elusive clear?
My aim was actually just to get around the derby safely. So to be the only clear and win was an amazing feeling. It was a dream come true. Derbies 2013, 2014, we went into a jump off. And in this game, I think confidence is key. He gave me confidence, and I knew that I was potentially sitting on the best horse.
He used to love to be seen by big crowds. He liked to show them what he could do.
I think what makes Don Kamarco so unique and the legend that he is he's actually won every single title there is in South Africa to win. In 2013, he won the Triple Crown, which has never been done before. So that's the South African Derby, the South African Champs, and the South African Outdoor Grand Prix, all in the same year. In 2014, he won the African World Cup Series, qualifying to go to Las Vegas.
My favorite moment was winning the 4th Derby.
Every time he stepped into the Bob Charter for the Derby, I felt like he grew a hand. He fed off the crowds. He had a huge fan base here. He just rose to the occasion every time he came into this arena.
And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Wow! She's done it! She's done it!
I was right at the entrance there, dancing. It was such a joyful event for me.
There was one title that eluded us until the end of his career, and that was the President's Cup. But in 2019, he won it. So basically, he's won every title there is.
Watching him compete has brought me great joy. It made me very, very proud. There was no track too big for him, and I loved every minute, every moment watching him compete.
As a groom, I feel so privileged and honored to be working with Don Kamarco.
He definitely changed the course of my life, course of my riding career, and I feel that I am where I am today because of Don Kamarco.
At the age of 17, turning 18, I think it's time for him to call it a day.
So the least we can do is offer him a happy retirement, and what better place than Summerhill?
He'll have the best paddock on the farm, where I would be able to see him every day.
Every groom wants to have a winning horse, to work a winning horse. To me, it has changed my life because we won so much titles together, and I will certainly miss him. I'm going to miss him very much.
I've ridden some very special horses in my life, but Don Kamarco is definitely my heart horse. He's a legend and he's a giant in our sport. I don't think there will be another Don Kamarco.
Nice bucky. It's not a bucky. It's a Hilux.
It's not a bucky. It's the new Hilux Legend 55.
The new Fortuna GR Sport, the luxury of freedom unleashed.
talk to you. I'm going to come find you. Well, Derby fever is building, and with me is the defending champion. He's a two-time Derby winner. He won it on Gillian van Oshoff 2 years ago, Mandarino last year. This year, Ron, you come in on Connor. You've just taken the South African Championships. How do you rate your chances? How's he feeling?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon to everyone watching at home. I love the horse. The horse is he's a little pocket rocket. He's not big, but he's got a heart the size of this arena. He did well in the 140 Derby last year, so obviously his debut at the Derby. He's jumped really well in the qualifiers. This Derby I love, but sometimes they need a trip around before you can know really whether you're in contention or not. But I'm going to give it everything I've got. Try and give him the best trip I can, and let's hope it all goes well.
Quickly for the viewers, the boys are overseas. How are they feeling? How are they doing?
Super. I fly on Wednesday to them. We got a show next weekend, just a little training show in Pilbergen, and then we got a 3-star in Herning in Denmark. It's getting real now. I was over a few weeks ago. They're feeling amazing. Holger Hetzel, they're at his yard in Germany in Goch. He's keeping everything going, and they're feeling fantastic. It's definitely a step up and a level up from everything here, but I'm excited. It's what we want to do. We want to be the best and train with the best, and I've got the best coach here in South Africa and the best option there in Germany, and so she's definitely Gonda's keeping sending her videos and keeps me in check. So I need it. She knows what buttons to push, and hopefully she pushes the right one today as well.
Go well, Ron. Ronnie Healy, now a 2-time winner of the Derby. In large part, thank you to you, a 6-time winner of the Derby. Of course, it is the Legends year of the Legends, and there's no bigger legend than you, Gonda. Your feelings about today, your pupils, a sneaky suspicion who might take it?
I don't want to say who I think, because if it was any of mine, I don't want to bring them bad luck. I'm superstitious in that way, but I do have the 3 highest qualifiers, and then 2 earlier, another 2, and I've got 8 in the class out of the 24, 3 or whatever it is. They're all going well. They've all had a good practice. I flew up a few days ago so that I could work with them. They're all top riders. They're good riders. They know what they're doing. I'm just around to put the little bits in, the little nitty-gritty things. And like sometimes somebody will open a finger like this, and I say, no, close your fingers. That sort of thing. And this track looks good. I haven't, because I've had to wait here, I haven't had a look at it. But it's the same track. I love the Derby because there's still 2 more to catch me, because a 4 is the highest and then 2 more. So,
do you think you're safe?
No, I'm sure I'm not safe. South African Championship, I think I'm safe, but not that. But the Derby is a wonderful event, and it's an unusual event. And the course builder Kevin Spratley built I didn't see this morning, but the 135 yesterday, a very, very interesting track, very interesting. And I think this is the same track, but you have to kind of try and make it a little bit difficult, a little bit different as well. So we'll see what Kevin has given us. And hopefully one of my guys wins. If they don't, may the best man win.
Exactly. Gonda, go well, and thank you for everything. One of Gonda's pupils. Highest qualifier, past winner of the Derby on El Paso. You know your way around here. How many Derbies have you ridden? Can you remember?
Sure. Probably about 15. Including, I say 50, possibly. Connoisseur jumped 10 Derbies. El Paso jumped 4 double clears. So I do know my way around a little.
Tell me about your horses in today's class, highest qualifier. Let's start with Lamborghini.
Lamborghini's been feeling amazing. He's up for the job. It's been a bit of a rocky road. I've done a few different things with him before the show, and it seems to be working. I haven't been myself. I've had a little injury that I've had to monitor and ride a few less horses. So, we didn't do much training. So hopefully we're all ready to go.
And the grey?
The grey's feeling super. He's my war horse. He's always the horse that I know will come in, doesn't matter what, and he will jump whatever I put him in front of.
Absolute professional, Nicholas Riley. All the very best today, and wishing you well, and possibly your second title.
To say thank you so much to Toyota for everything that you've done. It's a really great help to the riders and the whole sport in general.
And of course, Year of the Legend.
Year of the Legend, for sure. Hopefully we have some points to catch.
Yeah, well, you're up there, and of course, double points on offer today. So Hilux Legend 55 on offer. Right, who can we catch? Let's go find Mr. Johan Lotter, another rider who's got 2 in today's class. Johan peering up the bank at Gail Foxcroft, who will be joining us. Just a reminder, Gail, in co-commentary, please. Once Casino has jumped, Gail going in at number 4. We'll see you a little bit later. Another legend. Speaking of legends, 3-time winner of the Derby, Johan. You've got 2 in today's class. Best Company had a spin around last year and was pretty solid.
Yeah, it was good. He was, yeah.
And Poirmont, how's he feeling? Because he's on the comeback trail. He had that injury, that bone bruise, but he's over the worst and feeling good.
Over that, feeling good. Had a few shows to build up. Was good in practice. He's a brave horse. He would have done everything, I think, here. The only question is always the banker. But other than that... I
mean, you've walked it a couple of times. How's it walking today? Any changes?
I walk 11 from there, so I think it's, as always, a short 2 or a tight 2. I think they want space there.
All right, we're told to get out of the way from Gail here. She needs to walk her steps. Carl Bunzaya, he'll go on look Duay. And let's have a chat to Mr. Ferreira. Chucky, you pretty well qualified. How well is Korlinski going?
No, he's feeling great. He's, I think, 3rd or 4th from the end, so he's 21 in. He's had a good show. It's his first big derby. Last year he jumped the 135 derby. This is technically second 150 show, Burlington Cup, but he's feeling good.
It's an ask for him today, but he's got a good rider in his back. When was the last time you jumped the derby? I'm casting my mind back to Nando on the Chestnuts, Samoka for Maggie McConnell. Has there been a few since then?
There have been a couple since then. The last one, I think, was 2008 on Eagles Concerto.
All right, great. Well, all the best, Chucky. Go well today, sir. Tess, how are you feeling? How are the nerves?
They're okay. Luckily, I've got a Derby champion coaching me.
Absolutely,
so I'm very grateful for her help.
Yes.
Yeah.
And how the horse is feeling?
He's been really good. He had a super round on Friday. He's been a little hesitant at the bank in the first qualifier, but Anna and I have worked on it. So we don't. Yeah, I'm not too sure. Not too sure what's going to happen, but we're going to give it our best shot.
All the very best. We'll be rooting for you. And, of course, Anne-Marie Esslinger in your corner, talking about a Year of the Legends, a Derby legend herself, 2-time winner. And, of course, you've built this course a lot of times as well.
6 times, a round of 3 years and then a round of 3 years. Unfortunately, I won't build again because I'll be in my wheelchair or pushing my walker by the time my turn comes, but I'd like doing both. Of course, I've liked riding more. And I've ridden the track probably 10 times, of which 4 were at Inanda, long gap of 20 to 25 years. And I won once at Inanda, one here. And I've also had some good tickets. I love Derby. I love riding the Derby. My horses have always gone beautifully on the grass. I think it's exciting. One of our fantastic competitions where there's a house full of spectators to encourage you. So I think it's fantastic class to ride and compete in. I'm very excited that Tess is having her first go. Hopefully we've prepared properly. Her 140 horse had one unlucky rail, but a beautiful mini derby. So we're going to see. It'll be Indigo and Tessa's first derby. Very exciting.
All the very best. Thanks, Anna. Absolute legend of the sport. Barry Taylor, 4-time winner of this class. From what you've walked, I mean, course designers are allowed to change certain things, heights, distances. Picked up anything that obvious from Kevin this year?
Okay, obviously the Liverpool's now triple bar. That's a new rule that's come in from the FEI, which doesn't really make any difference. I thought the table is a little bit down. And the balustrade's a little bit forward than normal, but the Derby, like I said before, is there's so many jumps and you need luck on the day. Everybody here is good. The top 10 are good, and you need luck today. It's still the Derby's strong. I mean, the number 5, that White Ox, is a whopper. Can drive my truck through that. You need a horse that can jump. So like Kevin's a brilliant course builder. Some are a little bit, maybe one hole down to last year, but others are a little bit bigger or a little bit wider. Width is what catches you in the end, not so much height. People always think it's the height, but it's the width of the double at the end, the brown oxer at the end, the oxer after the wall, after the bank. That's what catches the horses here. It's not the height, it's the width.
Very quickly before I let you go, obviously Lorette's having a spin around today. The horse has really found a lot of form. They've come together really well. How do you rate her chances? How's her mood? How's she feeling about today?
Yeah, I think, Law's got to go in there and fight a little bit today. He's a brilliant horse. It might be a year too early, but you always, if you don't come here hoping, you're going to get nothing. If we get a prize, we'll be over the moon.
Awesome, Barry. Off you go. 4-time winner Barry Taylor, Sunday's Eagle, Checkpoint, and twice on Avalanche. A man who's never won the Derby, but going to get a good shot. He's in a rich vein of form. How's Larison feeling? First of all, did you get any sleep last night?
I did, Aidan. Thank you so much. Yeah, I've never won the Derby before. Obviously, it's on everyone's bucket list. I think I have a horse for the Derby. We'll see. He's prepped well. I'm just hoping to give him a good ride. He's a scopy horse. You want scope on your side. Yeah, I hope he's fit enough for the last few jumps. I just want to do one jump at a time, and I don't want him to try too hard in the early stages of the course so that he's got some left in the tank. He's a stallion. There's always a question mark on stallions and how much they actually are in terms of bravery in the ring. I feel he's totally brave, so I have a good feeling, but I just want to get through the finish.
Year of the Legend, in terms of the points you right up there, does that factor into your mind at all, or is it just the focus on the Derby and what will be will be?
Coming into the show, I was a bit surprised where we were standing, and then after the first round on Thursday, we were in the lead. I was in two minds whether I should do the jump off or not to save him for this class. My coach Ronnie just said to me, you want to win the Derby. So if we win the car in the process, this is an absolute bonus, but my focus today is on the Derby.
All the best, Chaitton. Go well. Now, the legend of the sport, Tony Lewis, representing South Africa. He's been there, done that. 2-time winner of the Derby. Tony, of course, all of those wins at Inanda. You've never ridden the Derby here. For you, let's compare them.
I think the one in Inanda was more difficult because there was a lot of undulating ground. In fact, there was one jump on the whole course that was on level ground. That was jump number 2. So I thought that was more, but I'm biased.
How would you like? How would you like to have a little talisman today, or a lightning trail, or a jongleur?
Yeah, I'd love to.
You've had you've had some top horses in your career.
Yeah, I was lucky. Also, horses find you, and talisman I had all his life, and he won a lot with me, and Derby not his speciality. Take a Chance was a good horse for the Derby that I had, which I won in 1973. That'll give somebody
just a few days ago.
It's a great event, and I think that this arena has developed its own atmosphere and its own character. And I think a Derby should always be won with one clear round. That's so. Build it as big as you can, and there are a couple here that I think could be slightly bigger.
Always great to see you, sir. Take it easy and enjoy the Derby. Another legend of the sport is Graeme Win, of course, holds Springbok colours for eventing. 15-time South African eventing champion. And, of course, he's been into a Derby jump-off a few years ago with the great Obi-Wan Kenobi. Vivaldi today. Graeme, how are you feeling? How are you prepped?
Yeah, he's a very sensitive horse. I think if I give him a ride, he's going to go. I've got to just be careful. It's kind of worried me. I spoke to Michelle this morning and said, if I can just get him to the right spot, he's going to go. And that puts a bit of pressure on myself. I've got to ride him properly, which is what everyone tries to do. But this is a lot bigger than we have done in the past. I've never done a bank as big as this with him. So a lot of it will be, just giving him a good ride. And I'm sure he's going to go for me. And I'm looking forward to it. When I say that, I've got to be positive and brave. But he's a great horse, and I think he'll dig deep for me. And, let's see how it goes.
Look, with your eventing background, this must all be a piece of cake to you. Walk in the park. No nerves?
These are a little bigger than when I entered. Yeah. No. It's not nerves as much, as I said earlier on. It's just about trying to get to the correct spot and give him a good ride. I don't want to upset him by me panicking, so I want to give him a good ride, and I know he's going to try for me.
All the very best, Graeme. Go well. We're wishing you well. Right, Mr. Spratley, very quickly, in his third year of pitching the Derby track, any little changes whisper into the ears of the listeners here? You don't have to tell the riders, but what have you tweaked? What have you changed?
I've given them a little bit more space in here. They seem to be jumping off a little sooner than previous years, so they're jumping a little bit bigger and they've been finding it a bit short. So I've been giving them a little bit, 30 centimetres more here. Fence number 3, we've now turned into a triple bar. We're not allowed what we used to call a Liverpool in the old days with multiple poles in the back. That's not allowed anymore for safety of horses and things like that. So yeah, triple bar there for the first time.
Run from the water to the wall. The wall pitched at 165. Is that the biggest this year?
Yeah, that's the biggest fence on the track. I've got 6 strides this year. Last year I had it 7 on a little bit of a curve. So yeah, we've got it straight this year as well.
Road crossing to St Andrews?
6 strides. Yeah.
6 strides.
Yeah. 6, and then we've got
a level 6 or in between a 6 and a 7?
No, it's a level 6.
A level 6, okay.
Play going down into that Maltese cross, yeah.
Okay. Kevin, looking forward to it. Enjoy. How many clears are you hoping for? You hoping for 1, or are you hoping we got a jump off?
Well, the course designer likes 1, but the crowd likes 3 at least, so we can have a jump off. So either way, I'm happy.
Excellent. Kevin Spratley there pitching the course. Let's just talk about this. I want to show you viewers what he's talking about. So traditionally, in jump number 3, always the Liverpool, where you would have a low rail in front, the water tray, and then multiple rails at the back on the back. That has been outlawed, I'm afraid. New directive from the FEI, only 1 pole allowed at the back. As a consequence, that would make it a very, very open fence, which is not ideal. So a middle rail and a triple bar has been created. So that's a change this year. So we say goodbye to the Liverpool and hello to the triple bar. Take a look at those wonderful vehicles, Toyota's vehicles up there on the bank. Let's see, who else are we going to... Hendrik, follow me. Let's go to the dike. Take a look at the famous or infamous Devil's Dyke 3-element set, very close to the grandstands. We saw in the previous class a couple of horses just having a look at the crowds. It's not often that we see crowds such as these. Take a pan across the grandstands. They are filling up. Derby fever is building, and that's what they'll have to ride into, the Devil's Dyke. 3 elements, 2 strides between A and B and C. Always a daunting task with a ditch, an open ditch at the bottom of the B element over there. So that's going to take some jumping. Let's take a look at this wall. 165 on 6 strides this year, so he's closed up the distance between the water and the wall this year. Last year they got 7, and that's going to take a lot of rideability. So you're open to the water. You don't want to be too open, because then you're going to have a problem with the rideability, getting the horse's hocks back underneath you as you ride on down to this very substantial wall, this aqueduct wall, which also visually for the horses makes them have a real look. I'm going to see if I can get Jean Corber here. Jean's focus, but we'll get a very quick word from Jean. Lexington, how are you feeling? I mean, he's a Derby horse. You've had great results in here, but he's due a big one.
From your lips to God's ears. He feels amazing. Obviously, I'm very privileged to be able to be in this competition. It's been a dream of mine ever since I was a little girl. So you just have to hope for the best, and I'm going to try my best from my side, and I know he will from his side. So we'll see.
All the very best. And Ray riding Impossible around here. He was in the jump off last year. How's he feeling?
It's a new ride for Ray, so he's still getting used to him. And so I think he's feeling hopeful. You know, Ray's got nerves of steel, and he's a confident rider, so I'm sure he's going to have a fantastic day.
All the very best. Go well, Jean Corber. Right, who else can we find? Another one of the Derby funnies. We talk about the funnies, the road crossing. Let's take a look up here. Pan across there, Hendrik, to the steps. 140 going out the steps. That's one of the Derby funnies as well. And then, of course, the road crossing up here with a 6-stride run to, I think Kevin said 6 or 7. We'll have a look once we're going from the road crossing to the St Andrews Cross, or the Star as they call it. And then the hedge. Let's run up the bank here. Hendrick, keep up, sir. Up we come here. We're going to have a look at the VIPs and this very, very substantial hedge. It's going to take some jumping, and I want viewers to see just how close this hedge is pitched to the VIP section. So the horse's concentration as they canter off this turn to this very wide, as you heard from Barry Taylor, hedge. You could drive a bus between this fence. I think it's 165 wide by 155 high. That is a big, solid fence at 5 that's going to take some jumping. And of course, Hendrik, come get a shot over here. Very, very close to the VIP. The roof, this has caused some problems in the past. You can see the roof almost right above the fence, and that's going to cause a few issues with horses' concentration. They've got to remain focused as they ride up to number 5. I want to have a look at number 6, the balustrade, another fence that's caused some problems in the past. And the course designer can decide where he's going to pitch this fence. Fence number 6, take a look here. Pitched pretty close to the edge of the bank. And what does that do? Well, you ride up to this fence, the balustrade. We've seen lots of stops in the past for horses either stopping because they're coming here, they're looking through the fence down the hill. So if they jump it, the rider's really got to hope, this comes back into training, that they don't not finish their jump behind and have the rail, or when they're riding here, it's not simply a stop, that they think the ground simply falls away behind them and there's nothing there for them to land on. So that's another one that's going to take some concentration and some jumping. Bell has gone to close the course. We're going to see if we can chat to Lawrence Mowat over here, who last year showed us some cowboy rodeo-style antics as he came down the bank, let the one hand go. That where's that picture? That must be on your mantelpiece.
Yeah, no, that's front and centre, I think, on everyone's wallpaper. But yeah, hopefully none of that today. Going to keep it a bit more quiet and subdued, hopefully. Nothing too exciting. Last year was his first year. Getting through the finish was the goal. Now, a bit of a place in mind. He's feeling good. He's had a whole season at 150 now, and he's feeling fantastic. He's a lovely horse, and I just love working with him. And I would love for him to do this today. And obviously, I have to mention my dad. Yes. He passed away a few years ago, but Derby was always such a big thing for him, and it would just mean the world if I had to do this today for him.
He's watching down. You go well, sir. Lawrence Mowat, of course, Father Gordon Mowat, previous chairman of KPC, as well as previous chairman of SANIC as well. Quickly, before the pipe band comes, before the pipers are in, let's go have a look. Talking about legends, look at this little huddle of legends here. Nicole Horwood's going to be in co-commentary with us, a 4-time winner of this class, not riding today. Dominique is going to be riding, and I'm going to ask him to give us a few little words. Of course, a previous winner on Athena, and comes in today with Collier. You right up there in the rankings, well qualified. He's feeling good. Year of the Legends Series, you right up there. Does pressure factor into your mind, Dominique, or is it just another day at the races?
Is there pressure? I think it's a lovely day at Kyalami Park, and with the Toyota sponsorship, it is a lovely afternoon for show jumping. The Derby is such a unique competition, as you know. And yeah, my horse has been jumping well. He's practiced well. He's done everything well. So let's hope that I've got wings on my back, or he's got wings on his hooves or something, I don't know, but let's hope he jumps a good round. He should do.
He's brave. He's been around here before, and he's an out-and-out Derby type. He's a brilliant horse, but in terms of Derby type horses, he's all that.
Yes, he is.
Could be number 2 for you, Dom. We're holding thumbs. Right, that's Dominique Alexander. And I hear that the Pipers, if you pan over that side, Henrik, there they are. The Pipe Band, South African Piper Regiment, is ready to come in. So we're going to wrap up now, go back to studio, and when we come back, more action from the Pipe Band here in the Bob Chart as we build up to the 2025 Toyota-sponsored South African Derby.
Nice bucky.
not a bucky. It's a Hilux.
It's not a bucky. It's the new Hilux Legend 55.
The new Fortuna GR Sport, the luxury of freedom unleashed.
So that is quite a run.
Yeah, clap.
Thanks very much.
So, time now for the horse parade, and thank you very much to Kim Wright. First rule of broadcasting, always assume your mic is on. Hilton Ford, Rivervale, Shades Apart comes in as the first to go. Remember that the South African Derby is on qualification order. So the higher qualified horse and riders will come towards the back end of the field. Rivervale, Shades Apart, Hilton Ford for owner Mom Renee Ford will go first from KZN. Opal de la Bastide, Courtney Weber, last year's winner of the mini derby. That combination, although that's not Opal de la Bastide, that looks like Faith that she's coming in just for the parade. Obviously an electric atmosphere here for the derby, and some of the horses get a little bit wound up in the parade, so Courtney opting to come in on someone else. In picture now, Hannah Gerber. Big day for Hannah. First time around the derby for her, CDE Laura Locke Picasso, trained by Barry Taylor. Debutante, both horse and rider, we wish them well. There is Gail Foxcroft, Equifox Casino. Gail, a three-time winner of the South African Derby, two times at Inanda on By and By, and of course once at this venue on the mighty Lindenberg, the only rider in the field to have won the Derby at both of the venues. There's a lovely look at Tessa Joseph. Big smile, Indigo from the middle steerer. Another big moment in her career, debut performance in the Derby for Tess Joseph as well as Indigo. We wish them well riding for the Flax family. Graeme Win. Calaho Vivaldi, number 7 on your program. Graeme has had a few rides around the Derby on Obi-Wan Kenobi. Went into a wonderful jump off 1 year on that stallion. Today he partners Vivaldi. As you heard from Graham's interview, the horse is brave. He's capable. Graeme needs to get him to the correct spot, and he's going to go. Tracy Carney rides at number 8, Calaho Lamour. Lily, as she's affectionately known in the stable. Tracy been around the Derby quite a few times. Her first spin around on Dorian at Inanda in around about 1999. Kayla Nordia comes in, big moment for her as well, bringing in Conzano, all the ability in the world, could be a lurker in the pack, make no mistake. We wish her well, based at the Reba Stables, Kayla Nordia equestrian just down the road. You heard from Johan Lotter, Best Company Z, the first of 2 rides that Johan does have in this 2025 edition of the South African Derby, sponsored by Toyota. Mr. Cool, ice in his veins, 2 chances to get it done this afternoon. Best Company had a spin around the Derby last year, went rather well, found the finish. And Pour Moi, his second ride, will be a debutant here in 2025. Chaitton Hendricks, as you heard from his interview, rides the quality Calaho Larison. Big jumping Holsteiner horse, right up there in the points. It's been riding a rich vein of form of late as Chaitton Hendricks, recent winner of a World Cup qualifier, and Chipper Light. Larison also in the form of his life, so looking forward to their ride around this afternoon. In picture now, a previous winner, Lorette Knowles-Taylor. She won it a few years ago on Greta Star, has had many rides around the Derby. And she comes in with the in-form Orapo de Emma, who stepped up to the 150s this year, has given a great account of himself in the World Cup qualifiers. Lorette Knowles-Taylor is no stranger to derbies. She's been there, done that. Could she be another dark horse in today's field? Certainly does have the scope to jump clean around a big derby track. We wish them well. Nicholas I'm Riley brings in number 13, Sunny Park Rivendell Quintessence, the first of her 2 rides. Nicola won it on a grey a few years ago, the son of, she won it on El Paso, Consuelo. Certainly capable. She is nursing a little injury herself, Nicola, so will that come into play? I think not. As tough as nails, ultimate professional. We wish her today another rider with 2 in the field. Of course, she rides the highest qualified Rivendell Lamborghini at 24. Carl Bunzai, he's had a skip around this course quite a few times, was clear on Casperon a few years ago. Calaho Lukdoyan's second tilt at the South African Derby. Carl Bunzai certainly capable. Rainer Corber, previous winner on Clooney. He goes here on 334 Impossible. New ride foray, partnership still being developed. Impossible with Nicole Horwood. Found the jump off last year, so we certainly know his pedigree when it comes to derbies. There is the youngest competitor in the field, Devon Bosman. Big moment for him. Recently stepped up into the 150 classes just a few months ago at Burlington Cup. And this, I believe, only his second 150 outing. Brings into today's big class cornerstones Nobello, who's found some good form at the show. And Derby outdoor grass Grand Prix type jumping certainly going to suit this horse. Grant Langley, Forsyth Bankston, has had a few spins around the Derby. Grant certainly capable, visiting us from KZN. Coach to Courtney Weber, who goes at number 2. The Langley Equestrian setup well represented here this afternoon. There is the man of the moment. You heard from Barry Taylor yesterday, the golden boy of South African show jumping at the current time. When it comes to a man in form, that is the poster child right there, Ronnie Healy, winner of last year's Derby on Cornet's Mandarino, winner of the year before on Gillian van Oshoff, this year piloted by his wife Ashley. Both Magic Boy, who won the Outdoor Grand Prix in Mandarino, now stationed overseas in Europe, having a tilt at international fame. And there is the winner from 2 years ago, Gillian van Oshoff, who will have his final outing this afternoon. This afternoon piloted by Ashley Healy, right up there in the points with regards to the Year of the Legends series. We wish them well. A legend of show jumping in South Africa is Gillian van Oshoff. Lawrence Mowat, Callao Lorenzo goes at number 20. That not Lorenzo that he's sitting on, electing to bring in a different horse into the parade for today. Lorenzo, rather sensitive chap, will save his best when he comes into the arena. Don't want him to get too spicy. Lawrence has had quite a few goes around the Derby. Highly accomplished young rider, his first many moons ago on the wonderful Aqua Blade. Tack and Togs, Hillview Paddy, another one that's been around the Derby with Lawrence before, and now today in he brings Callao Lorenzo. Colin Ferreira. Big ask today, one feels, for Korlenski de Rebel, new into the 150s. This only his second 150 show. But Chucky, make no mistake, is a man on a mission and all the ability in the world to carry this horse around his first Derby course. And one would feel possibly a dark horse, another lurker in the pack with a man of his ability on his back. Has ridden around the Derby quite a few times, has Colin Chucky Ferreira. Dominique Alexander in picture now, number 22, Capital Collier, is who he will partner in today's class, a former winner on Athena just a few years ago. Dominique, another man who's in the form of his life, always knocking on the door, has been a big winner this year already. Could today be his second win in the South African Derby. Jean Corber brings in the second highest qualified, number 23, Callao Lexington. Lexington has been knocking on the Derby door for multiple years. Has been the bridesmaid, never the bride. Could today be his day? A horse who loves this arena, loves this class. It is an open field, but one would feel that Lexington has a big shout in today's competition. And the highest qualified horse and rider combination, we've already seen her parade on Quintessence. Lamborghini, another Lissabon, comes in at number 24, the highest qualified horse in today's South African Derby. Nicholas Riley has two chances to get it done. Could this be her second win? She was a winner a few years ago on El Paso, being a runner-up on Connoisseur. Could 2025 be the year of Nicola Riley? That is the class of 2025. We're going to leave you with these pictures. And in a few moments' time, we welcome our viewers on Supersport Variety 3.
It's time for the 2025 Toyota South African Derby. Tune in to all the action as the Year of the Legend reaches its finale. Proudly driven by Toyota.
Well, we welcome all of our viewers on Supersport Variety 3 here to the Bob Chart Arena at Kyalami Equestrian Park as we build up to the South African Derby for 2025. The Derby first run in 1965, 60 years ago. But of course, this is the 58th running of the class, as we missed a year in 1999 and of course in 2020 due to COVID. We look forward to a great class here in the Bob Charter, and of course this sponsored the Year of the Legend Derby 2025 by Toyota, and joining me is the man behind the sponsorship, the Vice President of Marketing for Toyota South Africa, Mr. Glenn Crompton. And we first need to say a huge thank you to you, sir, for this initiative and as well as this wonderful Year of the Legend sponsorship, which we're going to talk a little bit more about.
Thanks, Aidan. Yeah, look, for Toyota it's been a long journey. I think we started off very much involved in the equestrian sports, but over the years we lost our way, but we're definitely very much back with a vengeance, and yeah, we're just very proud to be able to sponsor such a prestigious event.
Wonderful to have you involved. Glenn, second year of the Toyota sponsorship here at Durban. We've got to say, as we pan across the arena, it looks absolutely resplendent in the red and white of Toyota. But of course, it's also the Year of the Legends. Last year we saw the Year of the Triple Crown, 3 shows involved, all of them backed by Toyota. We saw Ronnie Healy drive away in that magnificent Toyota Crown. This year up for grabs, Toyota Hilux Legend 55 55. It's on a points table, and that all comes to a close this afternoon. And once again, another great initiative from Toyota.
Yeah, from what I understand, the competition is still wide open, which is a bit of a change from last year, where I think it was not quite a foregone conclusion, but it was a good win for running. This year I think it's a lot more open, which is obviously what we hope to achieve. From an event point of view, from why we used Hilux this year, Hilux is a very important product for us. It's our most important product in Toyota range. And for us, this is a centennial year. It's a very important model. We have this it's an edition of Legend every 5 years, and this is the latest version. Phenomenally, it's been a great success from us from a marketing point of view. And it really signals the strength and the heritage of a product that is 55 years old is really something to be quite proud of.
Somebody's going to win that Hilux Legend 55 this afternoon. But of course, around about 2 weeks ago, we had the gala dinner at Toyota-sponsored South African Dressage Championships, where Candice Hobday got to drive away in a Toyota Starlet Cross. So 2 cars being given away by Toyota this year. And of course, dressage came into play for the first year. And this week we saw the international between Japan and South Africa play out just yesterday, where South Africa prevailed, again courtesy a new initiative by Toyota.
So myself, I'm not much of a horse person, but from what I understand from the experts, and that is dressage is a really fundamental foundation for becoming a top show jumper. And for us, I think it was making sure that the limelight is spread fairly and equally across the different disciplines. The amount of effort that goes into being a top dressage rider, I think, is equal, if not more, to a top show jumper. And for us to be able to recognise both disciplines, and hopefully more disciplines in the future, to just give this magnificent sport the attention that it deserves.
Obviously a lot of synergy between equestrian sport and Toyota, especially when one considers the wonderful towing vehicles available through your brand, the Hilux Legend and the Hilux Bucky. Obviously we need to mention. So a lot of synergy there, so it made sense for Toyota to partner up.
Very much so. So Toyota as a brand obviously has products from the entry level right up to trucks that we sell in the Hino range. And for us, it's to make sure that all our customers get exposed to our brand, and that we give back to our customers. And for sure, the equestrian community very much supports Toyota with the products that we offer, and it's very, very important for us to give back to that community. And it really, I think it's a perfect synergy in terms of the products that we offer, the lifestyle, you say the towing capabilities, but just all round. I think it's a healthy sport, and it really, I think, reflects our brand very, very, very closely.
Obviously, the motor industry of the last couple of years with COVID went through a dip. Where is Toyota positioned now?
We've been quite fortunate. The landscape is changing quite strongly. There's a lot of new players in the market, but Toyota has, and I think we have to thank our loyal customers and fans, remain in a very healthy position. Our market share is around about 25%, and it has been for pretty much the last 40 years, a little bit higher, a little bit lower, depending on what's happening in the market. But this year the market is doing very well. We've seen a huge amount of growth, which is a little bit unexpected given the tough economic conditions that we're facing. But for sure, Toyota is first and foremost, and I think it's attributable largely to the fact that hopefully we listen to what our customers want, and we try and offer them a solution for every customer. So, as I said before, whether it's a Hilux customer, or whether it's a Land Cruiser customer, or even a Vitz, an entry-level customer, or a Starlet like we gave away in the dressage competition, by I think listening to our customers and making sure that we have the right product lineup that matches the customer's needs, I think we're in a good position, and we'll never rest on our laurels. We're always listening. I mean, one of the biggest roles that I have is understanding what our customers want and making sure that we offer something that delivers that, and then speaking to them and making sure that we speak to them in a language and in a manner that's relevant. And I think that what really stands Toyota apart is that for a company that is actually a Japanese company, I think most South Africans think of Toyota as a South African brand.
Correct. That speaks to also the marketing. So what is the philosophy, first of all, just behind the brand, that Japanese philosophy, and then also your philosophy around the marketing of your brand?
So Toyota has two founding philosophies, and I think it's not just a Japanese thing, but obviously driven in Japanese culture. But the one is respect for people. It's fundamental to everything we do. So whether it's with our internal staff members, or whether it's with our customers, or whether it's with the suppliers, we put customer responsibility and respect for customers and for people as our number one priority. The second one is that of Kaizen, which is the spirit of continuous improvement. So everything we do, we try and do little bit better when we do it again. So I'm hoping that this year's Derby is a little bit better than last year's Derby, and should they have us back, and hopefully next year's Derby will be another step forward too. And I think that really is part of our brand DNA.
I've always enjoyed the Toyota marketing, the way you market the old 80s commercials with the Toyota driving into the sea and coming back, which speaks to the durability of the vehicle. And I think there was a reprise of that concept recently with the guy crying, and then his Toyota shows up once again after it's driven into the sea. So very, very clever. Where do those concepts come from? Are you involved in that, or those international? Or
So we have quite a big marketing team, and there's different elements to it. So when the product is actually originally conceived, it's conceived based on a customer need and a customer specific, and from that we then drive a direction in terms of a marketing direction. So each campaign I am involved in, fortunately, but each campaign is tailored to that specific consumer and product. I see on screen our wooden Hilux, which is from it's not a Bucky, it's a Hilux campaign.
Yes.
And I think we're just, as I say, going back to speaking to the South African consumer and being relevant. And if you can be relevant and speak to people's hearts, I think you capture it a little bit.
I love the concept of that commercial, that it's not a Bucky, it's a Hilux, because again it speaks to the longevity of the vehicle, and the Hilux brand has been around for such a long time. It goes back to the durability, the longevity, and it's true, it's authentic. It's not a Bucky. I mean, it is, but it's not. It's a Hilux. It stands apart.
I'd like to think so. For sure, we try and always make sure that we're never perceived as arrogant, because that's one of the worst things you can be doing. But we really do try and listen, and we try and be relevant. And I think if you are relevant, you speak to what people want to hear.
Not only the Hilux range that we're seeing, but you also have some luxury type vehicles, your SUVs, very comfortable from an interior point of view, very strong as well. What are some of the other vehicles that we're seeing being paraded this afternoon?
So this afternoon we've got various versions of our Hilux, but I think that stand out in terms of SUVs, we have our Land Cruiser range, we have the Prado and the Land Cruiser 300. We also have the Fortuner. As I said previously, we have an extensive range of a number of products, and a sneak peek is that while we haven't defined the concept for how we'll support the sport next year, we have some exciting new products coming in the SUV space, and they will definitely be front and center in terms of our campaign or our idea for how we leverage this next year.
And then, of course, you've also, as a subsidiary brand of Toyota, your luxury brand, which is Lexus, and not a lot of people. Do they know that Lexus are Toyota? Is that something you push?
It's not something we push per se, but it very much is. It's just Toyota at another level. And if you actually get into any Toyota, you always find that next level of step up. And Lexus is a very important brand for us. It's not a volume brand like Toyota, so you won't see many around. We treasure that brand, and it's a very important brand for us. And we have really, I think, a different strategy with Lexus in that, yes, it's a luxury brand, but it's also a leading brand for us in that we try new things with Lexus. So one of the big objectives for us Lexus is to be what we call new energy vehicles. And by 2030, every single Lexus that we sell will be some form of new energy vehicle. That doesn't mean battery electric, it means some form. But that's sort of reflective of that direction in the brand. And really that's a way that Toyota will follow when it's suitable and when it's more appropriate.
Well, I'm being told to start wrapping it up as we see our singer of the national anthem being carriaged in J something from Mikasa. But a final question before you go. Little scoop, on the DL, are you allowed to say, are there any new products coming in 2026 that we look forward to?
There actually are. I can't say what they are at this point in time, but definitely watch this space. First half of 2026 is going to be a game-changing year for us.
Glenn, thank you so much again for being with us. Wonderful always chatting to you, and wonderful to have this Toyota sponsorship well entrenched in equestrian sport in South Africa. Please know it is so well appreciated from all of us equestrians. A big thank you to you and a big thank you to Toyota.
Absolute pleasure. Thank you.
Mr. Glenn Crompton, Vice President of Marketing for Toyota South Africa, as we stay with our pictures here on Supersport for the build-up to the South African Derby for 2025. There is our singer of the national anthem, who was meant to be dropped off in front of his microphone to take to the national anthem. So I wonder if they've gotten a little bit lost going around, or if he's just really enjoying being chauffeur driven in that double pair harness carriage. J something will be with us next. singing the national anthem as we build up to the 2025 South African Derby. Joining me in co-commentary will be another one of South Africa's show jumping legends, Nicole Horwood. For the first time since 2012, she won't be riding in this big class. Currently taking her seat while we wait for Jay Something. He's going to disembark this carriage in a moment or two. I can tell you that the grandstands are packed to capacity. The VIP section is packed to capacity. And I now hand it over to the centre of the arena, to Jay Something of Mikasa for the national anthem of South Africa.
National anthem.
One.
Nkosi sikeleli Afrika maluphakanyisa uphondo lwayo izwa imithandazo yethu Nkosi sikelela thina usapho lwayo murena buluka sitshaba sa Yesu ufedise dintwali matswele usibuluke sitshaba sa Yesu sitshaba sa South Africa, South Africa. Eighty no fan on Sayemo, 80 deep the fan on Sayemo. Word on Sayemo, Heka, Bettes, var die kranse antwoord hier. Sounds the call to come together and united we shall stand. Let us live and strive for freedom in South Africa, our land.
The tribute to the horse. Where in this wide world can man find nobility without pride, friendship without envy, or beauty without vanity? Here, where grace is laced with power and strength by gentleness confined. He serves without servility. He has fought without enmity. There is nothing so powerful, nothing less violent. There is nothing so quick, nothing more patient. Our past has been born on his back. All our history is his industry. We are his heirs, he our inheritance. Ladies and gentlemen, the horse.
Well, that is what it's all about, the tribute to the horse, this wonderful servant of our sport, whom we love and respect so much. Big thank you to Roger Bierman for that rousing edition of the tribute to the horse as we build up to the 58th edition in its 60th year of the South African Derby. Of course, it is also part of the Year of the Legend Series. And that's who's in the running on 228 points. Leading the way is Dominique Alexander and Capital Collier. And, of course, he's very well qualified this afternoon, going at 22 out of 24 starters. Ashley Healy rides the winner from 2 years ago. Of course, on that occasion was partnered by husband Ronnie Healy. Gillian van Oshoff will have his final spin as an 18-year-old around the Derby here in 2025, and right up there in the reckoning for the Year of the Legends Series on 222 points. Chaitton Hendricks is up there on Callahow's Larrison on 218. It is incredibly close, not like last year's Triple Crown Series, where it was all pretty much done and dusted and Ronnie Healy drove away in that Toyota Crown motorcar. This year, very tight at the top of the points tables, and of course the Derby class itself will be weighted 2 times at double the amount of points up for grabs for the winner and minor placings of the South African Derby. Let's take a look at the starting lineup. Of course, we are in reverse order of qualification. Hilton Ford will go first on Rivervale Shades Apart. We're not going to go through all of them. Gail Foxcroft, she's a 3-time winner. She goes on Equifox Casino at number 5. Graeme Win, he's been in a jump-off of a Derby in his career. Johan L has represented South Africa at the World Equestrian Games. Chaitton's got 2, Larrison at number 11. Lorette Knowles-Taylor, she's a previous winner of this class. Ronnie Healy comes in at 18. Never count him out. He comes in on the South African show jumping champion Callaghan O'Connor. Ashley Healy there at 19. Gillian van Oshoff. Lawrence Mowat at 20 on Lorenzo. He could be a lurker in the pack as well. As we update to the final slide, the highest qualified horse and rider combination is Nicholas Riley and Rivendell Lamborghini. But do not count out any of those on the final slide. Colin Ferreira, Dominique Alexander, Jean Corber, and of course Nicholas Riley, already a winner of this class. Let's take a look at this course for 2025 as Hilton Ford comes in on Rivervale Shades Apart. So we start at number 1 with the wall and poles. That's standing at 1 meter 45, a gentle start. It's a left-handed turn then to the KPC Oxer at 2, 150 by 145. We then sweep all the way down to what was a Liverpool, now a triple bar, 155 by 190 wide. Then it's a ride up to the steps at 4A and B. At 5, that big hedge positioned right next to the VIPs. Then it's the balustrade positioned right on the edge of the bank. Left-handed sweep to the road crossing. 6 or 7 to the St. Andrews. We'll hear from Nicole Horwood about that. Then it's that daunting bank. Down we come the bank. 9. Then it's down the bank. 3 strides to the panels. A long gallop then to settle your horse down to that white gate, that Oxer. At 11, there it is. From 11, inside most will come, inside of that rustic panels to the dike, 12A, B and C. And it's a right-handed turn to 13, the style. 14 is that rustic Oxer, rather sizey, that jump at 14. From 14, it's a sweep left over the water, 3 meters wide. And 6 strides to that 165 high wall at 16. Horses are starting to fatigue at this stage. A ride right to the double of gates at 17, and then 8 or 9, depending if you're on the inside or outside line, to finish over that rustic. 1,000 meter long is the length, of course. 400 meters per minute is the galloping time, and a lady who's a legend of the sport, a 4-time winner of the South African Derby. We are privileged to have her here in the co-commentary point with us, Nicole Horwood. Very good afternoon, Nicole. How are you?
Fine, thanks. And you, Aidan?
I'm very well. I'm just privileged to have you here as a 4-time winner of the Derby, and as you said, telling me yesterday, the first time since 2012 that you're not riding in the big one.
Yes, it feels a little bit different, but it's actually quite nice to be sitting on the side, no pressure, no expectation, and just actually enjoy the magic of the Derby.
From a rider's perspective, what is Derby Day all about? What are the nerves like? What are the expectations?
So for me, it was tough. I must say it was a really tough day. The whole show was always tough for me. But yeah, there are nerves, there's anxiety. Obviously, you're not nervous to jump the track, but you know, Derby, you never know what can and can't go wrong. So you've got to expect the unexpected.
We turn our attention now to Hilton Ford. Rivervale shades apart. Starts a early fence at number 1. I'm afraid this horse is just here to give Hilton mileage, Derby mileage, find his way around at Hilton's first time around the big Derby. He's a former South African eventing champion. He took that title on Sir Galahad a few years ago. He rides out of Langley Equestrian in KZN. We're expecting him to have quite a few rails. The horse is known for it, but he's here to give Hilton his first ride around this big class. What is that like, your first time?
Obviously, you're very nervous. I mean, I did win the first one that I jumped in, but that I think you can put down to being a great horse. But you're very nervous. You don't know the track. The track has remained unchanged for decades, but still you haven't experienced it. So he must be feeling very nervous right now, but he's got a brave horse and they're looking good.
In terms of Derby preparation, Nicole, 1,000 metres, almost twice the distance of any other normal conventional show jumping track, and you're running at 400 metres per minute. What extra prep goes into it?
Look, you have to build on your stamina. Your horse has to be fit. It's 3 days of jumping, so you've got to have a very fit horse. I used to do a lot of track work with my horse before Derby. Oh, shame. Actually very well ridden down the bank. Oh, shame.
That's a big sizey oxer.
Yeah, so after the plank, you've got to be very disciplined. You've got to get your horse together, collect him up. I think he was just a little too long there. Shame. Okay.
So a big ask for Hilton and Rivervale shades apart this afternoon, and after a few rails down, 2 disobediences. So for those uninitiated with the show jumping rules, 2 disobediences does constitute elimination. So Hilton will play no further part. So 4 penalties for a rail, 4 penalties for a stop. 2 stops or 2 disobediences does mean eliminated, and if the rider falls off, eliminated as well. Should you go clear, you'll move into a second round, which we term a jump-off, and that is over a shortened course, which in years gone by, jump-offs, horses going clear were hard to come by in derbies, but over the last couple of years, we've seen quite a few, and you've been through to a few jump-offs in your derby career.
Yes,
which you've won.
So the first one was the only clear in 2012, and then after that, I think we had 4, maybe 5 in the jump-off. And then since then, I don't think it's a derby's been won on one clear. So it's not only about the first round now, it's about the jump off too.
In comes young Courtney Weber from KwaZulu-Natal, riding for owner Shelly-Ann Moore. This is Opal Della Bastide, another rider much the same as Hilton Ford, riding out of the Langley Equestrian setup based in Shongweni. And Courtney and Opal Della Bastide, in fact, were the winners of last year's mini derby. So in terms of show jumping, we do have various height categories, 3 derby classes available to adult riders. We have the micro derby, which we saw yesterday, over 1 meter 35. We have the mini derby over 1 meter 40, and then of course the South African derby. And those are really stepping stones into the big class, Nicole. And last year, Courtney Weber, a winner of the mini derby.
So she obviously knows what this class is all about, what's expected. She's got BMT. She's a good rider, having a good round so far.
She's had 1 down, maybe now 2 with that balustrade in the course walk. I was taking viewers through the options that the course designer does have. Of course, the Derby course was designed many moons ago, 60 years ago, by Douglas Bunn, who in fact also was the course designer for the Hickstead Derby. And it has changed a little bit over the year, from when it was originally pitched at Inanda to when it was moved here in around about 1999 to Kyalami Equestrian Park. The course was changed by Pam Carruthers at Inanda, and then by Alan Stacey as well, to where it is currently today. Course designers do have the option of moving and changing heights of fences a little bit. And once again, another elimination at the top of the bank. How does that work in terms of judging? If the horse stops, you're fine, but it's not allowed to move the back feet backwards.
Correct. So 2 disobediences, as you said, is an elimination. Unfortunately, not liking the bank today. So that's why I say, as much as you can practice the bank on the day, no one's experienced a bank that high before, so it can be a bit daunting for the horses. So
that those 2 poles coming down, that Oxer set right up close to that VIP section, as you saw in the course walk. And then, of course, Courtney having the balustrade down. That balustrade pitched right on the edge of the bank today, so horses just looking through it a little bit and seeing the ground drop away is always going to be daunting.
Absolutely, and you've got to approach that jump so straight. You've got to be very disciplined. You've just jumped a big oxer. You've got to collect them, and obviously with the downhill slope, the horses can drop. So you've got to make sure that you don't jump it flat. You've got to be bouncing into that.
Johan Lotter, the first of his two rides in this afternoon's Toyota-sponsored SA Derby. Here he comes in on Best Company Z. Fascinating story behind the history of this horse. In fact, Johan and his wife Jo were overseas. I'm not sure if you know this story. And they were based with the Van der Vleuten family. Of course, Eric Van der Vleuten was very instrumental in Johan's tilt at the World Equestrian Games a few years ago. And they were tiring, as we say, with the Van der Vleutens when they were bidding on an online auction. And Eric or Mikhail bought a horse. And this one came up for grabs. And Jo felt sorry that nobody was bidding on this strange-looking paint horse, so she put in a bid, and of course there were no other bids, and so Jo and Johan landed up buying Best Company and having to ship him back to South Africa. It's actually turned into a really nice story. Absolutely. Because here he is in the big class.
Amazing.
She would just put her hand up and said, "Oh, I feel sorry for him," and here he is. So a great story behind this horse, and I don't think he's the easiest in the world, and Johan, being a master of his craft, he does a really good job.
Absolutely, yeah. The horse looks a little strong right now, but Johan doing a good job of trying to keep him together. This is actually 6 strides now, and normally it's 7, but Kevin's built it at 6, level 6.
The ride up to the bank. What is the secret of success in navigating this bank?
Sure. Ooh, well done. Very good job. That's the secret right there. Well ridden.
Big stretch out over that. You saw the horse just reaching for the back rail and not quite finding the distance, so that's gone down. So 3 rails now for Best Company, 4 penalties for each rail, sitting on a score of 12 at this current time.
Through the dike really nicely. And this is now 7, and years gone by it's normally 8 or 9. And it's a level 7. So you almost want to keep the line. You go out a little bit and just give yourself a little more room. This is 6. This is a very steady 6, as you can see. Also, again, normally 7. So there are quite a few changes this year.
Which calls on a lot of rideability and discipline, landing, running after that water.
You have to have your gears in place there. And this is 7 or 8. 8. Well done.
Brilliant ride there from Johan Lotter. Comes home on 16 penalties. Finds the finish in a very daunting, very challenging South African Derby here in 2025. The first of his 2 rides. Of course, he still has Pour Moi to come. Well done, Johan Lotter. This track looks like it's taking some riding this afternoon.
Absolutely, you've got to remain so focused. The horses get fatigued towards the end, even you do, so you really have to keep your focus. That triple bar, it used to be a Liverpool, now it's a triple bar. Obviously also not a great jump in terms of, it's on a slope, so the horses get long and you get there a little quicker than anticipated. So you've got to bounce them down there and trust your eye.
And again, for the uninitiated viewers on Supersport, when you say the horse gets long, what exactly are you meaning, and what is the remedy?
So the horse's length of stride gets long, so you've got to try and compress them and keep their power contained. And with this undulating kind of arena, like as she's approaching now, the horse's length stride is going to get longer. She's got to be disciplined to keep her rhythm, but keep the balance. Now approaching the steps, here you've got to have a forward ride to the step. Obviously it's unlevel, up 1. And now you balance up for the big oxer, so that's right next to the tent. And here you've got to be disciplined. You've got to get your horse straight here. And jump in the middle. Oh, yeah. You've got to aim for the middle of that.
And if one could identify the mistake, was that the horse looking through down the hill and the bank on the other side possibly coming into play and just...
Absolutely. Yeah, shame. You've got to be committed. Your horse has to have the confidence to jump that downhill slope.
That was Lorelei Picasso and young Hannah Gerber. Big moment in their career, if I'm not mistaken. Both of them debutants in South African Derby for 2025. She trained by Barry Taylor. And up until that balustrade, it looked like it was going really well.
Very good, and that's why I say, on Derby Day, you've got to expect the unexpected, but you just have to remain very disciplined, very focused, every jump in the middle.
Next in is Gail Foxcroft. When you talk about the year of the legend, here is another legend of South African equestrian sport, the only rider in the field to hold dual South African colours in 2 disciplines, in both eventing as well as show jumping. And if I'm not mistaken, the only rider who has won the Derby in both of the locations, the former being the Ananda Country Club, where she won it twice on By and By, her thoroughbred. And of course she won it at this venue on Lindenberg some years ago.
Very interesting. I didn't know that. Yeah, Gail's a master. She's. I don't even know how many derbies she's jumped, but she's very experienced at this. And this partnership is amazing. The two of them just love each other, trust each other, and he tries so hard for her.
Multiple horses she's ridden around multiple derbies, and this of course is Equifox Casino. He's a 14-year-old son of Consuelo. We've seen Consuelos in the past win this class. El Paso comes to mind. When we talk about horses' ages, Nicole, what would be the optimum age for a horse jumping around the derby? What is too young? What is too old? Where do you want to be? Where are they at their best?
So Don Kamarco won his when he was 9. I think 9 is a good age to start. I think 8 is maybe a little too young, but from 9 upwards, I think they've had the experience in the ring. They've jumped a few big jumps, and if you've got a brave horse, Derby's the class that you can take a risk and throw them in the deep end a little bit.
And when it comes to being old, I guess they'll too old. They'll tell you.
They'll tell you. You know your horse, and you'll feel. I mean, Don Kamarco retired at the age of 17, but some horses go until they're 20, 21. Great ride, brilliantly ridden.
Gail on Equifox Casino. I think she might have been worried a little bit about, strangely enough, jump number 1. She's had a few problems that in years gone past. No problems today. She's going really, really well here. She rides up to 12A, the A element of the dike. And the secret to success of riding the dike, Nicole?
Look, you just have to make sure that you're kind of bouncing. You got your horse on the hocks coming into that. That's 3 very big verticals. They're brown poles. The horses don't back off them. Kevin hasn't been kind, so I thought maybe he would break it and put a bit of white in the poles, but he hasn't.
What does that tell you? Is that an optical illusion that they just battle to see them?
They just can't judge the height as well as they could if it was a coloured pole.
165 Aqueduct Wall, just finding it with the back toes on the way down. Going back to the dike, it's set up right up against the grandstand. Lots of people on the grandstands today. Not something, unfortunately, that we see with equestrian sport too often. Does that come into play? The atmosphere, the people,
Absolutely,
the vibe?
it can be a distraction, but the crowds are generally good. They're very quiet. Well done, Gail. Nice try. Absolutely, such a brave horse.
Gail Foxcroft finishes her round on the lovely Equifox Casino on 16 penalties. So thus far, we've had an elimination, a 16, an elimination, and a 16. So 16, I'm afraid, still the best score, but a long way to go in this 24-horse field in the South African Derby as we take a look at some of the replays from Equifox Casino and Gail Foxcroft, who will be joining us in co-commentary a little bit later. She can tell us about her round, how it went, when she swaps seats with Nicole. But it's great to have you here, Nicole, and we're going to take full advantage of your knowledge about derbies.
You can see that the crowd love Gail.
Gail, they love Gail because Gail loves her horses so much. I mean, as do all of these equestrians, we really do. But Gail is known for absolutely doting on her horses. It's not about the sport for her, it's about the horse and the bond. Next to come, It's a big moment. Tessa Joseph, her first spin around the South African Derby, and she goes for the Flax family. Stephen Flax on number 6, Big Smile, Indigo Fundamentalsteer. She'd be well prepped by Anne-Marie Esslinger out of the Burlington setup, and a 2-time winner of this event. They would have done their homework. They've got the funnies and the dikes and the ditches and the road crossings all set up at Burlington. What would the nerves be doing with Tess right now?
Yeah, look. Ooh. Ooh. Everybody's okay, I think. Shame, that was a pity. It just looked like the horse misjudged that a little bit. She had quite a good ride in there. Maybe he stumbled.
He does look okay. So we won't obviously show pictures again, but riding up to those steps, what from our vantage point could you see was the trouble there? What is the distance on those steps, and what did Tess get wrong?
Yeah, look, I mean, I think she had a pretty good ride in there. I didn't quite see what happened, but you have to have a strong ride in there because they've got to really push off to get over the second element and up onto the bank. I don't know, I think he could have stumbled, misjudged it. Maybe she was a little too strong into it. Maybe he's got a big stride.
So she is up. He's okay. She is smiling. There is Anna in the background, just seeing that she is okay. And unfortunately, sometimes these things just do happen.
Absolutely, you know. It's like I say, on the day you need a bit of lady luck, and things can go wrong. And as much as you prepare for this event, on the day just may not be your day.
So we wish her well. We wish them a speedy recovery. They're looking none the worse for wear. Out they go. Big Smile, Indigo Fundamentalsteer, and Tess Joseph, and in comes number 7, Calaho Vivaldi. And in picture, Graeme Win. Graeme, a 15-time South African eventing champion. A few years ago, he turned his hand exclusively to show jumping, said goodbye to event riding. Of course, he represented South Africa in Kentucky, Lexington at the World Equestrian Games a few years ago for eventing, but these days primarily in the show jumping ring. So I asked him, Graeme, would you be at home relaxed over the funnies? This is more your cup of tea? And he said, well, they're a lot bigger than what he remembers from when he was show jumping.
Look, he's an incredible horseman. You know, he's just so kind. He has a way with his horses. Oh, hold on, Graeme.
Unfortunately, we call that a bit of a miscommunication, or at that fence.
Like I say, I think you can get there a little quicker than anticipated, or you can stand off because of the slope and the horses get a bit long. So it can be tricky.
He's regathered, he's back into rhythm, sitting on the 4 penalties at fence number 3, what used to be
nice
the Liverpool.
Ride. Perfect, in the middle, balanced, committed.
Of course, Graeme has also gone into a South African Derby jump-off on the wonderful Obi-Wan Kenobi a few years ago. In an interview with Graeme, he was also saying that the horse is brave enough and he's good enough, but Graeme will need to bring his A game. Of course, this is Vivaldi's first trip around the Derby, so he's another debutant. Quite a few debutants in this afternoon's field.
Yeah, shame. Like I say, you know, this bank, as much as you practice it on the day, it can be a little daunting for the horses. You got to be very balanced down that bank to get the striding correct for the planks. Unfortunately, just doing a little bit of a nochapiep there, not getting the distance.
So 2 disobediences for Vivaldi and Graeme Win at the panels, the Toyota panels at the bottom of that bank. Does mean elimination, and out he goes. So quite a few eliminations in the early parts of this class, but we are in reverse order of qualification. So the combinations who went better, as we take a look at at the replays. Graeme was a little bit off of that triple bar. As we said, that used to be a Liverpool as per tradition of the Derby, but for the first time this year, FER regulations have changed and you're not allowed more than one pole on the back rail of a jump, and the Liverpool is built with more than one rail, so they've had to change that to a triple. Now, coming down the hill, running to the bottom of a triple bar, does it make it tricky?
It definitely does. I mean, to a triple bar, you want to get a little bit closer than you would off, one of the other kind of jumps. But like I say, it's deceiving because you think you're on the correct distance, but because you're going down that slope, you can either be a little bit off or a little bit too close. So you've got to be very disciplined and keep your horses together, bouncing, and just keep a rhythm and trust your eye. Not panic and kind of throw the reins at them and make them go forward those last few strides.
In picture now, Tracy Carney. This is Calaho Lamour. Lily, as she's affectionately known. Tracy, a really accomplished rider. She's had quite a few tilts at the Derby. Never been a winner. Another rider who's ridden both at Inanda and at KEP in Derby. She was a youngster when she partnered Dorian around the 1999 Inanda Derby before it, I think in its last year at Inanda before it moved here. Horse just looked like it stuttered on takeoff a little bit there and didn't find the back rail.
And also, like I say, it's right next to the tent there. They can get a little bit distracted. So it's not an easy jump, that hedge. And it's very big. It's not small. And it's very square. Tracy's such a good rider.
She looked like she set her up nicely for that St Andrews cross there, but just
maybe
finding
just
the front
on
rail.
Toe, just touched with her toe. Tracy was a little bit worried about coming down the bank.
Tracy gives the horse her head and she decides to go for a peck of grass. Lovely shot there of Lamour. And they can so easily just switch off at this
Absolutely.
stage. Saying, you want me to what? Come on, Lily, screams the crowd.
Come on. Oh, shame. Oh, not her day. Really good up until then.
Tracy saying, well...
At least she sees she's got a sense of humour.
And of course, you don't want to be too strong at the top of the bank as well, because that's the danger.
Absolutely.
We've seen horses jump from the top in years gone past, and that's not something you want to experience.
No, I mean, you want to be committed. You want to canter to the bank, and just before you get to the bank, to the top, you want to break into a trot. You need to keep keep them firm together, but not too slow.
Take a look at the replay of Tracy coming to the bank. You see her, she says, oh, can I have some of that grass? KPC's doing a remarkable job of getting this nice and green and lush. And then just says, no, sorry, not today. It's an elimination, I'm afraid, there for Calaho Lamour. Kayla Nordia comes in. Calaho Conzano and Kayla, another combination that's in a good vein of form.
Absolutely. She's also such a dedicated, committed rider. I think he's not the easiest horse in the world, but she does an amazing job with him.
I'm going to venture to say that this is his first time with Kayla around the Derby, formerly ridden by Yanni Kleinans. I'm not sure if Yanni gave him a spin around the Derby, but I think Kayla's gone around with Like Mike before, so I'm not sure that this is her first.
Oh. Maybe just a little too deep.
And what the viewers will note there is a water tray underneath that triple bar. It's not just the triple bar, as was tradition with the Liverpool. A Liverpool does mean a water tray at the bottom of it. They've kept the water tray, and it looked like Conzano just looked down at the water and then said, no, not today.
That water. Yeah.
So another elimination, Nicole. We've got quite a few. And then 2 on 16 penalties who have found the finish as we go on to number 10. So 0% clear round rate. 9 have started, 15 left to come. Quite a few of those eliminations. Johan Lotte has been around for 16 penalties. He comes again now on number 10 as we take a look at the replay. You can just see the horse at the last minute look down into that water tray and saw it and just said no.
Oh, yeah, you can see. Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, we've never jumped. I don't think the horse has ever jumped anything similar to that before. So, not liking that jump.
I've got a feeling we might be seeing quite a few triple bars with water trays
I
pitched
think so,
underneath them in the upcoming future. So disappointing for Kayla. She would have prepped, and that's the thing about Derby. You would have gone to Bryce's, you would have prepped the dike, you would have prepped the bank, you would have prepped the road crossing. Would you have prepped the triple bar with a
No,
a
I
water
don't
tray?
think so. I actually only heard, I think on the first day, that they were changing that to a triple bar, and it wasn't a Liverpool anymore. So it could be that. The horse obviously hasn't experienced that. Even though, you know, the Derby hasn't changed for many decades, it doesn't make it any easier, you know. I think you can mentally prep for it, but for the horses, it doesn't really make it any easier. The obstacles are scary. You don't experience these kind of obstacles in a Grand Prix track. So for some of the horses, it's all very new. So throwing a water tray under triple bar is going to be new for all of them today.
A lot of riders would have walked around and said, "Oh, I didn't get the memo. Is this going to be an issue?" In comes Johan Lotte, his second trip. Of course, he went early on best company, one of two riders who have completed the course thus far. Only 2 finishes, and both of them on 16 penalties, both Johan and Gail Foxcroft. Will he go better? Nova Sonnenstrahl's Pour Moi, 12-year-old stallion. Now let's talk about stallions. Chaitton mentioned it in the course walk sometimes, especially at this time of year where it's the beginning of breeding season. Stallions, could their bravery come into question? Could their focus, their minds come into question? Don Kamarco was a stallion. Impossible was a stallion. Kronos was a stallion. You've ridden them around. What is your interpretation?
Yeah, it definitely, you know, they can lose focus quite easily. I always used to come very early on Derby Day with the stallions and just let them settle, because you never know what you're going to get. You know, some days they can be quiet and calm, other days they can be over the top. So, yeah, it does definitely bring a different level of, expectation to this class if you're riding a stallion.
Beautiful jump out over that balustrade. Pour Moi not even blinking there. Took the slightly open one. Beautiful jump out over it. Now up to the road crossing. 2 strides and off.
Okay, 7. He did 7.
Why do you think he chose the 7? Level 6, going for 7?
Ooh, yeah. Come on, Johan. A little more leg. There you go.
So definitely 1 step back. That'll be 4.
Also
and there the judges. Oh, what a pity. It was absolutely perfect round up until that bank.
Yeah, and I think coming off the road crossing, you know, sometimes the horses do pitch a little bit short, and they can add a stride down to the St Andrew's cross.
Oh, Johan will be a little bit disappointed with that, but Mr. Cool, tomorrow's another day. Chaitton Hendricks comes in now. Number 11, Calaho's Larison. We're talking about the stallions. There's another real quality stallion from the Calaho Warm Blood stud. Chaitton's in great form. Recent winner of World Cup qualifier on his other stallion, Chupa Light.
Yeah, that's a daunting wall. That's very, very big, very open. You know, if the wall's solid, normally they back off quite nicely, but that's quite open. And it's going towards the in-gate as well.
And, of course, it's off of a run of 6 fairly short strides after you run at the water. As you can see, a horse that's full of scope, full of jump. The size of the fences should pose no problem for Chaitton and Larison. And one would feel that a Derby-type arena with space for this horse would be just up his alley.
Absolutely. Nice jump.
Absolutely stunning up over that triple bar.
This horse has got huge steps, so finds that very easy.
Of course, Chaitton right up there in the points in terms of the year of the Legend series and his assault at the Highland Legend 55.
A little bit of a buck there, but got the scope to get over that easy.
Currently sitting in 3rd place on that log, so lots of points up for grabs for today's Derby. Weighted 2 times.
Be interesting to see how he finds the 6. Easy.
I think his rideability is on point.
Perfect round.
Come on. The bank has been a problem. Harrison just having a little look there.
Oh, goodness. The bank this year. Sure. Horse is really not liking the bank.
Height of that bank, Nicole, it's on a slight slope. It's not vertical like the old days of Inanda. The height of the bank at Inanda, vertical and slightly lower. This bank on a slight slope and higher. 3.8 meters they're looking down from the top of that. So for a rider, what is that looking down when you get to that bank? Where should you be looking?
Yeah, so no, look, it's very daunting. It is, the angle is not as steep as it used to be in years gone by. So... but still, you've got to keep your leg on. You've got to keep the focus. You can't come to a standstill. You've got to be cantering, break into a trot, and just be completely committed. As they start sliding down the bank, you've got to keep your focus on the planks, and you're going to ask them to take off halfway down the bank. Too soon, you're not going to get the 2 strides. Too late, you're going to drop to the bottom and be on half a distance.
As we take a look at Lorette Knowles-Taylor, previous winner of this class on Greta Star some years back, wife of Barry Taylor, 4-time winner. We're going to say thank you so much for being with us. It's been an absolute delight, and thank you for your insights. Of course, you've got a ticket there in the Toyota VIP, so enjoy your lunch and enjoy the rest of the class.
I will. Thank you so much.
Nicole Horwood, Derby legend, 4-time winner of this class, and the mighty Don Kamarco, who sadly we lost this year. Currently on track now is Lorette Knowles-Taylor, Oropo de Emma, speaking to Barry Taylor in the course walk as a build-up to this class. Husband Barry Taylor, 4-time winner, saying that maybe this class coming 1 year too early for this horse. Lorette only recently moving him up into the 150s, but she certainly is giving him a really positive ride here over the first couple of fences. Going incredibly well. She rides up to this very sizable, very square oxer. We've seen Lorette when, I think it was a more Warunda, Belgian Warmblood, a few years ago, jumping so big over there. He tilted her out of the saddle. Not the case today. Lorette is getting a little bit more encouragement as she rides up to the road crossing, and joining me now in co-commentary after her spin earlier on, Gail Foxcroft on 16 penalties with Casino. Gail, what just happened?
With Lorette, yeah.
With Lorette.
Sure, well, he's what a wonderful horse and what a wonderful partnership these two are. He's over jumping everything. He's being so careful, and he jumped her out over the second part, and she just couldn't get back and couldn't get her rhythm. Do you see how he's over jumping? But what a wonderful partnership. These two are going to win a derby one day for absolute sure.
Well, no problems for Lorette and Oropo at the top of the bank, but I'm afraid a little stutter at the bottom. So that's second disobediences. We are seeing quite a few eliminations here this afternoon, Gail. What can we attribute that to? Is that just Derby?
I think, there are a lot of younger horses there, a lot of young competitors. There's 1 or 2 very old ones. All I want to say is how brilliant was Casino.
He really was.
I love that horse to death.
And well done.
No, yeah.
Because, day number 1, you were a little bit iffy. You told me that you had the wrong shoes on him. You came out firing. You put the right shoes on. Well done you for day number 2.
Yeah.
And
well, this is his first big show since Derby last year, so he's not fit enough.
Yes.
I'm also not fit enough, but he's just all heart. I just say, please try for me. And he says, how high, how wide? And he just is amazing. I love that horse to distraction. I just wish I'd ridden him better, but he was superb.
Well done, Gail.
I just think, we've seen so far. So all the well-qualified people are still to come, the ones that have done it for a long time. Here's Nicola, guaranteed Nicola's going to do a fantastic
Here is Nicola,
ride.
and of course we're in reverse order of qualification. We're currently at the halfway mark. But Gail, thank you for coming into co-commentary. But may I remind you that you are only one of 2 finishers sitting in joint first position on 16 penalties.
I know, but that's
so we might have to
change.
say goodbye to you just now, depending on how the rest of this class plays out. Let's see.
No, you'll get it clear for sure, without a question.
Sunny Park Rivendell Quintessence.
Just as an aside, talking about the young riders and the older, I was chatting to Devon Bosman, and it's his first derby. And I said, my first derby was in 1978. And he said, oh, I was born in 2006.
I was born in 1978.
So, yeah, so we've got such a wide range. This is what's so lovely about the derby. You've got the newbies and the ones who are just starting out on their career, and look how long you can go for.
And of course, Nicola Syme is a previous winner of this class on El Paso. She's the consummate professional, great string of horses, always looking for the new superstar. She works incredibly hard, but of late she has been nursing an injury.
Okay, but Nicola is a beautiful rider. Yeah, and a beautiful rider. She's always... Has this horse been around the derby before?
I want to say this is his first year. I think he's another debutant. He might have been once.
Yeah.
But this bank this year, Gail, can you put it down to anything?
So what I saw when I walked the bank, you can see the slope up until just over halfway, and then it's much more straight. So you always used to see the whole slope. When you stand at the top, you see the whole slope all the way down to the ground. Now you see the slope up until 2/3, and then it's cut straighter.
Yes.
I think it's better in that it teaches the horses to jump off it. But some horses might not like it. I'm not sure.
And then you can see with that shot, with the perspective of how high that bank is, 3.8 meters it is in height. What was the Inanda height? It was sheer, but it wasn't quite as high.
So it wasn't quite as high, but it was sheer, so it was more difficult than this one is. This is a lovely bank, and you know what? I think it's about you need to go and do your homework.
Yes,
that's all.
Michaela on my right hand side, Quintessence was in fact fourth in the 24 derby. So
I wonder why that happened. I'm not sure then why he didn't like it this time.
Carl Bunzaya on track now on Look Duayen, a horse that has had a crack at the derby, I think last year.
You know what, just as an aside, do you know what a huge factor is with something like the bank? Is you want to come up to it and you want to keep them moving, and if they're about to go, you must never wait for them to go. You have to push that first step, because the moment you wait, they might have a second thought, and then you're in trouble. You can't.
You've got to be the leader.
When they get, you've got to be the leader.
Looking for you to take confidence off of you to say, right, this is what you want me to do, and I'm correct in doing this, and just give them that little support.
Yeah.
Carl Bunza has, of course, gone into a jump off with Casperon a few years ago. We were talking with Nicole, Galen. What is your perspective on, because of course you won this competition on Lindenberg, who is a stallion at this time of year as we're going into breeding season. Does it affect the stallions' concentration at all, their focus?
I'm not sure.
Individual?
I think each stallion's individual. I don't necessarily think that it has an effect on them, but again, each one is an individual, and most of them, if they're good, and at this level they are good, they are trained. They've been trained to listen and to be a partnership with their rider. So.
No problem for the bank for Carl, just the distance from the base of the bank to the panels catching him out, and then the A element of the dike going down as well. So currently sitting on 12 penalties, which at this stage is the best. If he could keep it together on the 12, he will come home in the lead, but I'm afraid the style has gone down. So currently level pegging with you, Gail, on 16, as well as Johan Lotter also on 16. And that distance different this year, 6 from the edge of the water, 6 strides to that 165 high wall.
Yeah, I actually added to it, which was a bit stupid. I think it would have been much better myself bowling on.
Strong ride on the 7 to the final rustic. Carl Bunzaya, the third to come home in the South African Derby on a score of 20. Currently this time 2 on 16, Gail Foxcroft, who's sharing co-commentary with me along with the best company. Johan Lotter As we take a look at the replay, so talk us through this, Gail. Down the bank he comes. Looks like he possibly jumped a little bit high off the bank and landed short. And then find that distance a little bit long.
It actually looked to me almost like he jumped out of his hand. I think Carl was waiting, and did he not do it in one? Did he not try one there? It looked to me like...
I think he
did land flat-footed.
Yes.
And then he just sort of seemed to jump out of his hand.
Ray Ncube in picture now, a previous winner of the South African Derby on Clooney. This horse, Clear, last year with Nicole Horwood, went into the jump-off, finished up in the money.
Beautiful horse and a very, very good rider, so this could be our first Clear.
So Nicole partnered him around last year. He jumped around the Derby for fun, but a new partnership with Ray. And how much does that count? I mean, obviously Ray, ultra-skilled, master of his craft, but partnerships do take time.
They absolutely do, but then again, you've got to think of the rider that this horse had, who brought him up, and who built this horse's confidence and everything, and that was Nicole. And I mean, no horse could have a better rider to train them and bring them up and give them confidence. So I think the stallion is set up really, really well. But a partnership does take a while to form.
Well, if he jumps them all like the first couple of jumps, he's going to go clear, because he was giving them air. Now he comes up to this very sizable oxer.
Just going to say, when you're sitting on a Rolls Royce, it's a lot easier. Maybe I should have said a Land Cruiser.
So far, foot perfect for Ray Corber, and 334's Capital Impossible. Now the big test, the bank.
Beautiful. He jumped off at exactly the correct point there.
Well, this is turning out to be one hell of a round. Just a reminder to viewers, the best score thus far, 16 penalties. Ray Corban Impossible as they canter to this sizable rustic panels. The oxer is clear.
He gave it feet, huh?
He gave it air. Scope he has, Gail. Plenty.
To burn.
$165, that will making it look easy. 2 more elements, 3 more fences to come.
That walked very short. Beautiful round. Beautiful round.
And you see the elation, the ecstasy from Ray Corber there, fist pump up into the air. The first of the clears for 2025. Will we find another one? Goes into the outright lead. Ray Corber and 334 Capital Impossible. How is this for a Derby horse? His second tilt at the Derby, 2 from 2. Clear last year in 2024 with Nicole Horwood. Clear 2025 with Ray Corber.
He's exceptional. I mean, you know, did you see the whole way around? Look at that horse's demeanour. He's calm, he's quiet, he's confident, and so it's a temperament to die for. But I must just reiterate that he couldn't have been brought on better or by a better person than Nicole. And Ray just gave him such a fantastic ride.
0 penalty score. Into the lead he goes. Now it's down to the others to do the same, to force a jump off here in 2025. Who will walk away as the Derby champion? Of course, Ray, as we said, already has 1 Derby under his belt. Gail, you've got 3. You are the only rider to have won it in this format here at KP, as well as Inanda.
Is that something special?
That is something very, very special.
One thing about the old Derby is that I think there was only 1 jump, which was number 2, which was on level. Everything else either had a slope going away from it or going towards it. So it was an amazing venue. But now what a beautiful rider this young man is, huh?
You were talking about him earlier.
Born in 2006, that's ridiculous.
And this is a very big moment in young Devon's career, his first trip around the Derby, and in fact this, I believe, only his second 150 show. He was at Burlington 150s, and I think this is his second.
Well, he's definitely got BMT. He's a lovely boy, and he rides beautifully.
He's had a rail at that hedge fence, jumps that on the angle, finds that fence as well, so 2 down, 8 penalties. He would have been, he's a cool customer, but surely he would be feeling the nerves as his first ride around a Derby.
If he didn't feel nerves, then he would be an automaton.
Right, big test here for Nobello and Devon Bosman as they trot up towards the bank. Horse, no hesitation at all.
Fantastic. Do you know, one thing we need to mention here too, his coach is Anton Hook, and you know what, Anton Hook does the preparation.
Yes.
He will have made sure that this boy knows what he's doing and has practiced everything. So, you know, the coach plays a huge part in this.
Has been in Devon's corner for many years, has produced him from a young lad and has produced him to South African colours as well, has represented South Africa overseas.
Anton keeps whining to me they want casino.
I know what that answer is.
We all know what that answer is.
So he's having a few rails here, Gail, but he won't care. This is about mileage. This is about getting the first one under your belt.
I did say to him before he went in, I said, the most important thing for you to go in there today and do is enjoy it. Have a fantastic time, because it's a major achievement. And I mean, look how calm he is. He's not changing any of his style of riding. He's not changing. He's not chasing or trying to.
I bet when he comes through the finish, you'll see a hand go up into the air. He'll be super ecstatic to finish his first Derby. Devon Bosman and Nobello as the crowd cheers out. That is a big accomplishment for him. Big pats to Nobello. Well done, young man.
Brilliant ride.
I'm sure a future Derby champion right there, Gail.
For sure.
As we take a look at some of the replays that the first rail that went down, there were a few, but Devon won't care. It's all about the occasion. And he's done himself proud this afternoon. Well done, Devon. So the one clear, impossible, Ray Corber as we get to the higher qualified horse and rider combinations. Grant Langley, number 17, goes next. Foresight Bankston. Grant from KZN.
I love to remind Grant of, I think, the first horse he ever rode in the Derby. Do you remember Patrick?
I was talking about him earlier.
Huge bay.
Big bay.
Mad thing.
Yes. He got to the bank one year and took off and ran round and round the arena.
He did. And I reminded him, Grant standing bolt upright in the stirrups trying to stop Patrick. And it was like trying to stop a runaway train.
And then, of course, he had Sissy, which was no
fantastic.
easy horse either, but super talented. So he likes them spicy because Bankston's the same.
Yes.
Bankston can also, if the lid goes off the pot, can also be a runaway train. I mean, Grant might have to be in the gym with a few dumbbells, getting himself ready for Bankston. You can see he's got that very muscular horse. He's got that very short neck, and sometimes he can just set himself into his chest, and Grant then has the problem of getting his head up and getting him back on his hock.
Yeah, he uses his neck and shoulders to pull.
Yes.
And that's always the most difficult way to thing to control.
16-year-old now is Bankston. He's by Foresight Berger and homebred by Grant. And you'll know what that feels like. Then it makes it that little bit more special. I mean, you're a breeder yourself, Casino. They your babies.
What I love to say is that Cindy Farber was always my right arm and my stable manager. And when Casino was born, his mother had him standing up, and he was born into our arms. So that's how close our bond is.
Navigates the bank well, but just gets caught out by the panels.
Yeah. Oh, see, like that. So Grant's a great rider, And did you see the horse just
He
as
took
it
him
came
on.
around? Yeah, he just grabbed the bit and ran, and there was nothing Grant could actually do to try and set him up.
Exactly. And Grant knows now.
Yeah.
You can feel the blood coming up, the energy coming up. He knows it's only going to get more difficult from here. He's been around the Derby a number of times. He knows that Ray's gone clear. He's not in it to win it anymore. He doesn't need the mileage for sure. The horse doesn't need the mileage, and that's horsemanship. He just puts his hand up and say, well, tomorrow's another day.
You're right, but you know what the most difficult thing is? Is like I said, sort of if I had more than 2 poles, it would be probably because we weren't fit enough, and then I would just retire. But I find it very difficult to give up.
Yes, especially
I want to
in
just
a derby, 'cause
keep
it's a
on and go on and on. And you know, you hear these poles falling, and you think, okay, call it a day. No, I want to. You know, it's
'cause
very
it's
difficult
derby,
to give
it's
up.
once
Very
a year,
difficult,
and it's a rush.
It is. It's very difficult to say, okay, I need to leave now.
Now,
So I'm sorry if everyone thought I needed to leave.
nobody thought you needed to leave.
This could be our
He was
second
also
clear.
with you. I'm saying the difference with Bengston, he can feel
Oh,
the
yes,
horse is
yeah,
becoming
no.
difficult, and it's only going to get more
Yeah.
difficult. Ronnie Healy here, last year's winner, 2024, Cornets Mandarino, 2023, Gillian van Oorshoff, the winner of the last 2 editions of the South African Derby, currently riding Callagho Connor.
This is an amazing horse.
An incredible athlete. He
Yeah.
is an acrobat, a gymnast. The things that we've seen this horse do,
Yes.
absolutely insane. And of course, took the South African Championships, his first South African Championship title. Was the only one that's eluded Ronnie, and he won it this year, so nothing has escaped his trophy cabinet now. He's got them all. Of course, last year he drove away from the show in the Toyota Crown vehicle after winning the Triple Crown Series. He was right up there in the running for the Year of the Legend Hilux 55 this year, but he's elected to take his 2 top horses overseas, Mandarino and Magic Boy. Magic Boy won the South African Outdoor Grand Prix. The pair of them now stationed overseas in Europe, so he's having an assault at the world, on the world stage, and no better man for the job because he can ride, Gail.
No, absolutely, and that was fabulous. It's like shame. This is his second string horse now. Wouldn't we all love a second string like this? Just an outstanding horse. This.
And big shout out must go to his owner, Tanya Strauss, who unfortunately
Yes.
is injured, and Ronnie's taken the ride. Unfortunately, had the C element of the dike, so not going to be a winner in 2025. But could he go into an outright second if he can stay on the 4?
Also, a wonderfully brave horse, this, huh?
And what a partnership they
Yeah.
make as well.
Brave and careful.
And I think Ray will be breathing a sigh of relief
Yeah.
that he did have that C element, because in a jump off he is so fast and
Yeah.
can jump them at a full
Yeah.
clip. Oh, and look at his disappointment on his face. 1 down, 4 penalties, but what a round there from Ronnie Healy and Verdant Capital's Callagho Connor. Just the 1 down, 4, moves himself into second place. Look at him. Oh. So Ray Corber still leads the only clear 3-3-4. Impossible. As we take a look at here, a few of the replays, he gave that, that was lucky to stay up. He did give that a
Yes.
little bit of a wrap.
He gave it a little tickle there. It so depends on the angle at which you touch a pole.
Ashley Healy comes in now on the horse that Ronnie won his first Derby title on 2 years ago, formerly the ride of Ronnie Lawrence, a past winner of the Outdoor Grand Prix with Ronnie Lawrence,
Lovely
a
riding,
winner of the
helpful.
Derby with Ronnie Healy, and now the mount of his wife Ashley Healy, and what I'm told will be his swan song, Gail, his last show jumping performance. So ladies and gentlemen, enjoy. This is Gillian van Oorshoff, and what a soldier he is.
Isn't he just? And I mean, just look at his face. He just wants to do it. What a lovely ride for Ashley.
19 years young. Still as sound as a bell. He's manuring now, so that's not going to help her ride to that, and she finds that back rail.
By and by won his last derby at 20.
Wow.
It was fantastic.
We were saying with Nicole, Win is too young and Win is too old.
Horse will tell you.
The horse will tell you. That was the answer.
You know, soundness is everything, and they can be 100% sound, but they just start to jump a little lower, and you know it's time. I never ever then go down to a lower grade with a horse. I think they've given you everything their whole life.
Yeah.
That's it. They can stay in the paddock for the rest of their lives and eat and jaw.
You've got a few that are doing that.
I have. I've got a lot.
With more emphasis on the jawling.
Yes. And
well, Ashley did well there with that stop at the bottom of the bank to regroup and come back and jump that clear.
She's actually had that before. And was it Aldo who stopped at the bottom of the bank? But never. It's a big jump to just turn and come in from the bottom. So she did that really, really well. I didn't actually see why he stopped.
I think he got just to the base and then the distance trapped him a little bit. Obviously you want to try and kick off halfway down that bank and jump into the distance and land running. I think he just got a little bit too low and then the rhythm was gone and the distance caught him.
Oh, looked like she might have been a little far off there. I did mention to you just now that that's quite a short. The distance in that double is quite short, so you can't come in at a good forward pace because then you'll jump in too far and it'll back them off, and then you'll get out. You run out of space, but also then you're going to take the back pole because they're going to really back off. So you've got to be quite quiet, and it looked like maybe she was going on a little bit more of a forward one there, and he just said it's a bit too much.
Here we'll see the ride to the bank. No, she jumped in. So not the performance she was after this afternoon, Ashley Healy and Gillian van Oorshoff, but make no mistake, that is one of the true South African equine legends of the sport. He has his final performance this afternoon, past winner of the South African Derby with Ronnie Healy 2 years ago. And we wish him a very, very happy retirement, Gillian van Oorshoff.
We do. He's been a great horse.
Lawrence Mowat now, Calaho Lorenzo. In words with him on the course walk, he's quietly confident today, Gail.
I wonder if we're going to, if he jumps off the bank or something, if we're going to see him hail a taxi over the Toyota like he did. What was that jump? Where did he do it?
That was the panel.
Was it
that was down the bank and over the panel where the reins got long, and he sat up and the arm went up into the air and he looked like he was riding a rodeo round. He said that picture is right up there on the wall framed.
So with this horse, he started this horse. They bought it off the Calaho auction, and he started it as, I think, a 4-year-old. And he won the 5-year-old Young Horse Performance Series on this horse. And he's got such a partnership with him. I think it's another one. This horse will try everything for Lawrence. And he's such a positive, good rider. And such a nice young man.
Another offspring of the wonderful Lissabon. And there are a few in this class. I'm going to ask Michaela to quickly tally them up. Of course, the highest qualifier is a Lissabon as well, Lamborghini with Nicholas Syme.
So remember giving his wonderful groom, Petrus Ncube, his long service award yesterday. Petrus must be biting his nails right now.
Petrus was confident that Laurie was going to do it today.
He said so.
5 Lissabons in the class today, Gail.
Jeez, that's fantastic.
Right, well, here's where, last year's picture. Oh!
Beautifully done.
Clear all the way. It's on now, Gail. One clear so far.
Lawrence.
Got to let him go. Get there. Crowd is
I think
holding its
the
breath.
horse gets very strong. Oh. He's a really, really exuberant horse, and I think he just, a course this long,
Energy goes up there. It's so often the case in derbies, isn't it? Where they get the first part is clear, and then towards the tail end of 1,000 metres, it starts to just unravel a little bit. Sitting on a score of 8 as he comes to final 3 efforts. Well done, Lawrence Mowat finishes on just the 8 penalties. The C element of the dike going down, and that innocuous Toyota style. White rail on top there coming down as well. As we take a look at the replay, Gail. What a ride by Lawrence. 2 down, sits on 8 penalties. So a clear. A 4 with Ronnie Healy in second, Ray Corber leading, and Lawrence Mowat drops into 3rd position now on the 8 penalties with 4 left to come. Colin Ferreira, Dominique Alexander, Jean Corber, Nicholas Syme Riley will be last to go on Rivendell Lamborghini, highest qualified now.
And any of these could win it.
Will we see another clear? Will we have a jump off in 2025? Colin Chucky Ferreira now.
Do you remember who did Chucky ride? He rode that
Zamoka.
bay.
Zamoka for
No.
Maggie O'Connell was the chestnut who
No.
piloted around.
He rode here he rode a Achim Keichel's horse around the Derby, a bay.
Yes,
remember
I know,
that horse?
yes.
And that was a long time ago. He was going through the course over the course with me, and someone said, "For God's sake, Chucky, it hasn't changed."
Grey, he rode. Was it Concerto? Eagles Concerto.
Yeah, possibly.
He's had a few spins, and he is talented, and he is
Yeah.
positive, and he is super strong. And this horse is green. This only his second 150 show, believe it or not.
But a really brave, careful horse.
Likes to play his way around. You'll see him swishing the tail and having a buck, and certainly doesn't help with the distances that Chucky wants to be on. But he just goes to plan B, accommodates, improvises, gets the job done. He had a wonderful performance on Friday in the qualifier, was in the money. Now the test, the bank to the panels. Come on. Strong riding from Chucky Ferreira. The top panel goes down. Will they judge that a step back at the top of the bank, or just the 4 for the panel?
I'm not sure.
So far on the scoring monitor, just the 4 for the panel. Looked like he just came in a little bit swervy to that A element at the dike.
Crooked.
Strong riding from Chucky.
Yeah.
You could see the horse almost looking for the way out, and he
Swerve,
said,
yeah.
"We are going." Gets those strong legs on, pushes him up over the wall. 3 efforts to come for a horse in his second 150 show, his Derby debut. Unbelievable round from Colin Ferreira. The smile on his face. Well done, sir. What a round on a 9-year-old stallion, the Cornet Obolensky, Kidam de Revel. What a future these two have. And great to see Chucky on a top horse once again.
Yes, fantastic, because he's a very, very good rider, very strong rider.
A couple of the rails that came down for Korlinski. Now, Dominique Alexander. Winner a few years ago on Athena. His only win in the Derby thus far. Or the current standings thus far. Ray Corber, clear. Ronnie Healy on 4, Lawrence Moat on 8 as Dominique comes in. 3 left to come. Collier, owned by Holly Smith, who won yesterday's junior derby. So the Smith household would really be rooting for him. Could be a derby double for them. Let's see how it all plays out. Dominique Alexander on this exquisite horse. 10-year-old son of Capital Kronos. He's had a jump around the Derby last year, Gail, and jumped it easy. I think he had 4 faults last year.
Yeah, I think he did. And, yeah, a lovely, lovely horse, and couldn't have a better rider than Dominique.
Dominique just getting himself composed. You can see he gave a big breath there, readies himself, and he's off. Done up the stairs.
I never actually saw what happened to the horse just before me who fell there, or just after me.
Tess.
What? I never saw what actually happened.
I think she was a little bit strong coming in and went up on 1 and didn't make the distance.
Okay.
As we turn our attention to Dominique, this looking like
beautiful round, yeah.
We're holding our breath, Gail.
Oh, sorry, we are indeed. You can be sure.
Get up.
Dominique
well, you saw Dominique working there, got his body up, almost lifted the horse up over those panels.
And you know, Dominique always prepares really well. He makes sure his horses have seen everything. And they're confident at what they do.
They are down the road at Sellerhoff, got all the funnies.
Yes. I hope he's okay for time.
Another funny one out the way. Well, I was just thinking we're on 400 metres a minute he should be travelling. I don't think his pace is quite there, but Dominique is the consummate professional. Time allowed for the Derby competition, 150 seconds, currently sitting on 125, 25 seconds to get home, Gail. I don't think he's going to make the time. He's going to have to get home very quickly from now.
Go, Dom.
137. 10 seconds now to get home. Dominique Alexander. Collier.
Dominique will kill himself if he gets it.
And that's down. Oh, what a pity. 1 down, 150.80, so just over the time allowed. 5 the total. Rainer Corber breathes again. Impossible stays out front on a 0 penalty score. Dominique Alexander, what a beautiful round.
Was
that A element round. Of that Toyota double of Gates goes down. 1 for time, finishes on 5. Now, Ray Corber is clear. The wife is next to go. Jean Corber. Is it going to be a Corber jump-off? Lexington's got a Derby pedigree, Gail. He's been on the podium, I think, more than once with John.
He has, and he's a lovely, brave horse. And remember, John's groom, Bender Kamenya, yesterday, he said this is John's year. So let's see. Bender's obviously also biting his nails out there. Let's see if Bender's correct. And Petrus Ncube was nearly right with Lawrence. I mean, he was so close to getting it clear.
2 left to come in the Derby for 2025. Callao Lexington next to go. 14-year-old by Lissabon. And of course, Lamborghini last to come. Also a son of the mighty Lissabon.
Lamborghini.
Beautiful jump out over that triple bar.
This was always seems to be in the top 3 of every major competition.
I was saying to Jean,
Just
she
an
is due a
amazing-
big one. She's due a
Yes.
big title. Come on, boy.
But what an amazing horse he's been for her.
And what a trier he is.
And let me just mention, also started in the Young Horse series. So this horse and Lawrence's horse, Callao Lorenzo, they were together in the Young Horse series.
And both Lissabons.
And in the
And look at them
5-year-olds,
now.
it was Lorenzo who just pipped
So, does he know?
Lexington for the title.
Looking at... Come on, boy. Now, she's had a few issues with the... planks in years gone past. That's been her nemesis, her bogey.
Has it?
2025. Come down once again.
He's also a horse that gets strong. I think for quite a few years she battled to find the right
Setup.
bit to keep him contained by the time he gets to the end of the course.
Further rail at that Toyota style. Puts Jean on 8. She canters to the water now. Water hasn't been a factor today,
No.
Gail.
But it's very inviting.
One more to come. 8 penalty round here. Jump it. He does.
Same.
Jean Corber, Lexington, 8 penalties.
Same as Lorenzo.
8 penalties for Lexington, 8 penalties for Lorenzo. We've got Ronnie on 4. Colin Ferreira up there as well, had a great round on 12. And then a few on 16 with one more to come. Rivendell Lamborghini, as we take a look at the replay of that style coming down. And then Lexington's final jump out over the rustics at the last. One more to come, Gail. Rivendell Lamborghini. Nicholas Syme Riley has been around on Quintessence.
I wonder what's going through Ray's head right now. Do you think he'll be hexing?
I think at times like these it possibly brings out the worst in
No,
one's character, where
absolutely,
you'd be trying to put the mockers on somebody else because he doesn't want to go to a jump off.
For
He wants to
sure
win
and
it
for
on the
certain.
only clear.
Yeah. And I must say, I love it when the derby is won on the only clear. Because to me, you don't need to do these things again.
Well, I interviewed Kevin in the course walk and I said, what are you hoping for? He said, well, he's hoping for one clear.
Yeah.
The audience will be hoping, the spectators will be hoping for a few. So either way, he's happy.
Yeah. No, I just think the horse puts so much effort in, and it's such an amazing event. It needs to be won on one clear. Except, good luck, Nicola.
Well, this horse only a 9-year-old. He went off for a little bit and has come back strong.
These starlings that are having a little jewel in the arena here.
Super over the road crossing.
Has he done the derby before? Oh, okay, so he's won it.
So we have a winner.
Yep.
Impossible wins. Further faults at the panels, the Toyota panels now on 8. And a few rails coming down now. And there is Nicole Horwood next to us.
He's still to come and talk about her horse.
And I'm going to say thank you very much to Gail Foxcroft and invite Nicole Horwood back into co-commentary with me. Big thank you to 3-time Derby winner Gail. Nicole's just popped her head around the corner. I'm going to take advantage of it because, of course, Nicole, you produced him You went into a jump-off last year with him. You were placed. Today you sit on the sidelines. New rider, he was acquired by 334. Today, Rainer Corber gives us the only clear in the South African Derby for 2025.
I'm so proud of him. I called it from day one. I said to Ray, just trust in the horse. He shines on the last day. Don't change anything. He thrives in this arena. He likes this big arena. He loves the Derby obstacles. So I called it.
You did.
I'm
and
so
of
proud.
course, shout out has to go to you, because all the production work right from when he was a youngster right up to your last year's Derby. I mean, you did all the work. You must feel very proud and feel like you're part of this moment.
I do. I honestly do. He's a very special horse. You know, he always gave his best. He's a kind horse. He wants to do well. So, yeah, above all, I'm just so proud of him and his effort. And Ray did a fantastic job. He gave him the perfect ride to every fence. And I don't think he even touched a fence. I don't think... Yeah,
In fact,
I think
I watched his. We obviously watched his run, and he actually amazed me how he was jumping everything so clean and giving
So
everything
clean.
so much air. It looked like he could have gone up another 2 holes, and he would have jumped it clear.
He's got scope to burn. I think there were a few little bucks every now and then, so he was feeling good. And yeah, I must say, Ray did just a super job. Very proud of him, both of them.
Now, tell me what the journey is like for spectators out there. How long does it take to produce a horse from the backing process to where we are today? What was that road? What are you looking for? What makes a horse special?
So I think obviously depending on where you start with the horse, 4 or 5 year old, I think by the time they get to 8, 9 years old, so it's like a 3-4 year journey. It is a very long journey, but I've been lucky enough to ride very scopy horses, most of them stallions. And yeah, it's so enjoyable. You know, I actually love producing the horses. When Impossible moved on to Ray, I thought maybe it was time for me to call it a day. And I gave it a little bit of a break, and I realized I actually can't do it. It's in my blood. I need to be in the ring, and I need to be with the horses. I love the horses. You know, they're my passion. And so it's a special journey. So to see him doing so well, I'm very proud.
Congratulations, Nicole Horwood. Produced Impossible, went into a jump-off last year with him, was the winner a few years ago of the Micro Derby on the horse, and today, well, it was never going to be impossible with a horse of his quality, and of course a rider like Ray Corber on his back as well. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, more here from the South African Derby. Welcome back to the Bob Charter Arena here at Kyalami Equestrian Park, where we've just seen the conclusion of the South African Derby, sponsored by Toyota here in the year 2025, won on only one clear round by 334 Capital Impossible. And of course with me is Nicole Horwood, a 4-time winner of the South African Derby on the mighty Don Kamarco, who only last year went into the jump-off in the South African Derby on Impossible. This year, Nicole, sitting in the wings, watching from the sidelines. What was that like?
Sure. I don't know if I felt more anxiety actually riding the Derby last year or actually watching Impossible. I was pacing up and down now. Sweating bullets there, but it was quite nerve-wracking. I actually haven't experienced that before. I've never been like an owner or sponsor sitting on the sides, obviously always in the ring. So, can't say that it's any less pressure, actually.
Talk to me about the winning a derby, the elation that Ray would be feeling now. Of course, he's now a two-time winner. He won a few years ago on Clooney. Today, his second win. Does the elation, does the thrill, does the exuberance, does the adrenaline get any less the more you do it?
There's nothing like a derby win. It's such a special win. I think every young rider aspires to win the derby. The first derby, I think I was in such shock when I won it. So, but you stay on cloud nine for weeks to come, and you remain the derby king or the derby queen until the next year. So, it's just very special.
Let's take a look at the result of the South African Derby for 2025, and there it is. Rainer Corber, 3:34 impossible. The only clear in 2025 in a time, not that factored in at all, 1:41.98 seconds. Second place to Ronnie Healy, the defending champion, just the C element of the dike coming down, just the 4 penalties in 1:37.58. Third placing going to Dominique Alexander. He had 1 down. The end of the double of gates close to home, and then I'm afraid just took a little bit too much time getting to the finish. Crosses the beam in 1:50.80, just over the time allowed of 150 seconds. Means that he collects 1 for time, finishing on a total score of 5 penalties. Great round, Nicole, from both Ronnie as well as Dominique.
Absolutely, I think it's a very testing track today. I don't know. It just seemed like the horses were struggling a little bit. A few new obstacles, obviously the triple bar, the bank causing quite a few problems this year. And when I did walk the course and I had a look at it, I thought it had a little more of a gradient than previous years. So I thought it looked a little bit kinder, but horses obviously not liking it. And then rails kind of all over the place, but a strong field.
As we take a look at Ray coming in on Your Boy, 3:34 impossible, waving to the ground. Crowd, some hard luck stories as well. You've got a feel for Jean Corber. I thought 2025 could certainly be her year. Her in Lexington, as we said in commentary, he's been knocking at the door for a big title for a long time. 2 down this afternoon, but of course seeing her husband Ray come home as the winner will make her a little ease that pain just a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I spoke to you yesterday. I said to you that there were 3 I thought had a good chance, and Lexington was definitely one of them. Like I say, just very unfortunate. She rode well. He's looking well. But yeah, just like I say, Derby lady luck on the day.
Collier, Dominique Alexander, you've got to feel that combination has got a Derby win in them, maybe
Absolutely.
a couple.
That's proper power and proper scope there. I think he rode a fantastic round. He's also looking great, looked confident, just very unlucky, just touched off that one. I think it was the star. The
A element of the double of gates going in. So close to home, maybe fatigue.
A little bit tired, maybe.
That
but
one-time
jumping.
penalty. And then you've got to tip your hat to Ronnie Healy. What a year he has had. Verdant Capitals, Kelleher O'Connor, the winner of the South African Championships, the Ronnie's first win in SA Champs just a few months ago, and coming out today in the South African Derby on this wonderful little acrobat of a horse, and having just 1 down, 4 penalties, finishing up in second.
Super amazing. I mean, that was just the planks, and again, if you don't get it 100% right and the horses are not 100% balanced, just the slightest touch and those planks are going to come off. But he rode such a precise round. The horse tried its best. It's so brave. So very well done.
Of course, this is the year of the legend, and up for grabs is the Toyota Legend 55, worth a pretty penny. We were looking at the points going in, and leading the way was Dominique Alexander coming into today's final leg of the Year of the Legend series on 228 points. In second was Ashley Healy. Gillian van Hof, fortunately retiring or eliminated this afternoon, so collects no points. Dominique, weighted 2 times, will collect a huge haul of points for this afternoon. Chaitton Hendricks Larrison was in third place, no points for him. Lawrence Mowat was in fourth place. He finishes up in the money on a good haul of points. Jean Corber, she was sitting in fifth place, and she collects a good haul of points this afternoon as well. Are we allowed to say who we think is going to drive away in that Hilux Legend? Obviously, it all needs to be ratified. It all needs to be... The auditors need to have a look at it. But for our money, the year of the Legend Series and the Hilux Legend 55 will go the way of Dominique Alexander and Collier. Of course, it was horse and rider rankings. And if our calculations, of course, we've got to factor in drop scores and things like that. But according to our calculations, the winner of the Year of the Legends will be Dominique, but that remains to be verified. So I don't want to say anything more than that. I'm not going to give what our score is. It's like I say, we don't want to give it away and be wrong. It's impossible. He's still got plenty of energy.
Yeah, he's not tired, as you can see. Again, being a stallion, you know, they've got endless energy.
So there is an embrace between Ronnie Healy, Ray Corber, Dominique and Ray. And am I allowed to say the podium? All men, all male lineup in 2025?
Oh my gosh, yeah, you're right. How's that? Okay.
And there in the background is the prize on offer that we're pretty much sure will be Dominique Alexander, who awarded the keys for that wonderful Hilux Legend 55. Ronnie checking his hairstyle in the mirror. You can't.
Not much hair there to check, but anyway.
Gwen Crompton of Toyota going forward to present the winners' sashes, and of course with Mr. Glenn Crompton as well, and Gillian Shaw is there of SA Show Jumping. Gonda Beatrix, six-time winner of this event. Do you think her record will ever be beaten? You're sitting on 4.
I think Barry's on 4.
Barry's on 4.
Yeah. Obviously I'd love to give it another bash, but 6 is quite a number, and you know, and that was the span of her whole career. So I'm not sure if we'll ever catch it.
And of course, Gonda, the trainer
of all three.
How's that for a result?
Isn't she? Hey, definitely
Gonda
top
Beatrix,
coach of the year.
Coach of Dominique Alexander, Ray Corber, and Ronnie Healy. How is that for a result? Well done, Gonda. Govert Triggle, the new owner of Impossible, 334 Impossible. Shrewd acquisition by Govert Triggle. I mean, did that hurt a little bit, or is that the game? They come and they go.
Of course it hurts. You know, you create such a bond with the horse, but he was going to a good home, a really good rider. And yeah, he's got a great future ahead with him. I think big things to come. So very happy for Ray in 334.
KPC chair Andrew Dawson. And Ray Corber will walk away with the South African Derby trophy. Some big names on that roll of honour. Ray gets to engrave his name onto that trophy for the second time. Clooney, a winner back in 2019 with Ray Corber. Back on track, Clooney gave him his first win today, his second. Dominique Alexander has won it once. Ronnie Healy over the past 2 years. He's a 2-time winner. So 5 Derby wins between those gentlemen up on the podium this afternoon. Dominique Alexander walking away with the Victor Ladorum as well. Victor Ladorum for the most consistent rider over the course of the 2 qualifiers and this afternoon's Derby class. And there is the 150,000 Rand check going the way of Ray Corber, who wins this afternoon's South African Derby. And of course we will be having an interview with Ray a little bit later. Perhaps you need to conduct that interview, Nicole. You'll need to know the right questions. You can talk a lot about the horse and how he felt.
I think I'm just going to go and celebrate right now.
He certainly looked a picture this afternoon, didn't he?
No, he did. He was amazing. And just the look in his eye, you could just see from the start, he was bouncing through the start, endless energy.
Do you find horses for courses that some horses like Don Kamarco just rise, they just go up a gear on certain occasions and in certain arenas? We know that the Bob Charter for him was very special, and Impossible always seems to give his very best in this arena as well. And Derby Day last year, he looked amazing. I mean, I remember him jumping over the rustics to finish his course last year with 3 foot higher
over
than
the upright.
yeah,
I mean, he was amazing, you know. And you think,
and today again,
same thing. And coming into the last fence, you'd think they're a bit flat, but he had so much energy. And absolutely they do, you know, and I think those two horses definitely fed off the crowd, you know. It's an electric atmosphere. Don Kamarco used to kind of just grow by like a hand or two, you know, when he walked and he stepped into the arena. And again, they love doing Derby. You know, the horses that win the Derby, they love it. So I think they feel the energy of the crowd. It's a nice big arena. There's time to gather yourself together between fences. And again, it's the stamina of the track. You know, there's just so much also history, drama, and courage involved in this event. And I think that's what makes it so special. And the horses enjoy it.
Absolutely. And of course, it's an electric atmosphere. It's the biggest occasion in terms of spectator value on the show jumping calendar. The tickets for Derby sell out very, very quickly. These grandstands are always packed, and some horses will react to that. Some will enjoy it, and some won't.
Some won't.
Horse like Don Kamarco, it really brought out the best in him.
Yeah, he thrived. And you know, the nice thing about the Derby is that the crowds actually almost ride every jump with you, you know. And you feel that they're behind you. You feel the energy, and that's what makes the Derby so special.
How focused do you have to be as a rider when you come in here? Do you when you're actually riding the round? Are you aware of the crowd? Are you so focused that sounds are blotted out? I mean, I suppose for everybody it's different. But how was your mindset when you were riding around Derby?
No, look, when I go through the start, a bomb could go off and I wouldn't hear it. It really, you are so focused, and you have to be, and you've got to be so disciplined. Once you land from a jump, you've got to leave that behind you. You've got to focus on the next fence. The nice thing about the Derby track is, you know, the Derby track, you can prepare. So mentally you can prepare for every situation. It's not like walking into a Grand Prix and you don't know what to expect. So the Derby, it does, I mean, you have to be very focused on Derby Day. I wouldn't go near anybody. I would go and sit up in the corner there, go through the Derby track in my mind, remain completely focused. When I trot into the arena, even Gonda would shout from the warm-up arena something to me, and I wouldn't hear her. I would not hear her. I'd just switch off completely and just focus on the track.
It is, of course, the year of the legends. We're waiting to see who we suspect we know, but somebody's going to be awarded the car keys. But staying on that theme of legends, let's talk about Gonda Beatrix and how influential a person she has been, not only in your career but also in your life, because you've been together for a very long time, and I'm sure you will concede that a lot of your success must be attributed to her.
Absolutely. You know, she's been with me for over 30 years. She's been my only trainer. She taught me my work ethic, everything about riding. You know, it's discipline, it's hard work, belief in yourself, and as hard as she is as a coach, she's disciplined, and she encourages you, and she you know, you want to do well for her. So she's, without her, I don't know if I'd be sitting here.
And how difficult a task do you think that was? 6 derbies in her trophy cabinet on multiple horses.
Oh, no, absolutely. Again, like I say, she is so disciplined and so focused. You know, it's expected from someone like her. She is a legend. Yeah.
Of course, there's a number on 4. You're on 4.
Yeah.
I think Mickey Lowe is on 4. If Mickey Lowe is watching, very good afternoon to you, sir, as we go back to our pictures here from the Bob Charter. Barry Taylor's on 4. Ronnie Lawrence, sadly no longer with us, is on 4. Gonda on 6. 2 more to catch you. Nicole, where are you in your career? The horses in your string, because you can't do it without the horses. That's why I said impossible. You must have thought, well, this is one that I could get my 5th and possibly my 6 on, but that's the nature of the sport. He's now with Ray. So today might have been your day for 5, but where are you at? Because you've got Figaro, you've got up-and-coming horses.
So, I've got a lot of young stallions. They haven't even been to a show yet. So I don't think it's going to be in the next 3 or 4 years. It's going to take me a while to get them up there. Figaro, unfortunately, is not a Derby horse. So I think Gonda can breathe for another 3 or 4 years, and then I might be back in action and then give it a go.
Going back to that statement for the viewers, when you say is not a Derby horse, what exactly does that mean to a lot of uninitiated? A jumping horse is a jumping horse is a jumping horse. So what do you mean by that?
So you get some horses that are very careful, and he is brave, but he is a very careful horse, and I did try him, and it's not so much the Derby fences actually, it was just the grass and not being sure-footed in this grass arena. We don't often jump in grass. It's only Derby and maybe a World Cup or SA Champs that we jump in here, an Easter show. So it's like 3 or 4 shows a year, and I just decided that he is super careful, super scopy, and I'll keep him for the other Grand Prix. But some horses just don't like these hunting obstacles. They're too careful. It's just a little too much for them to process.
Well, a moment or two ago, we saw the top 3 grooms receiving their accolades, and we must, of course, mention the grooms, the guys who do so much work behind the scenes. And Elakana, your groom, who was with you for a long time, with Don Kamarco, they're such a huge part of the team, aren't they? Oh,
absolutely. I mean, Elkana's my wingman, boy. He's got my back. He knows me inside out. I just show up. He prepares everything. He's without the team members behind us riders, we wouldn't be able to do it. And the grooms, they're so important. And Elkana, he's so passionate. I think he's actually here, and I think he's watching Impossible. He's going to be so proud. And it's so important that they love the horses too.
And that moment there, Dominique Alexander's hands going up into the air. Of course, it's just been announced by Roger Bierman, the PA commentator, that Dominique Alexander, in terms of the Year of the Legend series, just to recap, was a 3-show series that started off with the South African Outdoor Grand Prix, sponsored by Toyota, rolled over into the World Cup qualifier, sponsored by Toyota. And, of course, today's Derby, there were 8 rounds where points were on offer. Top 6 scores did count. Today we were weighted 2 times. Dominique came in as the leader coming into today's class on points. Today we were weighted 2 times. And there is Mr. Glenn Crompton of Toyota saying, "Come with me." And may I reveal and hand over these car keys of this wonderful Toyota Hilux Legend 55 to Dominique Alexander. And that's fitting. He is, too, a legend of the sport, is he not?
Absolutely, look at that. He's so happy and so well-deserved. Absolute legend, He's a brilliant coach, brilliant rider. He's so committed to the sport, so couldn't have wished it on anyone else.
Well done, Dominique Alexander, winning that wonderful prize, a Toyota Hilux Legend 55 in Toyota's centenary year. And a big thank you again to Mr. Glenn Crompton of Toyota, the Vice President of Marketing, for making this all possible. Of course, it started off last year with the Triple Crown Series, and the Toyota Crown was on offer last year. That rolled over into this year's sponsorship of the Year of the Legend, and Dominique Alexander didn't win the big class today, but he won the Victor Ladorum, and he'll get to drive home in that Toyota Legend 55. Well done. As Dominique mounts up, all that's left to do is the victory canter. And Nicole, how are you feeling right now as you see one of your babies, one of your boys?
So proud, and look how much he's enjoying it. He's absolutely loving it. He knows he's done well today. Look at him. And he looks like he's got so much energy left in him too, bucking up the hill.
A little buck and a play up the hill, and a little temporary change as well as he goes up there. Well done to 334 Impossible. Ray Corber, the only clear in the Toyota South African Derby for 2025. Ronnie Healy So easily could have forced the jump off. Just the lightest touch on the C element of the dike coming out gave him that 4 penalties. Finishes up in second. Tanya Strauss will be watching on. We wish her a speedy recovery. The owner of Connor, South African champion. But it's all about that man in picture right now, Ray Corber. 334 Impossible, the winner of the Toyota Derby for 2025. Dominique Alexander in third, Capital Collier. Lawrence Mowat, Lorenzo, 2 down, 8 penalties. He finishes in joint fourth with Jean Corber and Lexington. And take a bow, Colin Ferreira, Korlinski de Revel, who finishes up in 6th place. We're going to go to a quick ad break. When we come back, a wrap-up and that interview with Ray Corber. Welcome back to all of our viewers on Supersport Variety 3 to the Bob Charter, and there is a legend of the sport, Gillian van Oorshoff, one of the equine greats here in South Africa. He jumped his final round this afternoon. It didn't go according to plan for Ashley. But make no mistake that there is an equine legend in our sport. 2 years ago, gave Ronnie Healy his first win in the South African Derby. There is Ronnie standing with his saddle in a ceremony there where we say goodbye to Gillian van Oshoff. The saddle was removed. He will never be saddled again. He will enjoy his retirement. Goofy, as he's affectionately known, and I'm sure Ronnie and Ashley both have tears in their eyes. Was brought into this country, the son of Winning Mood, many years ago as the partner of Ronnie Lawrence. With Ronnie Lawrence, he jumped many championship classes. He won the South African Outdoor Grand Prix with Ronnie in 2018 before Ronnie unfortunately got ill. Ronnie in his final days handed the ride over to Ronnie Healy, his longtime pupil. And just after Ronnie Lawrence's untimely passing, Ronnie Healy took the win in his first win in the Derby on this magnificent horse 2 years ago in a brilliant display. Since then, he handed the ride over to his wife Ashley, who gave him his last trip around the Derby this afternoon. We bid him farewell, an absolute legend of South African show jumping, Gillian van Oshoff. We wish him well in his retirement. Thank you, boy, for everything that you've done, and we wish you well. And of course, on his toes here, still enjoying the crowds. The athlete that he is, he loves the big occasion. And of course, words from Ronnie is not only is he a superstar in the show jumping ring, but he is the nicest, kindest person one could hope for, temperament to die for, to dream about. Goofy, he's loving, affectionate, kind, often the ride of Ronnie's two young sons. Horse of a lifetime, Gillian van Oshoff, and we wish him well. So there is Gillian van Oshoff saying his goodbyes, a touching moment here, and I'm sure the Healy household will miss him incredibly in their stable. Of course, they will be retiring to a stud, I'm sure. But with me now is the man of the moment, Ray Corber. Your second win in the South African Derby. You won it a few years ago, 2019, on Clooney. Today on this magnificent stallion, a 334 Impossible. First of all, how are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm a bit gobsmacked, to be honest. I've only just started a partnership with Impossible not so long ago. Maybe not even 6 months, I think. When I won it with Clooney a few years ago, there was a few times that I could go through the Derby and I built up to it. But today was lucky. and he brought on his best shoes, old Impy, today.
Well, I mean, you say lucky, Ray, but you gave him a peach of a ride. Of course, he's been around the Derby once with Nicole. Nicole was sitting with me in co-commentary. She is incredibly proud of his performance, and she says he's just a horse that also rises to the occasion. She said she did speak to you before the Derby, just saying, just trust him,
Yes.
He's going to give his best.
Yes, she's been incredible, guiding me through it. He had a slow start, I had 2 down the first class. Second class, I could feel something was happening, a little excitement. And today, quite normal in the warm-up, but when I came into number 1, I knew we were on. Nicole's been amazing, and to ride a horse after she's been schooling and competing is, it's amazing.
Clear rounds were few and far between. You were the only clear of 2025. In past years, we've seen a few and go to a jump off. What were you expecting after you had gone clear? Because we saw a lot of eliminations today.
Yeah, I saw, I don't know, with the bank there seems to be a few problems, but I certainly thought that we'd have 3 or 4 clears, especially with the higher qualifiers at the end. But they all had unlucky poles and nothing serious, but today's my day, I suppose.
How did he feel jumping around there, Ray? And the reason I ask is that not only did he jump a faultless round, but from where we were sitting, it looked like he was giving everything air, that you could have put them up 2 holes. And this Derby atmosphere, the grass, the open spaces between the fences, just seems to suit him down to the ground.
Absolutely. I think similar to Clooney in a way. Impossible just rises to the occasion with a big space. He's a little bit slow in the air, so if there's a bit of time in between the jumps, he likes it. He had a little look at number 1 and 2, so I could feel that he wants to be a little bit more careful today. So I could feel that we were on, and obviously we were just, it was a nice round.
Well, we do have your round queued up, so we're going to play it. And Ray, if you wouldn't mind talking us through this wonderful exhibition of show jumping class that you gave us today on 334 Impossible.
Yeah, so he keeps his body straight on the right, so I always approach on the right if I can. Like I said a moment ago, he had a little look at number 1, so I gave him a little tap just to say, hey, let's go. It's funny, if you overpress him, he also doesn't like it, so you got to get him there and just actually let him jump the jump. I saw a few people pulling the trigger a little bit early at the triple bar in the class. I try to stay patient there.
But you see the air he gives there.
Yeah, there I knew something was brewing. He really tried hard. Always a little click. Gonda teaches us to click on top there. I thought I was a little bit snug to this oxer, so I supported him a bit and jumped it really straight. Sometimes you can jump to the right, especially if it's on the side like that on the right rein. I thought I had a good ride to this. Finished nicely behind. Always a little worried about slipping there, of course. And I had the short 6 in mind to the star, so I came in quite easy there. And always jumps the star quite well anyway. And definitely the best horse going down the bank I've ever had. He doesn't hesitate. Takes small steps controlled. Came off a quarter from the bottom. It was quite easy for him. And just to keep it together to the oxen not to get long. Sometimes you can jump a little bit to the right if he's stiff in his body, and he actually held his body quite straight today, so he was actually feeling really nice. I spoke to him quite a lot through here. Definitely not wanting him to jump to the right there. I was a little bit worried about this 7 because on past horses I've had this rustic down quite a lot after the style. So I stayed wide and then came back to my line. Exactly at the inside vertical that I wanted to jump. Water's nice, you don't have to override it with him, which helps the 6 afterwards. Proper jump that. And just to keep it together. When I got him, I used to come into my doubles a little bit too quick, so I was adamant to keep him and then just to press him out. A little vocal, and he knew where to jump it. What a horse.
There's the elation, the ecstasy from you punching the air. What is that feeling like, knowing that you're clear in the South African Derby when there haven't been many clears and you've just done it? What is that feeling?
I think traditionally for me as a South African, the Derby is just our favourite show, isn't it? I mean, I've won 1 or 2 World Cups, and obviously it's nice, but there's something about this derby that draws the big sponsors, the big crowds. It's just a wonderful feeling, because it's a technicality of a different type. There's no related distances really, but you got to be fitter. Your horses have to be fitter, and they got to like all this stuff. And you need a little bit of luck on the day. It's not easy. That's why often we only have 1 or 2, maybe 3 clear rounds.
Now it's obviously all come together today with him. So in terms of the feeling that he gave you, how much further can he go? Have things just fallen into place? And how excited are you about this horse for the future in terms of World Cups, outdoor Grand Prix? Because he looks like he's a real Grand Prix jumper. Yeah.
I've only had a few, like the first Shangweni this year. I was second in on the first day, and I had a good feel for him. And here and there's been moments that I can feel it's coming together. And obviously felt it today, so I think he could be a candidate for the World Cup Series. I think anything in the Bob Charter, the Easter Show, Outdoor Grand Prix, World Cups is something that I can aim for. He's a slightly slower horse by nature, so with the World Cups you've got to be a little bit mindful of your time, but I mean, yeah, anything in the Bob Charter I can aim for. And as you said, you could probably put it up 6 holes, he would have cleared it.
In terms of your preparation, Derby is once a year, and you only see the funnies once a year. How well prepped were you coming into today's class, and how important from a rider perspective is it to do that homework? And what is that homework?
It's an interesting question. I don't know him, but Nicole Horwood's a very good friend of mine and of ours, and she told me he's brave. He does everything. He can get a little bit sore in his back sometimes. I actually only trained twice. I was adamant not to overdo it. There was no Derby obstacles in training that I felt I might have a problem with, and I've done Derby 8-9 times, so I thought I was going to take my chances on the day and not train. I didn't want to overtrain, but mentally I watched Nicole's videos a lot, and with her help, I think, she gave me a lot of confidence for today.
A word about Gonda. 3 gentlemen up on the podium, all of them trained by the doyen of South African show jumping, Jodi Peters. How instrumental is she in your career, in your prep, and in today's win?
Everything. I mean, her attention to detail is just magnificent. It's unreal. She doesn't come up that much anymore, but when she comes up and teaches us, she makes it count. And her experience on the day, just small things that she says, makes the world of difference. Gonda's amazing, but I've got to quickly just thank my team, because this is a team effort. 334 has been amazing. This is it's really amazing to be a part of such a great competition team, and that's what we are. Goverton Ace has given me wonderful opportunities with going horses. Impossible is magnificent. My wife, Gonda, we spoke about. I got Carolyn de Prier at home. That's unreal from a management point of view, helping me. And all the grooms, Sylvester, Courteous, Smart, watching at home now, I'm sure. We're amazing team, and I can't do it without them.
Let's go back to Jean as well, because she had a ride here, well qualified on Lexington. She's been knocking on the door for a big one. I had a sneaky feeling that today could be her day as well. She's always gone well in derbies. Just a word about her.
Yeah, we always come in with huge confidence. He had a little look at the bank a while ago in training, and he's been a little hesitant. So he's really good at everything. But today we were a little bit worried about the bank, because he can step back sometimes. So, and if you remember 2 years ago, she came up off the top and did one stride. So you also don't want that. So she had her work cut out for her today. I think right at the end she still came a little bit strong, and then had that plank down. So there was a bit of a worry about that today. But I think she did really well. I'm really proud of her. And it is coming. She claps me every time I say that, but it is going to come.
We all believe it.
Lexington is phenomenal. It really is.
Excellent. Ray, congratulations once again. 2025 Toyota South African Derby is yours. Your name is on that very special trophy twice now. You out there to chase down Gonda's 6?
With a horse like Impossible,
nothing's impossible.
Exactly.
Yeah. Congratulations, sir. Great win for you this afternoon. You, winner of the Derby here in 2025, sponsored by Toyota. That is Ray Corber. And if we cast our eye over the Bob Charter Arena now, you'll see all the spectators are out there, all the aspirant riders, equestrians who have their own hopes, dreams and aspirations of one day riding in this very, very special event, this special class. Just going to the top of the bank, looking down there, the rider's perspective of what it takes. So certainly another special day here at Kyalami Equestrian Park in the Bob Charter Arena. So we're going to have a quick word with the winner of the Hilux Legend 55, Dominique Alexander. So he's currently being wrangled here for his interview. As we stay with these pictures from the Bob Charter Arena as the festivities build up. Of course, I think Mika will be playing here this afternoon, so if you're in the area, do come and join us here at Kyalami Equestrian Park for plenty more fun to be had. And joining me now in co-commentary, a little bit of an interview with another legend of the sport. He's already a winner of the South African Derby. He took that win on Athena a few years ago. Dominique Alexander, you're on the podium today. First of all, congratulations.
Thank you, Aidan.
Fantastic. So, one down, late rail. Why was that? And what about that time penalty, Dominique?
Jeez, I tell you what. I think when I get home, my wife's going to slap me for that time penalty. She every time I get a time penalty, she gives me a hard time.
How did he feel, Collier? Because, I mean...
He felt amazing. It's such a funny thing. I think everybody gets overwhelmed by the size of the event and everything like that. And when I go in, I try to slow everything down.
Too much today.
He just cantered and jumped over everything. He finds the big jumps really easy. He is very careful. I don't know why he touched that. He wasn't tired. He wasn't unbalanced. Horses occasionally touch a pole.
Sometimes it just happens.
I must be honest. I was thinking, oh wow, I'm going to jump a clear round.
Yes.
And then I hit it.
Exactly. So what do we take from that? Do we say, what do you coach your pupils? It's never over till it's over. Keep your focus.
And I when he jumped down the bank, and I actually had quite a lot of space at the bottom of the bank, I was a bit surprised. And then I thought, that's when I thought I could jump a clear round after that, because he was really focused. He was so good through the dike.
Well, I tell you what, let's stop there, because I want to talk about the whole run. We've got the round queued up, so we're going to play Collier's round, and you can just for the viewers take us through it and what you were feeling, how he was travelling, and I'm going to ask them to queue up the round. Apparently they are. But a big shout out also to the Smith family, because Holly, who you coached, was a big winner yesterday as well, and she was saying how excited she was to watch you jump Collier again today.
Yeah. Holly had a fantastic win in the Junior Derby. It was her last junior show now, so she's now moved officially to adults. She's won everything in juniors, so we were hoping we could make it a double, but close, but not quite close enough.
Where does that leave you with Collier? I mean, is there talk that she might ride him, or is the ride yours?
No, I think he's a totally different ride that she... she actually has sat on him, but he jumps really high behind and in his back, so it's very difficult for a shorter person to stay with him. Lucky I've got long legs, and he quite likes me, so
exactly.
I'm looking forward to a great future with him.
Well, fantastic. We do have your round queued up, so we're going to ask our producer to roll on, and this is Dominique Alexander and Collier's round here in the 2025 South African Derby.
When he cantered to number one, I must say he pricked his ears and he jumped, and I thought, we're on for a good round. He maybe there I was a little bit casual. He jumped that really easily. I mean, it's quite a big oxer at number two. He jumped it easily. It was interesting to see how many riders rode a little hard at the triple barn a bit early and landed up on the back rail. So I had to be patient there. And here you see maybe, again, I was trying to take my time and slow everything down. He was a little bit agitated with the Scottish pipe band, and then the carriages came around, which got him a little rattled outside. So I tried to slow his brain down as well. He jumped that so beautifully.
I love the way he gives himself time in the air with his body and just makes space behind.
He's really difficult to sit on in the air because he uses his body when I left the ground there, all I kept thinking was, keep your head up, because I didn't want to flop over.
The bank posed a lot of questions today, Dom. A lot of eliminations at the bank. What do you put that down to?
I'm not sure. I think a lot of green horses. Good boy. I landed up like there with a bit more space. But he's been really good, and I've been training the bank at home slowly, and he understood it today. You know, last year he didn't understand it. And here I thought he jumped absolutely beautifully. That was his fault last year, jumping in and jumping out, away from the people. But this year it wasn't a fault.
The style as well this year, quite a few people had that down.
I think it's a bit taller than it was last year, Aidan. And the distance here now to the rustic oxer is also shorter than normal.
Yes. Because in years gone past, you could come inside of that rustic to the dike, and this year you couldn't.
And also, after the water, it was 6 strides, which was a little bit short.
Yes.
To the wall, normally it's 7 and a bit floaty. So here, that's a pity. I actually don't know why. I mean, he just jumped it. Oh, what a good man.
Brilliant effort, Dom.
Thanks, Aidan.
Absolutely. So what does the future hold for him? I mean, I think he's got a Derby title, if not a couple,
in
him.
Most definitely. You know, I think he's only 10 now. He shot up the ranks really quickly when I got him.
And you've done the production work yourself. I mean, you've had him off the sale.
No, he went. He was, I think, first when the Smiths bought him off the auction. He went to Lauren Pretorius.
Oh, and Chris had him for a while.
And then he was with Chad for a short time. And then Christopher had him. And then Christopher moved to 334 and asked me if I would take him. So it was by chance, because I was now training Holly, that I got the ride on the horse. So, and I mean, what a privilege it is.
Yeah, absolutely. Dom, looking forward to the rest of the year. What's you've got the final World Cup, and he's you setting your sights on that. Where are you up in the series?
I think I'm second in the series.
Because it's been a really good year for you, hasn't it?
Well, you know what, it's been consistent.
Yes.
You know, and there's, I mean, I know I say no major wins, but I won President's Cup, and then I won the Shongweni World Cup with Soakley, second in SA Champs. So my horses have had an amazing year.
Yeah.
They really have.
Now let's talk about Toyota, because you've just received some keys to your Toyota, and we're going to go to some pictures of that. This Year of the Legend series. Last year it was the Triple Crown. This Toyota Legend Hilux 55 up for grabs. Do you like the colour?
I love it. It really is such an amazing sponsorship. Toyota have gone way beyond for our sport, you know. And without sponsors like Toyota, our sport won't grow. But with them, it's grown. I mean, this has been the most incredible weekend for sport at Kyalami Park, all done by Toyota.
Exactly, the dressage.
The derby, you know, really, really amazing. And they did dressage SA Champs 2 weeks ago as well. So they really are very big in the sport, and we are eternally grateful. I mean, they're amazing.
You mentioned that Karen, your wife, might be a little bit upset with that time penalty. Do you think the fact that you're going to hand over the keys to her Bucky is going to make her feel a bit better?
I'll let her sit in my new car. I'll take her for a ride.
Dominique, once again, congratulations.
Thank you, Adam.
Great seeing you do so well again today, and enjoy those open miles in your new Hilux Legend 55.
Thank you very much.
Dominique Alexander, well done, and surely we'll see him in the winner's box on Collier, the South African Derby, in years to come. Not once, I'm sure, on multiple occasions. Real class pairing, those two. Right, let's take a look at some of the results of the past couple of days. Yesterday, the 1m30 Toyota Derby Championship, that was first up in the morning, won by the KwaZulu-Natal rider Helen Criticus aboard Amy Cave's Calaho Let's Fly. What a great class that was. Daniel Evertser was second, Nicholas Riley was third, and fourth place to Amy Gempley on Optima Miss Contaquick, the result of the Toyota 1m30 Derby Championship. And then, of course, it was the micro derby, the first of the adult derby competitions, and the godfather of South African show jumping, a 4-time derby winner, Barry Taylor, had never won the micro derby in all the years that he's been at the top of the sport. And in he came to the micro derby, the 135 derby yesterday, is the highest qualified rider on Heather Mostert's masculine Z. And he had it all to do. This was a table C competition, so that means that if you have a rail, you add 4 seconds to your time. It's all about time, who can come home in the quickest time. And if you have a rail, 4 seconds added. And Jason Phillips and Charlie Barford both went incredibly quickly and were at the top of the leaderboards. Only Barry was left to come. The two of them had 1 rail down each, so 4 seconds added to their time. And Barry came out and said, right, I'm going to show you why I'm a true legend of South African show jumping. He pinned his ears back, he got his elbows out, and off he went on masculine Z to give himself a wonderful win in yesterday's micro derby, the first win in the micro derby of his career. He's won the mini multiple times. He's won the big derby 4 times. Came out yesterday in the micro derby and gave the crowds a real thrill, I've got to say. A very, very popular winner of yesterday's micro derby was Barry Taylor on masculine. You can see him really riding for his life. Got to tell you that he was a little bit out of puff when he came some 15 minutes later for his interview. He was still breathing a little bit heavy. But what a round it was yesterday from Barry Taylor. And here's the closing stages. Quick turn back to that purple vertical, and then a real gallop to the last to come home with the fastest time. And watch the traditional fist pump from Barry Taylor. Yes, please. Thank you very much. Barry in his interview saying one of the most memorable and enjoyable events of his career. There he took the win, 96.66. Charlie and Barford, 96.75, was in second. Jason Phillips, 98.21. Then Caleb Seaton-Smith from PE. Johan Lotter, Kayla Nordia, Taryn Allnut, Ronnie Healy, Karen Sander, and Tanya van Lille made up the top 10. Next up was the Toyota 1m35 South African Derby for juniors. And as you heard from Dominique, his pupil Holly Smith on her wonderful mare Pollyanna, of course owned by the Garten family. She's the current South African junior show jumping champion. She came out last of all on Pollyanna. And watch her go. Absolute top class performance. In terms of South African show jumping, we've got what is termed the Triple Crown, which is the outdoor Grand Prix of South Africa. A little slip around the corner there for Holly and Polly. Didn't matter. The outdoor Grand Prix of South Africa, South African champs, and of course the South African Derby make up the big 3 titles, which we term the Triple Crown. And Holly Smith now winner of all 3 of those titles. Clarissimo taking the outdoor Grand Prix and SA champs. Pollyanna, South African champs, and now SA Derby as well. There is the results of yesterday's Junior Derby. 38.56 the time there for Holly Smith, Holly and Polly. Felicity Tennyson was very game in second in 39.63. Humzaminty third. Jenna Kirk, there was a tie for fourth place. Jenna Kirk, I beg your pardon, in fourth place on 4 penalties in 42.32. She was also fifth on the Charmer. 6th was Hanu Niemont on Capital Hayward. Bo Reed 7th, and 8th place went to Humzaminty. Mini Derby happened this morning here at KEP in the Bob Charter. Was the curtain raiser to today's South African Championships. And here we take a look at third placed Amy Farquhar. It was a great class this morning. Amy Farquhar on this wonderful little Lassiter gelding of hers. Blue Steel Equestrian Eagles Lasco galloped into third. She was first to go in the jump off, so she had it all to do. Time of 37.08 for Amy Farquhar, visiting us from PE. Well done to Amy. In second place was Rainer Corber, so perhaps that was an omen of things to come in the big derby. He was second on Elmo van den Hoek, 8-year-old gelding, posted a time of 35.92. Brilliant ride by Ray. Just the hallmark of his riding is his control, his upper body, how smooth he is, the tempo, the rhythm at which he rides. And of course, an incredible feel for both the horse's canter and the jump. Makes him one of South Africa's very best. And Paige Gates. Wonderful Calaho Luchetto, the 13-year-old son of Lissabon, out of the Cassini dam line. Paige was last to go. She knew what she had to do. He's a very electric, incredible athlete, is Luchetto. Added one stride compared to Ray in both of the distances. It didn't matter. His ground speed is incredibly quick. His stride is short but fast. And there you go. Paige Gates finds herself the winner of this morning's mini derby on her wonderful Calaho Luchetto. Final result of this morning's 1 metre 40 mini derby. Paige Gates Luchetto 35.59 takes the win over Ray Corber, Elmo van den Hoek in 35.92. Third place to Amy Farquhar, Blue Steel Equestrian Eagles Alaska. Jordy Burn from KZN. What a special mare she's got. 4 penalties in the jump off in 35.06. Dominique Alexander on his derby winner from a few years ago. The lovely mare Athena today in the 140s finishes in 5th place, 4 penalties in the jump off in 35.63, and back on track Kazan, Jonathan Clark, a horse for the future. I'm sure we'll see that pairing in next year's big one, South African Derby. They finish up in 6th place and 4 penalties in the jump off. Jonathan Clark, one of South Africa's greatest ever equestrian talents, one that's never achieved a win in the big derby, been second many times. And then of course a recap of Rainer Corber's fantastic solo clear, the only clear in the derby for 2025. His second win in the derby was a winner a few years ago on Clooney. If memory serves, was the only clear of that year as well, and does it once again here in 2025 on this magnificent stallion, the son of Verdi. Now in the 3-3-4 setup. Shrewd acquisition from the 3-3-4 stud not so long ago, as you heard from Ray. A new pairing, a new partnership, and one with so much promise. Of course, a big title coming their way today, the South African Derby. Wonderful ride from Ray Corber. So much air he gave that St Andrew's Cross, the Star, as it's also known. Heard from Ray. Horse came down that bank like a machine, no hesitation, short steps, half jumped off the bank, put himself on the perfect distance to that panel, some accurate riding, all the scope in the world for impossible. Big jump here over that very sizable white oxer. Around he comes to the dike. No problem there. All 3 elements safely navigated. Jumping that tall style for fun, impossible. Beautiful ride from Ray right to that rustic oxer. Easy jump over the water. Controlled 6 to the wall. Horse showing his class, showing his brain. Making sure the back end is clear. And watch the jubilation from Rainer Corber as he jumped clear and realizes he goes into the lead in the South African Derby. Well done, Ray. There is the final result of the 2025 Toyota South African Derby. The only clear, Rainer Corber, 334 Impossible. Course designer Kevin Spratley will be super chuffed with the result. In the build-up to the main class, he said he'd be very happy if it was won on one clear round. He got his wish today in his third year as the course designer here at the Derby. Kevin Spratley take a bow. Ronnie Healy, last year and 2023's winner. He finishes up second. Could so easily have gone to jump off the lightest touch on the C element of the dike. 4 penalties, 137.58 his time. Dominique Alexander, one down close to home, and that one little pesky time penalty, or he would have shared second place with Ronnie. He finishes up on 5 in 150.80, just over that 150 time allowed. And take a bow, Lawrence Mowat, 8 penalties, finishes up tied fourth with Jean Corber, Ray's wife, on Lexington. 8 penalties, the pair of them. And in his very first derby, Korlensky de Revel with Colin Ferreira, only their second 150 outing. What a result for him, finishing up in 6th place on 12 penalties. Well, in co-commentary we had 4-time Derby winner Nicole Horwood. Great to have her alongside me. Of course, she the former pilot of Impossible, but of course the former pilot and a 4-time winner on the legendary Capital, Don Kamarco. 4-time winner of this event, Don Kamarco, the only horse who won it for 4 years. Sadly deceased this year in 2020. The year of his retirement, we went out and we filmed a little retirement tribute to Don Kamarco, and we feel that in the year of the legend, it only fitting, also in the year of his sad passing, we pay tribute once again to the mighty legend that was, that is, that will forever be Don Kamarco.
Excelling. He's an extremely sensitive horse. As small as he is, he's got a heart of a lion. He's extremely scopy. He's got such a big step that he finds the difficult tracks and the big jumps easy. And I think what really makes him unique is his fighting spirit.
He's a very kind horse. You can't even say he's a stallion at home. You might think he is a gelding at home. He only gets excited at shows because he wants to do his job.
My first derby in 2012 was the first time for him and the first time for me.
Can Nicole Horwood and the capital stud horse Don Kamarco give us that elusive clear?
My aim was actually just to get around the derby safely. So to be the only clear and win was an amazing feeling. It was a dream come true. Derbies 2013, 2014, we went into a jump off. And in this game, I think confidence is key. He gave me confidence, and I knew that I was potentially sitting on the best horse.
He used to love to be seen by big crowds. He liked to show them what he could do.
I think what makes Don Kamarco so unique and the legend that he is he's actually won every single title there is in South Africa to win. In 2013, he won the Triple Crown, which has never been done before. So that's the South African Derby, the South African Champs, and the South African Outdoor Grand Prix, all in the same year. In 2014, he won the African World Cup Series, qualifying to go to Las Vegas.
My favorite moment was winning the 4th Derby.
Every time he stepped into the Bob Charter for the Derby, I felt like he grew a hand. He fed off the crowds. He had a huge fan base here. He just rose to the occasion every time he came into this arena.
And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Wow! She's done it! She's done it!
I was right at the entrance there, dancing. It was such a joyful event for me.
There was one title that eluded us until the end of his career, and that was the President's Cup. But in 2019, he won it. So basically, he's won every title there is.
Watching him compete has brought me great joy. It made me very, very proud. There was no track too big for him, and I loved every minute, every moment watching him compete.
As a groom, I feel so privileged and honored to be working with Don Kamarco.
He definitely changed the course of my life, the course of my riding career, and I feel that I am where I am today because of Don Kamarco.
At the age of 17, turning 18, I think it's time for him to call it a day.
So the least we can do is offer him a happy retirement, and what better place than Summerhill?
He'll have the best paddock on the farm, where I would be able to see him every day.
Every groom wants to have a winning horse, to work a winning horse. To me, it has changed my life because we won so much titles together, and I will certainly miss him. I'm going to miss him very much.
I've ridden some very special horses in my life, but Don Kamarco is definitely my heart horse. He's a legend and he's a giant in our sport. I don't think there will be another Don Kamarco.
Well, sadly, we said goodbye this year to Capital Don Kamarco, 4-time winner of the South African Derby, who lived out the remainder of his years following that tribute video at Summerhill Stud, where he was loved all the way to the end. We also, unfortunately, said goodbye to show jumping legend Sue Peters, as well as Sean Henderson in 2025. And this afternoon, we bid farewell in his retirement to Gillian van Oshoff. Well, that's a wrap from all of us here at the Toyota South African Derby for 2025. We certainly hope that you have enjoyed all the action. Once again, huge congratulations to 334 Impossible and Rainer Corber on their win in the Toyota Derby for 2025. From all of us here, until next time, take care. Goodbye.
Equestrian excellence at its best at the 2025 Toyota South African Derby. proudly driven by Toyota.